I would get into fights over it and they'd put me in the bin. God say it cools you down. You get a lot of time to think when you're alone like that. And that's where the sound starts. First, the doctors thought it was head injuries after men's fights. But then they tell me I'm not sleeping anymore. I couldn't tell. There were no windows in the bin, so I didn't know how much time had passed. Then my nose started to bleed all the time. And then my teeth started falling out. The doctors were afraid I would starve. I told them I was hearing breathing sounds, and I couldn't tell if I was asleep or awake at times. They asked me when it started, and I said I didn't know. They let me out of the bin, and my cellies were all trying to scare me. They told me they heard that I was hearing bells, and I was alone because the jingle man was going to take me away. The night before my disease healing, they shouted this epic song at me, over and over again. I screamed at them to stop, but then I woke up in the med center. I'd had a fit, and both my arms were broken and wrapped up. They told me I'd done it myself, that I thrown myself against the wall until I broke my bones. Obviously, I missed my hearing by release hearing, and the doctors took me to a house. I get to this new place, and there were some old people, young people, white, black, all kinds. And they put me in this group, and there were even girls there, and they wanted to talk about the planet and hurting themselves. But they let me leave, and I live at home like regular people. I take pills and I go to groups. And people there tell me were cursed that he is a devil until we die. I don't want to believe them, but sometimes I wonder if they're right. I wonder if we are being punished for hurting the people we love. And sometimes I even have nightmares on Christmas about my big sister. She comes to stand over me while I'm asleep. Then she holds me down and screams at me. And I know she wants me to fight back, but I won't. If she wants to hurt me, I'll let her. If she wants me dead like her, I'm ready. It's cut now, and I think I must reiterate at this point. Everyone you're hearing from on this episode are all receiving the medical care they require. They've volunteered their submissions, are fully aware of what they agree to in terms of giving their experiences or use in the show. But as you can tell from that last experience, we are dealing with very, very dark material. But that last experience is to keep our minds as hard as it can be in the paranormal sphere. It does make me think if this entity, this jingle man, has the ability to shapeshift into someone you would recognize, it believes it would cause the most harm, both mentally and physically. And from a sheer theoretical standpoint, that may mean that we've already heard of jingle man. We've just never attributed that name to him, because if he has the ability to shapeshift into people we know, then arguably the plethora of experiences that we've received where someone has had a nightmare about a loved one's gone rogue, if you will, we may have already run into this entity several times before that. Now, our fifth and final account is in some ways the most grounded of them all. This is someone who found the Jingle Man through creepypasta, that internet horror story site. And they'll be the first to tell you how ridiculous it sounds. There is a dark humor running through this experience that I found myself grateful for, given everything we've discovered. But underneath the self-deprecation was the same story, the same code, the same whimsy, the same I'll let them tell you about that themselves. I've had a weird life, so it doesn't surprise me that I've ended up here. Foster homes, abusive boyfriends, addiction. Ending my life was just another checkbox on my list of crappy chores. I know that now. I was a hooker before I was even a junkie. How messed up is that? The guy I was with got me hooked on drugs, so payment was drugs. No, that's not true. I got made into drugs. He just made it easier to get the drugs. See, we can't blame others for the messed up choices we make, and we also can't stay feeling sorry for ourselves for too long. It's just as poisonous as anything else. It's actually kind of funny to me. Okay, so I've no idea why the computer keeps trying to fix what I broke. Let me just type it how I want. If I have to keep going back to format changes, I'll lose my train of thought. Anyway, sorry for the format change. Group says you want to know about our car. Well, the funny thing is, I found out about all this from dumb little creepypastas online. It makes me laugh. What a dumb thing to get obsessed with. What a dumb reason to try and end it. Twice. I smile about it now, though. Stupid guy. Stupid choices. Stupid ghost stories. Stupid nursery rhymes. Stupid effing name. The Jingle Man. They said I let my boyfriend over. Police looked at me. But then in jail, I guess the guilt got to me, and I tried to end myself again. I waited for lights out, and I waited for my cellmate fell asleep. I tore up my bed sheets and tried, but I must have made too much noise. Anyway, I woke up on suicide watch, and the doctors started me on therapy. I got my appeal, my acquittal, and then I was back out, looking for jobs or whatever. I found a place, but I couldn't sleep at night, so I started scrolling online on the board. And like I said before, I found creepypasta. I found him, dumb little Christmas horror stories. I stopped reading once the nightmare started. That seemed like a pretty normal response to me. Then, a few months later, it got colder, and the ringing began. At first, I was pretty sure that I was just scaring myself, but then I started dreaming whilst awake, hallucinating, or whatever you call it. It was always the same. I would be alone, it would be cold, the wind would start, and I'd see them appear, first out of the corner of my eye, and then right in front of me. I'd turn around, and they were there too. Or I'd switch off a light or something, and I'd be surrounded. Strangers, naked, covered in blood, screaming at me with no sound. Maybe that's what the ringing actually was. Then it got worse. I lost track of time. I'd wake up somewhere I'd never seen before, and I began hurting myself. Then I started seeing them forcing me to do it. Like I blinked, and they were forcing my hand to put into my throat or whatever. I was always asking two times, getting stitches, so whatever was needed, and that's when I saw it. The nurse walked away, and I saw my chance to slip right back into my old happy habit. I slowly painted, pills, full relapse. The messed up part was when I was tired, the reason stopped. I could quit. No more medicine. So I decided to make the ultimate decision one more time. I woke up on suicide watch again, but this time the doctors referred me to different support groups. It was like AA, but for free. People who believed the bogeyman was chasing them. Figured I would be involved in something so ridiculous. But I got free. And like I stopped, I still hear the ringing again, but only in the winter. I guess it's something to manage like diabetics checking their blood sugar all the time. And so that's my pity party story. I hope it helps someone else out there. I don't know if any of this Jingle Man crap is real, but either way, there is help if you want it. And that is the last of our experience. I'll sit with you here for a moment before we go anywhere else, because I think you have that. I think we both have. Five people, five lives I knew nothing about before that email landed in my inbox. Five accounts of something that has no clear explanation, arising from people who are already carrying more weight than most of us will ever carry. And yet, here they are, surviving things that would have broken many, choosing in the middle of all that to be happy. I've been thinking about what's next, not just the ringing or the singing or the tone, although all of that is there, consistent across every single account in ways that I find genuinely difficult to explain away. What connects them is the quiet that happens. Every one of these people, at the moment this thing arrived in their lives, was alone, really alone. The kind of alone that has a weight, and in that weight, something is. So, okay, now I know every idea what this Jingle Man is, and I'm not going to stand here and tell you these are proof of things, because that's not what this show is for, and it's not what these people deserve. What they do deserve is to be taken seriously. And I hope tonight, whatever you believe, whatever framework you use to make sense of what you just heard, I hope you felt that they were. What I will say is this: in all the time I've been doing this, all the stories, all the encounters, everything that's arrived in my inbox from every corner of the world, I've never felt as certain as I do tonight that I was right to be so. This show exists for a reason. Sometimes the paranormal doesn't arise from curiosity. Sometimes it arrives in the darkest place a human being can find it. And if that's where it lives, if that's the territory where really humans live, then I think we have a responsibility to go there, carefully, respectfully, but to go there. So for every one of these people who shared tonight, a massive thank you. And I mean that in a way, and I'm not sure I have the word to everyone listening, if anything you heard tonight resonated in a way that goes beyond the paranormal, reach out to someone. There are details in the show notes for several areas and several people. You don't have to be alone with whatever you're carrying, paranormal or not. And one of the strongest things you will ever do as a human being is ask for help. Now, reverting to the paranormal before we end this episode and this season, it's interesting to me that I'm not sure whether we may have opened a can of worms in regards to this Jingle Man, or whether we are witnessing telling experiences from a group that may have put this person to a sort of following you, albeit one that strangely contains identical similarities to the next experience. Now, we are going to leave it there. I appreciate this isn't episode's intention, and I thank you all for joining me through this, and I do mean through this. Now, if you haven't already, the dates are marked down in your calendars. So if you haven't already, please subscribe wherever you're listening to the show, because then you will not miss our debut episode for next season, season 24, coming your way on Friday, April the 17th. And if this season itself is anything to go by, I am beyond looking forward to it myself. Don't forget, if you have your own experiences, that link is directly in the show notes. We cannot wait to receive them. Remember, this is a fluid show, so even though we haven't a season set out, the right experience will find its way in. We've proven that from show one. As ever, a big thank you And with almost 200 hours of Patreon only content to binge and back catalog of Dark Light, now is probably the best time to do so. And so until Friday the 17th of April, stay safe, take care, and remember, whenever you're discussing the paranormal, always try to leave some of your beliefs at the door. And I'll speak to you next time, right here on the Dark Paranormal.
Playing dark minisodes, haunted, or summoned.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to the Dark Ministry. Hello everyone, and welcome to the final Dark Minisode of this season. I've said it before and I'll say it again, this season for me has been two things. One, my favourite thus far, and two, exceptionally quick. I cannot believe the finale is Friday. It seems to have come upon us faster than any finale before. But today's minisode isn't so mini. So, we're going to jump right into it. But before we do, a quick reminder that after our finale, we will have our 3 week standard break. And of course, we are giving away our 3 weeks tier at our highest level on Patreon. So if you click below in the show notes, not only will you find your own submission link where you can submit your own story for next season, but you will also find a link to our Patreon, where during that downtime in play, you can listen to the back catalogue of Dark Fights, the Patreon-only podcast that goes out every Sunday of the year, where we spend 30 minutes a week discussing the shorter experiences that we've received. And that back catalogue is now over 200 hours of Patreon-only experience. Plus, you will gain access to the new Patreon show After Dark, where I discuss what we've discussed the previous week. So, as I say, whether it be to become one of our community and join our Patreon, or to submit your own experience in next season, head down to the show notes, or go direct to patreon.com /the dark paranormal, or to submit a story, go to thedarkparanormal.com and click on Submit My Experience. But right now, for the final time this season, it's that time of the week where I ask you to find some time for yourself, make a nice drink, relax, and join me as we listen to Haunted or Summoned. Now, although our writers will give their own trigger warnings, I will also give one myself so you're not caught unawares. Topics do get touched on which may trigger some people, such as self-harm, drug abuse, child abuse, domestic violence, and suicidal thoughts. But what I will say is our writer does a perfect job of minimizing the descriptive element. So although these things are touched on, in the true sense, they are touched on. And so, with my trigger warning out of the way, let's begin. Hello, Kevin. I'm writing today as I've been listening to the podcast for a little over a year. I've always been interested in the paranormal and supernatural, so I've been contemplating my experiences and seeing if they were worthy of submission. After hearing your voice saying to send any experience, no matter the length, I finally listened. I forced myself to sit down, focus, and officially write out the experience My name is Mark, and I live in the United States. I'm 23 years old now, but the experiences I will mention today all happened when I was a child. I'll do my best to go in chronological order, as that helps me to piece together everything that happened. I'll preface with a small trigger warning. There are mentions of heavy topics, such as abuse, mental health, etc., but I will exclude any details. To begin, I've always been a sensitive person, somehow in tune with my surroundings and environment. I went through a lot of trauma at a very young age, including domestic violence, sexual assault, neglect, deportation with the loss of a parent, substance abuse, and poverty. I think this is incredibly important to mention because I truly believe the negative things my family and I were experiencing invited a dark energy or spirit. I've also recognized many experiences I've listened to on this show have neurodivergent folks. I have ADHD, or people facing hardship, and it makes me want to explore that connection more. So back to my sensitivity. Aside from being extremely hypervigilant about others and my surroundings, these feelings have always told me something. Whether it's that a person is bad news, whether something is going to happen, or that a certain path is a warm, safe place. These good feelings have always been really right. Even when I acted against them, tried to rationalize them and explain them away, my intuition knows what I felt, saw, and heard was real. I say this because for so long I tried to tell myself that what I'd experienced was caused through stress, overactive imagination, trauma, etc. But what if what I went through in life invited the paranormal things that I see or hear, making me more aware of them all around? Even as a toddler, I would see dark shadows everywhere, in public, at my grandma's house, my own house, etc. They never had faces or even looked like a human body. They looked like large black masses. The mass itself was moving, as if you dropped a pebble in still water and saw the waves ripple. Well, that's how the figure's shape was moving. Moving, but not like anything human or even mammal. It moved like liquid. They could be standing or even hanging in the corners of rooms or walls. Recalling it now, these figures were something I'd always see in the corner of a room or space, as if they didn't want to be seen, or were hiding in my peripheral vision. I stopped seeing these figures when I was around 6 years old. They never spoke or reached out to me in any way. I would just see them. At first, they scared me, but after a while I ignored them. However, there was one incident where I saw this figure again when I was 8 or 9. Fast forward to when I'm maybe 9. I'm living with my mum and her new boyfriend in a new apartment after my dad was unfortunately deported. My mum and the new boyfriend's relationship was awful, fueled by their codependent drug addiction, and there was constant violence and fighting. Also, my mum was a hoarder. She never cleaned and rarely took care of me. I was very aware of what was happening with my mum, and I unfortunately internalized her addiction, trying my best to be the perfect, independent, strong, no problem child. However, this meant I also didn't bring up any of my problems, my challenges or stresses, because I didn't want to stress my mum out. So when I saw this figure again in the new apartment, I did what I knew to be best and never told anyone. The apartment we lived in was a one bedroom with a restroom in the bedroom. If you walk out the restroom and turn right to walk straight through the bedroom door, you're then in the living room area. At the end of the living room, we had a large hutch with a mirror backing. So when you'd walk into the living room, you would see yourself walking. We had some photos in the hutch, but the top portion of the mirror, or where the top shelf would be, was empty. So you would just see the top of your head. Anyway, as I was just walking out of the restroom into the living room, while my mum was cooking in the kitchen, I remember feeling odd. Like I wasn't alone where I stood, yet I heard her cooking in the kitchen due to the pots and pans. I didn't think much of it and kept walking until I caught a glance at the mirror in the hutch, and behind me I saw that same black blob shape. This one was tall and stood right next to the door that I just came out of. Being that it was in the doorway between the two rooms, I freaked out and ran into the living room slash kitchen area where my mum was. I remember her asking me what happened and why I ran, but I didn't tell her because I was scared. I can't remember the excuse I gave, but I will never forget the fear of seeing that black blob moving behind me. We only lived in that apartment for a year, but the domestic violence, child abuse, and substance abuse remained rampant. I say this to stress the constant negativity in our lives seemed to welcome this thing. I don't think the apartment itself was haunted. Anyway, once we moved out, I told my mum what happened and how I felt uncomfortable in the apartment. She also believed in the paranormal, so she believed it, thankfully. But then she said she felt watched in there, and it wasn't necessary for her to be there alone. We also had a family friend stay over one night, who told my mum that he randomly woke up in the middle of the night. He was sleeping on the couch in our living room when he saw the door open slowly but no one come out. Then he encountered a bout of sleep paralysis. He couldn't move or make a sound, and felt scared despite there not being anyone or anything that came out through the door. Granted, sleep paralysis sounds so scary to experience. I, too, would be freaked out if I woke up, saw a door open, and couldn't move. Nevertheless, it was just a weird, dark, and uncomfortable energy we all felt. You've got that idea, you've got that product, you've got that thought, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is this work? Do I have time to take the jump? That's my personal style. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be so hard to take that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it was what if no one listens? What if I make a fool of myself? And nearly 8 years in, I'm now the director company because of podcasting instead of making it leap of faith. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side to help. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a repeatable online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team behind you. Even create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. Well, what if I get stuck, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/darkparanormal. Go to shopify.com/darkparanormal. That's shopify.com/darkparanormal. After living in the apartment, my mum, my new baby brother, and I moved back to my grandma's house. This house was, unfortunately, another highly dysfunctional place. Fights between adults, between kids, drug abuse, neglect, even gang violence were not uncommon. My mum eventually abandoned me while she chased her boyfriend, their new baby, and the drugs. I felt extremely alone, isolated, neglected. It worsened my mental health as a child who was already engaging in self-harm. I had my own room at my grandma's house, which was a double-edged sword. Yes, I could escape the chaos outside, but then I was trapped in this room, the room that used to be my mum's, ruminating about my existence in this life. I had an old TV, one of those big box ones that had a huge back. I also had a large window right above my bed that is wood on wood. So when you open the window, it creates almost a rumbling sound. But the window also does not have a lock, and these are very significant to my next experience. I'm now at the age of maybe 10 or 11. So being that I was a kid with my own room and my own TV, I loved to watch TV, especially at night when the Disney Channel would play old movies like Look at the Irish. I know this specific movie because it was playing the night this experience occurred. But this TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night to grey static white noise. I rationalized it as a kid, thinking it's an old TV. It must be some wiring inside. Or maybe it's set to a sleep timer. Not that I knew what one of those was. Well, this was one of those nights when my TV burst onto grey static. I had a cheap wannabe BlackBerry phone at this time, and I remember grabbing that first. It wasn't uncommon for my adult family members to come and use my phone when I fell asleep, so I was used to checking for it first. I saw the time was 3:03 a.m. Then I reached for the remote and decided to watch a little TV to drift off back to bed. As I'm lying in bed, which is directly under the large window in my room, I hear the window start sliding open due to that distinct rumble sound. My freeze response kicked in. I was absolutely frozen in bed. And then I hear a male voice whisper my name. Oddly, it then told me it had flowers for my mum. I didn't dare look up to see who or what was out there. All I could think about was unlocking my door and running out. I don't know how it came over me, but I jumped up out of bed
Someone was detected at your front door.
to my door, unlocked it, and ran straight to my aunt's room down the hall to sleep with her. Again, I never told anyone about this until years later, because I was afraid and I didn't know what my family would say. The last experience I had pertained to someone else's experience. I was still living at my grandma's house. This time I was talking to my uncle's girlfriend in my room. It was Easter, and I had just given her a chocolate bunny, which she set on a shelf beside her. We were talking about how my uncle, her boyfriend, had just experienced sleep paralysis the night before and saw a huge black mass on the ceiling while he couldn't move or say anything. He was terrified and woke her up as soon as he could move, but she wasn't surprised. His girlfriend, I'll call her Katie, then begins to tell me how she's been haunted her whole life, and her experience has stuck with me all these years. She told me that when she was a little girl, she dreamt her neighbors violently killed her cat. In her dreams, she went to tell her mum and dad, and as she walked in to tell them, they're talking, and their apartment caught fire due to an accident in the laundry room. She woke up crying, ran to her parents, and they reassured her it was okay, it's just a nightmare. Yet, a week later, what happened in Katie's dream happened in real life. Her cat was killed by her neighbors. As she went to tell her parents, they were talking, and an electrical fire from the laundry room spread through their apartment. Following this, some type of entity became attached to Katie. She said it would say things to her, physically hurt her, like pulling her, but mostly it would move things in our home. Keep in mind, she was an active drug user, so I didn't know how much of her story was real. What got me was when she said everyone thought she was crazy until her mum and brother saw firsthand some dishes on a shelf fly directly into the middle of the room, then fall to the floor and shatter with no explanation. Honestly, I thought she was just trying to scare me. So of course, I teasingly said, I want to see that too. Not even 2 seconds later, the chocolate bunny which I gave her, which she'd set on the shelf a few shelves up, went flying across the room. There is no way she threw it because I was facing her, and she was facing me, sitting next to the shelf. I clearly saw with my own two eyes that the chocolate bunny went flying and got stuck under the door on the other side of the room. I remember she kind of laughed and was like, there you go. I was freaked out, but I totally believed her after that moment. It honestly made me scared of my own room too. That was the last experience I clearly saw or heard something, and my sightings dwindled as I got older, and once I moved out of that house. I will admit that I still see things randomly out of the corner of my eye. It's never something I can definitively say if it's a figure again, but there are fleeting shadows. I don't know if they're good or bad, I just try to ignore them. I think getting away from the negativity spared me from any other contact. Though I still experienced traumas after moving away from grandma's, I realized that it was only after losing my mum to her drug addiction that everything kind of started making sense to me. I had a dream about her shortly after she passed, essentially begging her to take me away with her. I was suicidal and depressed. The grief I felt was overbearing, yet this dream felt so real. My mum didn't say anything. She caressed my hand and looked at me lovingly. In that moment, it felt like she saw how much I needed her to protect me in real life, how much I needed her to see how not okay I was. After that dream, I felt a sense of protection that I think is my mum. My car license plate is, coincidentally, the date she passed. So I feel she protects and guides me in small, almost unnoticeable ways. Perhaps it's what I told myself to feel a sense of peace, but it's what works for me. She loves hummingbirds and butterflies, so whenever they get close to me, I like to think that's her way of saying hello. I'm still here, I'm still watching over you. I find it true when they say the less attention you give, the more power you take away. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed hearing my experience. I truly think the testament to intersectionality at its core and how paranormal experiences are included in this. If this makes it out there, thank you for hearing me out, and stay safe everyone. Best, Mars. Well, Mars, thank you so much for giving us our final Dark Minisode for this season. There is quite a lot to unpack there in regards to your entire experiences from your childhood, and it's something that I always say this, but would take a full episode to pick it up. I'm really looking forward to doing so on an upcoming After Dark. But for everyone, until next season, take care, stay safe, and I'll see you on our very next minisode in season 24.
playing dark realms. It's all experiment.
Not all our ministers need to be from literature. In fact, places or lessons of history can sometimes take us to dark realms. Hello everyone and welcome to the finale for this season of Dark Realms. And yes, it does seem bizarre to say that, but I guess we're only doing 5 Dark Realms episodes each season now, so it was going to keep on eventually. Now, you will have heard me say about a week ago that this season for me personally has been my favourite, and that this is a myriad of reasons. One of them has been the fact that we've changed how we do Dark Realms so that we just don't talk always about Horn's playthrough. For example, the last Dark Realms we looked at the last person tried, or should I say, who served time under the witchcraft act in England. And I love the fact they've changed it in a way that we can talk about those sorts of things as well as major hauntings. Because today's episode is a topic which I find genuinely not just fascinating, but it kind of, for me, it is the first short sort of experience or experiences that kind of sum up what the paranormal is, or how it's viewed at least, on a minuscule scale. It's kind of a world within itself in regards to how the world sees the paranormal. And I'm genuinely excited to talk about this with you. So, allow me to do what I need to do before we jump right into our finale for Dark Realm. So, a big thank you to the most wonderful people who I know the paranormal, and that is our patrons. And that's not hyperbole. Genuinely, they are the most like-minded kind of people you're going to meet in the world of paranormal. We're giving you a week's trial away of our highest level Patreon in the show notes. And not only will you get all of our episodes both ad-free before anyone else, you can also get access to the entire back catalog of the Patreon own podcast, Dark Science, coming in at nearly 200 hours of Patreon own content. Not only that, but with our break and play coming up after this Friday's finale, there's going to be a good bit of time where there is no Dark Hours anymore. So go to the show notes and click on the Patreon link over at patreon.com/, the Dark Paranormal. Also in the show notes is a link to submit your free link, or you can go direct to darkparanormal.com/submit theory, and you may well find yourself on next week's show. But right now, for our Patreon, start your weekend as it's meant to begin, and for everyone else, start your week as it's meant to begin. Please take some time for yourself and join me as we discuss the one and only Golden Planet. Now, I mentioned earlier how I found this rather serendipitous, that this was fell at the exact time we be discussing why and how two people can look at the same thing, and one can see proof of the paranormal, and the other is proof, but proof of fraudulent claims. Now, you see, in the 90s, unbeknownst to them apparently, a small group of paranormal researchers in the small village of Surrey in the UK, they were about to begin a series of experiments which would etch them into the tapestry of both paranormal research and controversy. Shafted belief via disbelief left the man with a less skeptic, while Shafted fraud was levied by non-past believers. Now, personally, I'm a fan of professional wrestling. We know that's choreographed, but there is a saying within professional wrestling that what happens in the square circle creates noise for greens or noise for disagreement from the crowd. Ultimately, they're one and the same, and whether good or bad, noise proves investment. And there's nothing more damning to in-ring action than a silent, questions thrown up by the experiments of the Stowe group not only created noise, interest, and investment, but they also set about trying to answer the very questions they arose. Now, I wanted to hold two ideas in my mind at the same time, because the Stowe experiment only becomes properly unsettling when both ideas remain in place. The first is ordinary, even tender. People trying to turn fear and hope into something like proof, not a comfortable story, not a deed, not a private sign, actual, tangible proof. The second is much colder. That proof is not a substance that we can see how. It's a relationship between what happened, the conditions under which it happened, and the limits on what anyone is allowed to check. And if those conditions are shaped in darkness, then the argument itself begins to live in the dark. In the 1990s, the science cooperated with Stowe in Rwanda, they reported an extraordinary range of psychic phenomena with spirit communication, some investigating in those aspects of what they witnessed. However, other investigators would dispute the claim, especially because of limited control and the long-standing problem of social darkness. And separating this whole story as a patient dignified shadow is, of course, the Society for Psychical Research, founded in 1882 and built for the uncomfortable task of investigating human experiences that sit ordinary against contemporary scientific models. So, when Stowe in the FDR is sympathetic research, skeptical comments, arguments about what counts as evidence, it gave the whole thing something professionally useful and emotionally disturbing at the same time. It reminded everyone that paranormal is not only a question about the world, it's also a question about how we decide what we are allowed to know. This story begins not in an open manner, but with organized intention. Robin and Sandra Foy moved to Stowe in the early 1990s, and they hosted experimental cities that, at first, produced very little. Then, in January 1993, a larger group, initially 7 people, began operating under the new name, the New Spiritual Science Foundation, for various variants of that name in the record. The key shift, according to their later accounts, came when Alan Bennett and Diana Bennett became the trans leaders. The reported phenomena was said to increase in hours, especially from around October 93, and the core group continued until several goals in November 1980. By 1986, members of the public were invited to attend, all with 50 tickets, and innocuous detail patients, and yet one that changes the emotional temperature of the room. Paying to be present does not prove fraud, but it would not be the essence and basis. It moves the seance from a private devotional experiment into a semi-public performance. However, conspiracy is centered by those involved as well. Now, I'd like to make a picture of venue as it's described in the more powerful summary, a cellar in the form of the farmland, used for suggesting mathematical garden, roughly 7 by 12 feet, carpeted with a large table in the middle and smaller tables holding crystal blocks for the black stone. The space also held rooms of marble, handsome beds, microphones, audio equipment, and unopened films brought into the room. a bestseller initially, The Stove Mode, and describes sessions lasting around 2 to 2.5 hours, with sometimes multiple experiments running in parallel. That detail matters because Skull did not present itself as a single dramatic manifestation. It presented itself as a workshop, a place where phenomena were meant to be produced, repeated, recorded, and then carried out as a group as tangible traces. Here is some of what the Skull group claimed in one category: mobile light, materialization, optical sensation, photographic and video anomalies, afterlife, which is objects appearing without being source, auditory phenomena, and extended conversations with the forces of spirit, and sometimes aliens, communicating via music. These lights were not described as occasional glimmers, but they were described as active presence. White light, sometimes red or green, moved at speed or hovered in a particular group. Scissors would report sensations of light seemed to enter their body. The lights were said to energize crystals and the glass stones used during sessions. Materialization claims also exist, sometimes framed in the vocabulary of old stage and sometimes in a newer science fiction record. Accounts describe physical forms from spirit beings, angels, or beings from far dimensions, with details ranging from roads pushing city towns to faces that either are formed or distinctly non-human. But the scope group leans especially hard on the kind of evidence that seems, at first glance, easy to single. Still, the group emphasized photographic results from the beginning. They claim that blank, unopened film taken into studies in late development with detailed meaningful images. In a striking institutional detail, Polar's collaboration is said to have provided sponsorship in the form of social equipment, and a variety of physical types are mentioned in the record. The resulting images were variously described in descriptions, foreign languages, diagrams, light anomalies in X-ray-like forms, and yet the dark, deep comparative, despite investigators' request. Video was not routinely used for exploration, and even then, those results were only available for general students. The CULL are where film becomes almost theatrically gothic, because objects are stories you could know. One early reported call was a clue of 8 years with Winston Churchill. But the most chilling item, for a class that is dismissed with wartime mediumship and faith, is this: amongst the alleged reports from fresh air was a fresh copy of the Daily Mail, dated April 1st, 1944. The headline on the front reported the guilty verdict of Helen Johnson, the last woman to serve jail time under the witch trial.
Good. Starting a health journey can feel overwhelming, but MedExpress offers a simple and supportive way to explore weight management treatment from home. Begin with our short online consultation, reviewed by our UK registered clinicians to see if you're eligible for options to help you manage your weight with confidence. There's no pressure and no in-person appointments, everything happens online at your pace. If eligible, treatment is delivered discreetly to your door, and you'll have access to ongoing personalised support from our clinical team throughout. MedExpress has helped more than 1.5 million UK customers since 2013, providing clinically backed care designed to help you feel more confident in your health choices. When you're ready to take that first step, visit medexpress.co.uk/podcast. learn more.
Now, whether you read that or stage artifact, tricking is always impossible with the time. The effect is the same because it's exposed to the whole history of spiritualism, like a tale of story, the past arriving in a plot on paper, not as memory, but as printed matter. The record is more complicated than Aristotle claims. What it shows again and again is the conflict between cooperation and control between the skill group and the SPR. In one case account, Monty Q describes how the group played into attention in the mid-1990s and how Sydney's investigators began in October 95, involving six group members and three investigators. He emphasizes that the investigators' aim was to obtain durable evidence that could be examined outside of the sales, and that did not depend entirely on subjective impressions. He also describes practical controls that were, on paper, reassuring. The seller could be served before and after delivery. Participants as well using systems, so movement could be tracked. The room had a single door, and audio recordings and transcripts were made. And yet, in the same breath, the central frustration appears: the inability to introduce incorrect cameras. He framed this as a serious and regrettable limitation, precisely because these tools are often modern research useful, especially when data is part of the protocol. This PRC rule appears to be slightly more weak, and it aligns with the potential. It notes that, as that true of Mr. Collins, the main investigators press for infrared photography or at least more light, and increase to a direct observability that would satisfy stronger expectations of return quicker. Those efforts were rebuffed and friction grew, and the investigation ended when the group terminated. And this is where the fluff lives. Not simply in what investigators said they experienced, but in the fact that so offered them a basket. Come in, observe, record, search the room, but you must accept the darkness that finds submission. And if you do not accept the darkness, then the room is closed. In some ways, the most important soul phenomena is not a light at all, not an image on film. It's the argument that follows. One strand of that argument is temporal and institutional. FDR events in 1990 2000 show, even in their title, an organization examining its strength against fear. How strong is nerve? What counts as reasonable belief? What counts as acceptable evidence? And then, explicitly, our soul debate later that year. Another strand is embodied in a single document, the Stowe Report, 45 keys, Arthur Ellison and David Fontana, and later issued in at least one publication by the FBI. The report became anonymous. Under investigation, years of living, persistent phenomena, and no one called in the exit board. To skeptics, it became something else entirely. A case study in how extraordinary claims can survive inside conditions that are not strong enough to kill them. The FBI's own catalog style summaries preserve the sharpness of its split. Donald West took the report sadly unconvincing, arguing that when more secure methods were substituted, the phenomena virtually ceased. and about the news as a whole. Our resolve pressed harder. He acknowledged that there was no direct evidence posting, but argued there was quite a lot of indirect evidence, and that the evidence did not adequately defeat the hypothesis of production by news. And then there was the counterstroke. Keen and Ellison implied that critics could not point to a single example of fraud or deception, and they resisted the idea that the conditions were less favorable to truth. Fontana, in turn, argued that the mere infrequence of safeguards does not automatically annul the suggestion of paranormality, and pointed out almost grimly that real-world judgment, including fraud, constantly depends on the absence of motive, character, and evidence under uncertainty. In truth, the philosophical heart of the fight is already sitting inside those old argumentative machinery, that old question of what qualifies as a miracle, and what qualifies as evidence strong enough to force belief. So, in as philosophical as this show will likely ever go, still becomes in fact not a haunted seminar or anything about the method of how you capture paranormal. It's not did it happen, it's more what does it mean to know that it did. And as we all are, myself included, paranormal fans, I will leave you with this. If you believe phenomena is general, then so can feel like a rupture, a late 20th century breach in a long forgotten war, where something not true leaks into a cellar and left some souvenirs. Voices about thoughts, images on film, newspapers from 50 odd years ago. If you don't believe they're genuine, so still have to, because it's a reminder that the most efficient theatre doesn't always look like theatre. Sometimes it looks like research. Microphones, transcripts, film protocols, investigators, the language of experiments. And if you're trying, honestly, to stand in the middle, then that's when so becomes something stranger still. Because it becomes a demonstration of how evidence is simultaneously abundant, yet insufficient. Claim events by the government multiple times as supported traces such a framework of conditions, especially darkness and uniform instrumentation. But that ensures that events never fully meet the rules. And that's why the FBI, one of the oldest investigative teams in the world today, an organization built to investigate the anomalous, ends up divided in its own arms. One part speaking in the voice of awful and lived astonishment, another speaking in the voice of methodical confusion. So when you think about soul, don't picture a light, picture the bar, a cellar that wants to be a laboratory, but only on terms dictated within darkness. A set of phenomena that if real would be world changing, yet arise braided tightly to conditions that critics say make world changing claims impossible to certify. Maybe that's the real point of the story. Not that the dead spoke, not that someone somewhere may have cheated, but that the thirst for proof, real proof, proof that could be carried out of the room, was strong enough to bring serious investigators into the cellar and keep them there, arguing about what counts as seeing, what counts as checking,
Someone was detected at your front door.
what counts as knowledge, long after the room itself had had its door locked and been plunged into darkness for the final time. As ever, thank you for joining me on Our scientists have joined me here on Dark Realm. I'll speak your day. Next Tuesday for our next episode of Dark Realm. And until then, stay safe and take care.
Playing my twin or my demon.
Have you ever been in a room and felt something that empty, dangerous, but you were still able to? If you saw something impossible the moment everything should have gone wrong, would you ever tell anyone? Maybe you thought you'd broken free from something negative, only for it to come back later in a far worse form. How would you cope if you and only you could something and thinking in a very interesting your own children? And should one life begin while something else waits patiently for another to end? These questions are filled past today's episode of The Dark Paranormal. Live from Liverpool, The Dark Paranormal. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate episode of this season of Paranormal. It's been such an interesting week for me and the guys on the team. We've dealt with things that we wouldn't normally deal with or haven't dealt with in the past. And they've been things such as maybe people have plagiarized other people's stories and experiences, which is a forest that we would never know. But at the same time, we found ourselves asking the question, why do we accept hundreds of people seeing shadow people, yet if two people have a similar experience, just because their experience is slightly different than the norm, we default to plagiarism? It's certainly a topic that sparked a lot of debate amongst our team this week. Another one has been our news focus on this, and the person who set that in tied that focus in a very articulate and almost misunderstanding. Now, the point of view in the team ranged from just because somebody is doing their best to articulate their experience doesn't mean it's authentic, to how can you read that and not say that's a fake story? It's unique, it's too perfect, it's how it's presented. So, to give you a little history behind the scenes of what we do when we see experiences like that, is we take a vote on what should go in. And then we want feedback from you guys to see what you guys think. And I think moving forward into next season, if we receive one of these on the fence team split experiences, I suggest before reading out the experience, let you guys know this is one of the experiences we split our team and came down to a vote. And we let you guys decide if the story is good. And that's not to try and gain the process. That's simply because we are dealing in the world where we can accept when somebody writes in a way which suits us that some demonic entity has grabbed them and dragged them downstairs. But if somebody writes in and has the same experience, yet uses overly flowery, poetic language, even I get alarmed at it. But who's to say we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater because that's just how they write? So moving forward, that's how we'll deal with those offensive sorts of experiences. As usual, a huge thank you to all our patrons who literally keep this independent show afloat. If you wish to get a 3-week trial of our highest tier, where you can get access to early releases experience like this. And so if you plan to look at the questions and positives at the start, but if you look at the time of season, please lower the light, make yourself comfortable, and most importantly, leave your phone at the door. As one of our listeners asked, my twin or my demon? Hello, Kevin. I will be giving myself a number, and I'm not too sure why this is instead of coming to you. Well, I do know. I recently retired after 31 years teaching secondary English in CULL. I'm 63, and I've got more time than I know what to do. And my daughter keeps telling me to journal. So I tried it, and I don't think this is what she had in mind, but I felt the need to get down an experience I've had at a very important time of my life. One I've told very few people, the last one being maybe a decade ago. My husband, God rest his soul, did no part, but I could tell each time I raised the topic, he was not going to be the best listener nor understand, and I fully understand why. I've spent most of my adult life being a very practical woman, making lesson plans, parenting plans, marking until tax business. And practical women don't talk about things like this. But it's been sitting in my chest, in my mind, for close to 50 plus years, and I'm tired of carrying it. Some will put down what you're about to read as hysteria, as stress, as the effects of somebody trying to juggle a career and motherhood. And I'm not in any way, shape or form going to try and change their mind on that view. I can only tell you what I personally experienced. So I'm going to start at the beginning. We lived in a big old terraced house in Redwood at the time. High ceilings, cold in the winter, the kind of place that made sound at night. My parents had bought it cheap because the previous owner had died, and no one wanted it. Or so our family story goes. But that would be Cornwall home. I was a happy-go-lucky girl, and I remember it was a summer's day I'd been playing out in the back garden, and my mother called me in. She said she just wanted to have a chat. And we did have a chat about school, about my friends, about how things were going in general as life as a 17-year-old. And then my mother sat down and she smoothed out the tablecloth the way she did when something serious was coming. She told me I'd been a twin. Apparently, a boy hadn't survived the birth. She said it quietly, like she was telling me the weather, but I could see her left hand, the one not on the table, was quivering. In hindsight, this didn't seem to be just someone informing someone of that news. It was as if she was also hiding something she didn't feel I was ready for yet. I couldn't tell you what I felt like at the time, but I do remember walking back almost with an element of excitement. And I remember sitting on the edge of my bed and thinking, so that's who it is. You see, I already knew I was not alone. I was maybe 8 or 9 when it started properly. I'd be in my room reading or playing, and I'd hear something behind me, a soft shuffling, like feet and socks on floors. I'd turn around and there'd be no one there. But each time I turned around, the sound returned. Toys would be moved into different positions. My books would be moved. Once I came into my room, and the blanket on my bed had been folded back on the side, the side I didn't sleep on, as if someone had been lying there and had woken up. But I wasn't frightened. At first, that's the thing that's hard to explain. It familiar. It felt like company, but company that had something wrong with it. Not wrong like danger, wrong like a word that sounds right but isn't spelled correctly. Or like when a friend arrives and they have an issue, and you know it's bothers them and you feel that, well, unable to help them, unsure what to do, that uncomfortable feeling. Or when you meet someone for the first time and they instantly give you what the kids call the gift, and you don't know why, you don't understand why this person bothers you. They just do. And that lack of knowledge bothers you even more. So in the end, as I was feeling second engaged, you tell yourself there is no cause or effect. Therefore, you're being irrational, and you do your best to shake it off. But it lingers, and at that age, oh my, did it linger. Also, I've been having this dream, the same dream every so often, over about 3 years. I've been coming downstairs, and there'd be a little boy crouched on the second landing, and he was always wearing the same thing: brown trousers, a grubby white shirt, old shoes that didn't seem to fit him. He'd be playing jacks on the floorboard. When he looked up, his eyes were very dark and very sad, like he'd been waiting for a long, long time and was past being upset. "What do you do here?" I'd ask him. I'd never get a response. He'd just reach up for my hand and lead me into the front room. Then he'd sit down on the sofa and cry. Not like a child cries, like an old man cries. And then he'd say very quietly, "I live here. They left me here a long, long time ago." And I'd wake up with my chest tight and my hands cold, even in the midst of summer. By the time I was 14, it had all changed. Whatever it was, it stopped feeling like a sad little boy and started feeling like something that resented me. Those shuffling sounds stopped, and instead I see it at the edge of my vision, a dark shape, about my height, stood in a corner, always in a corner, always just out of direct sight, like it understood that I dismissed anything if I looked straight on. But the worst of it wasn't its shape or the fact it was there. The worst was what it did to the room. But there's the moment, doing homework, eating breakfast, things completely ordinary, and the temperature would just drop by several degrees in the space of a breath. Not the whole room, just the air directly behind me, always behind me. I sit there completely still, pencil in hand, aware of something stood close enough that I should have been able to hear it breathe. And that silence, which filled where breathing should have been, was worse than any sound it could have made. My neck would prickle, my eyes would water from not blinking. I'd count to 10 and turn around, and there's nothing there. Just my bedroom wallpaper, the sound of next door's I spent my 20s in quite determinedly normal. Teacher training in Exeter, first post in a school outside of Bristol, staff night dance, a string of unremarkable relationships. I didn't think much about it. Once in my mid-20s, I was marking books late in an empty classroom, and I heard the shuffling sound from my youth behind me, that old familiar friction against the floor, and I went absolutely cold. I sat completely still for maybe 30 seconds. Then a radiator pipe knocked somewhere in the building, and I kind of jolted awake and told myself that's all it could ever be. I packed my bag and I went home, and I didn't let myself think about it again. Writing that part down there has done something to it. I realize now that that was easier than it should have been. Looking back, it unsettled me just how quickly I put that down to a random knock elsewhere. I knew at the time it was the same sound I heard from my youth, twice, followed by a knock from a radiator. But who's to say that knock itself wasn't this thing? Yes, when you're in that youth, that exuberance of trying to move on through stages of your life, you don't have time to stop and consider the paranormal. Now I do, and literally writing out that experience in that classroom has made me question just how many other things passed me by due to my, for want of a better word, ignorance. Forgive me for now coming second best of moments I second guessed at that time. I was moving in my sight and me telling myself it was a wrong container. Hearing random whispers and me telling myself it was people in the corridor. The key thing I'm realizing as I'm going through this trail forward of my history at that time is that no point whenever I saw any of these other or heard any of these other possible paranormal experiences I was in the midst of did I go to check. Because I think deep down, even at that age, I knew what the answer would be. Or should I say, I knew what I would find. And the answer is nothing. Nothing but that uncomfortable occurrence. Obviously, from when my mother first told me about my twins and me going from 18 onwards, I had thought, as anyone would, these things could be down to the spirit of my twins. But as I said earlier, when you're in the midst of trying to become an adult, you just do not have the time to contemplate the paranormal, or at least I didn't. Maybe it was that very lack of intrigue into what was going on that made it decide to considerably raise the stakes. I met David when I was 30. We were married at 32, and I felt pregnant. Twins. They do say it was the standard. So I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised. But everything started again. I was about 12 weeks along when I saw it in the nursery. I'd been in there painting the walls, the radio on in the background, ordinary Tuesday afternoon. I turned to get more paint, and there it was, sitting in the corner by the window. But it wasn't the same. It was taller, much taller, too tall for the room, really. It should have had to stoop, but it didn't. It seemed to fit itself into the space that it shouldn't be. Its arms were long and thin, too long, hanging down past where they should have stopped. Its change in what would be its face made me realize it had two pinhole eyes that were yellow and not splintered. I froze as I just took in this awful wrongness about its shape. I dropped the brush and moved backwards slowly towards the door. It's funny the things you think about, but as I'm typing, I recall being in a almost trance, cleaning up that pain stain on the carpet, replay the image much later on. But back to the moment, I managed to walk downstairs, backwards. I went into the kitchen and I sat at the table. I didn't move for about 20 minutes. David came in from outside. He could see I was in absolute shock. He sat down and asked me what was wrong. I decided I would try and tell him. I think I got about as far as strange figure when I could see him sort of lean back. He didn't believe me. He was kind about it. He was always kind. But I could see in his face that I'd best not go on much longer. He said something about my hormones and the anxiety disorder and my twin pregnancy and all the rest of it, and suggested I speak to his wife about how I was feeling. So I stopped telling him things after that. It was a few weeks later when we were in the living room after dinner. David was in the armchair reading. I was on the sofa with my feet. It was completely quiet. But David felt the water was moving across the coffee table inch by inch as if being pushed by a finger until it was flung from the edge and smashed on the floor. No table incline, no wet surface, the water sloshing around and it was pushed each and every time. David didn't see as he had to move to the other front of his face, and I watched as he made his quick journey and descent. David jumped. What happened there? Oh, I had my feet on the coffee table and I nudged it. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up now. I just could not let David know what was going on. I knew he wouldn't believe me. He didn't see it happen. And what with my talk of strange figures in corners, I just, for some reason, decided to take on the burden of whatever this thing was. As I walked past David to get to clean his equipment, I could see he was looking at the coffee table, and I thought he was realizing how far away my feet were from the ground, and I genuinely debated telling him there and then. I think I even stopped, but I very quickly moved on. Once I tidied the Once I was glass and I tidied up the area, I stood in the kitchen cleaning the sink. Once I tidied the glass away and emptied the shards into the bin, I stood at that kitchen sink for about 10 minutes. I just couldn't go back into that living room. So I said I was feeling sleepy and I headed up to bed. I had to carry it alone. Every few days I'd see it somewhere in the house, the hallway, the top of the stairs. Once reflected in the dark kitchen window at night, again causing me to drop a glass. It never moved whenever I saw it. It would just stand there with those long arms and those little yellow unblinking eyes. Then, in my seventh month, it began doing something specific. I wake in the night, and it would be at the foot of the bed, standing still, that long shape almost reaching the ceiling. And then it would hold out one hand. It would extend two fingers towards my stomach. Then, slowly, not quickly, it was never quick. It always wanted me to watch. It would fold one finger down, and its small, pinhole yellow eyes would change in a way which let me know it was smiling at me. One finger left. I knew what that meant. I don't know how I knew, but I did. It was telling me only one of them was going to make it. It was telling me it was counting my living children. I stopped sleeping. I lay awake listening to David breathing and watching the corner of the room, telling myself this wasn't real, but knowing it was. My contraction started on a Wednesday night in February. Cold, raining hard. David drove and I sat in the passenger seat with my coat over me, trying to breathe through the contractions, watching the road on behalf of David, who was just as panicked as I. At some point, I looked in the rear view mirror. It was in the back seat, sitting completely still, that long folded shape somehow sitting into a forward focus, watching me through the mirror. Its eyes still implied it was smiling. And then I heard a sound, a low, rhythmic chuckle, not a laugh, not anything so human as that, more like a sound a thing makes when it's satisfied. David put his hand on my stomach and said, "Keep breathing, we're almost there." He clearly didn't hear a thing, and I didn't say a word. I just faced directly forward and stared at the road. I remember nothing from the car to the delivery room, but I do remember the impact of being in the delivery room. I must have looked like a woman possessed. My head was looking at every possible open doorway, every corner to see if this thing had followed me into the hospital. The contractions quickened, I was giving gas, everything was a bit of a blur. And then my daughter was born. Panic filled my chest, and I heard her cry. Immediately, her relief and her pain filled me as I screamed as I finally birthed my son. I didn't hear her cry, and I picked my son up and placed him on the table behind her, and all the doctors and nurses gathered around that table, giving a smile to me that meant to say, "You're okay," but really said, "We're in trouble." Still no cry. They were frantically working, and I just couldn't watch. I turned my face away, and I looked at the door, and in the window of the door, something was pressed against the glass on the other side. Not a face exactly, the shape was dark, flat, like a burn mark in the shape of a person's head, except for the eyes, two points of dull yellow light, completely still, not dramatic, not what I'd imagined in all those months of dread. This was patience, the way it had always been patient. In my mind, I was screaming, "Look at me, not him! Look at me, not him! Look at me, not..." My son cried. I glanced at that table as the doctors and nurses presented my newly wrapped son. I cried and I glanced back at the door. The shape was gone, replaced by the fluorescent light of the corridor. Just gone. And I don't think I've seen it once since. Not one. My son has twin daughters of his own. He does run a family, as I said. He doesn't know anyone. I've never told him, and I don't intend to. But you can imagine the fear when his partner is present. He's a happy, healthy man, and both of his girls are nosy and ridiculous, and they come and dig up my garden when they do, and I wouldn't change a thing. I still have no idea what it was. I've thought about it most of my life, and I still don't know. Maybe it was my brother, what was left of him, or what might have been if things had gone different. Maybe it was something else entirely that just found a way through that particular door. Maybe the thing was locked up to my room. I'm a retired English teacher, not a scientist. I've never been comfortable with explanations. I can't support. But what I can say is what I know I saw. And what I know is that this is gone. And that's good enough for me. But all me. Any theories or ideas you or your listeners may have, I'd be more than grateful to hear. All the best, Anonymous. Well, as I say, we do like to try and save on those intriguing stories and experiences for towards the end of the season. And Anonymous, genuinely, I think that's the best penultimate episode we've ever covered. I know when an episode is special because mid-recording it, I want to stop and I want to research. And that's exactly what I wanted to do as I'm hearing about this thing. And I'm thinking about emails that I've heard from Mesopotamia that still children. And I just wanted to go a deep dive as I'm reading out the episode. And believe me, when I finish recording this, that's just what I'm going to do. But I will leave it to all this to make what they will this Terry. For me, it's up there with some of the very best we see. And I want to thank you so much for sending in this. Now, everyone, please hit subscribe because next week we have our finale. And just then, we like to say the pieces that we get for the end. That's what kind of makes a finale. And you don't want to miss next week's finale. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me on this penultimate episode. For now, it's goodbye. And remember, if you discuss the paranormal, always with some of your disposition. And I will see you next week for our finale of this season's Dark Paranormal. Call my wife. Calling UK Wildlife. Voice assistance not working for you. BlackRock Investment Trust is a lot working for you. Get to know them at blackrock.com. Top of the risk. Marketing material. BlackRock Investment Management UK. It's not run and regulated by Financial Conduct Authority. Play dark ministers. Stay. Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to a dark minister. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate Dark Minisode of Season 23. And I will say it again until I'm blue in the face, this season has sincerely been the biggest season I've ever known. Now, arguably, that's down to all of the changes that we put in, such as new theme music for the main show. We've got the forums growing on Patreon. We've added some new shows to Patreon. So there's been lots of changes, as you know, such as changing back to bi-weekly episodes of Dark Realm, the final one of the season, which is coming this on a personal level. There's been several backstage, shall we say, conversations with my network in regards to changing the advertising schedule so that we can get into the stories quicker for the new episode. So perhaps it's simply being busy with the show that's made it appear to go so quick. Every season I say this seems to have flown, but it literally feels like I started this season last week. And I guess if I step back, that's a really good sign for me because it means there was a lot of enthusiasm clearly and fun that's been fully regained during the season because I have enjoyed this season like no other. I felt a sense of freedom, a sense of personal rapport with you guys, and although it's obviously impossible to know each and every one of your individual tastes, I think collectively we're starting to get to know each other and form a stronger bond, without you guys, so I owe you guys a huge thank you. So genuinely from the bottom of my heart, absolutely thank you for making this season my personal favourite season I've ever done. So thank you. Now before we start today's episode, a quick reminder that you can still submit your experiences for on your simply go to the show notes and you'll see some of my experience. Or go direct to darkparanormal.com and click submit my experience there. As usual, next season is already mapped out in terms of episodes, but as I always say, it's a fluid show, and if the right story appears, it will find a home, I guarantee. Also in the show notes, you'll find a link to our Patreon, where we're offering a free week at the highest tier. Now, of course, next week is our finale, and then we have our usual 3 week break. Now, during that downtime would be a perfect time to trial Patreon because you would not only get access to those extra episodes, but the entire back catalogue of Dark Horror, which by the end of this season should be on or about 200 hours of Patreon only content. So it's ad-free and releases weekly extra shows, etc. appeal to you. Don't click the link in the show notes or go to patreon.com/the Dr. Paranormal. But right now it's that time of the week where I ask you to try and find 10 to 15 minutes to yourself. But right now it's that time of the week where I ask you to try and find 15 to 20 minutes to yourself. Sit down, make a nice drink, relax, put your headphones in, and join me for our midweek aperitif before our main course on Friday. This week's Dark News Hour. And this comes to us from Anonymous, who writes, Hi Kevin, I want to tell you about a time in my life where I needed to move from my home following the breakdown of a relationship. I should have known something was wrong the moment I stepped foot into the house on Leacock Bay. The estate agent had called it a rare find, historic, charming, but her forced smile seemed just that, forced. And that should have told me more than her few words. She didn't even cross the threshold. She just handed me the keys and said she'd follow up with me later, but she never did. But I didn't think much of that at the time. I was too preoccupied with everything I just lost. I had nowhere else to go. My divorce was bitter, drawn out, and ugly. My ex made sure I was left with nothing but boxes of books, a few bags of clothes, and my dog, Scout. Friends grew scarred in the aftermath. No one wanted to choose sides. I'd taken a leave from work with stress, but in truth I wasn't sure I'd ever come back. So in the midst of all of this, when this fully furnished rental appeared, cheap, picturesque, empty, I jumped at it. I didn't care about the musty paint or the way the listing photos looked a little off. I just needed a place. I needed somewhere to rest, somewhere quiet. I should have also listened to that small voice in the back of my head. The small voice that screamed as I first laid eyes on the inside of the home. Most old homes have secret calls, but this one, well, this one seemed eager to share. From the very start, something felt off. Not in the dramatic, storm-breaking, lightning-strike kind of way. No, it was subtle, more insidious. It was a sensation that crept, slow, cold, like water leaking into a basement unnoticed until everything just rotted. Even the front door itself was a monstrous thing, towering, weather-beaten wood bound with rusting iron. It felt as though it resisted me, not stiff, not stuck, just unwilling. When it finally would give way, it was thrown like someone waking from a long, deep sleep. I remember the weight of it, how it would shudder as it crossed the threshold, like it was where I had entered. Inside, the as though breath still hung in the hall, exhaled by someone who'd just been there, or something unseen. It felt like it pressed into my ribs, silently but insistently. If that, as I believe it now was, a warning, it was sadly one I didn't heed. The sitting room was vast. It was colder than the rest of the house, and dominated by a grand fireplace, blackened with age. The stove was soot-stained and sharp-edged. It looked less like a hearth and more like a gaping maw. Above it was a portrait of a man, dressed in period garb, whose eyes, dark and glassy, would follow you no matter where you moved. His expression, like paintings of that era, was neutral, but this one was too neutral. The kind of stillness someone has on their face whilst they're trying to hold back the grief. And this one felt like a malicious grief. But I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me, the shock of all I've been through, and I've been through literal hell. I needed time. I needed space. The house didn't follow my line of thinking now. That first evening, as the sun went behind the clouds and the room sank into shadow, I began unpacking. I then noticed the wallpaper, aged, yellowing, patterned with vines that seemed to twist unnatural. That night the edges seemed to curl ever so slightly, as if peeling back. Now I think as if something underneath wanted to be seen, but I told myself it was either shadows or moisture. The house settled, old food giving way. But deep down, a part of me knew better. The paper seemed to move when I didn't look, and it wasn't just the paper. There was a collapse in the corridor, with the windows all sealed. Cold spots would come and go in the space of a breath. Scans would ground the corners of the room that held nothing, or so I thought at the time. I went to bed one night with a headache. The oppressive weight hadn't lifted. It was worse upstairs. The moment I stepped off the landing, I felt like I'd walked into deep water. Everything seemed muffled, slower. My own heart sounded louder than my footsteps. There were three bedrooms upstairs. I chose the one furthest from the stairs. Something about the middle bedroom actually made my teeth ache when I walked past. Then came the sound. You've got that idea, you've got that topic, you've got that thought, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is this the right? Do I have the time to take the jump? That's my personal advice. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. Because it's so hard to take that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it's what if no one listens? What if I make a fool of myself? And then the 8 years in, I'm now the director of the company because of podcasting and of making that leap of faith. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side to help. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. But what if I get stuck, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/dark paranormal. Go to shopify.com/dark paranormal. That's shopify.com/dark paranormal. At first it was almost nothing. A sliver of fabric when the windows were open. The faint creak of the staircase I hadn't slept on. The rhythmic thump, thump of heavy footfalls directly above me. Slow, measured. deliberate, but I knew I was alone. Save for Scamp, completely alone. Scamp just would not go into the sitting room. He would plant his feet at the threshold, every muscle tight, tail down, ears flat against his skull. His eyes would lock onto the same dark corner near the fireplace, and a low, guttural growl would rise in his throat, like he was seeing something I genuinely couldn't. I tried to coax him, but he was whimpering, backing away until he was out of the room altogether. As time went on, the noises grew bolder. A door slammed on the upper floor, though I'd ensured I'd locked every one tight. Next, I started hearing humming, a fragile, broken tune, like something a child may sing while playing in the dark alone. It came from the hall outside of my bedroom, just beyond the door. When I would get up to open it, the hallway was always empty.
Someone was detected at your front door.
Tune was linger for a while, echoing faintly from the wall. I even began trying to record the sound with my phone, but they would never pick these sounds up. Not the humming, not the footsteps, not the whisper, only silence, except for one. One recording came back distorted, as if buried in static. In the background, beneath the hiss, a voice whispered. As time grew, it appeared the house had gained a voice, except, save for that recording, not in words at first, but in breath. Filtering through the vents came these long, shivering sighs, whispers that seemed to slide under the doors like smoke, and they became louder every night, more insistent. I pressed my ear against the wall and heard voices murmuring just beneath the surface, as though someone or something wouldn't scream within them. The words were muffled at first. They seemed foreign and cadenced, but eventually I heard my name, clear, stretched, a voice that wasn't one, but was made of many braided together in a dreadful tone. It knew me, and then the house made its first demand. I woke sometime past midnight, unable to move, and something was sat on my chest, heavy, crushing. I tried to scream, but no sound came. My breath was shallow, bad, thin, and the air had smelled like sour tin, like old blood and decay. My eyes scanned the room in panic, and after a double take, I saw them. Shadows, cast by nothing, appearing to rise on the wall, reaching. One reached the edge of my bed, then another. The temperature plummeted. The room seemed darker than it was, yet these things were darker still. I glanced at the mirror across the room, but I didn't see me, as I was transfixed from something stood behind me, tall, gaunt, watching. In the light of the next morning, I found long scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, and scans refused now to come upstairs. The days blurred. The house wasn't letting me sleep. I found rooms rearranged, drawers open, items moved, boxed, reset. Sometimes I'd wake in the kitchen with no memory of how I got there. Once I found a note in my own handwriting saying, "Don't let it in," but it seemed I already had. I started researching the house, public
Motion detected at front door.
old news archives. Lee Park Vale had once been a private asylum. long before it was ever converted to residence. But the house I lived in had been a warden's home. Apparently, he vanished. Staff and patients alike would speak of voices that screamed from empty rooms. One account claimed the basement held a mirror room, sealed off in 1926, with no record of its since. I found a trapdoor weeks later, beneath the wall in the sitting room, locked with three wood latches. And that night, the house sank, acting like waves, similar to metal dragged across stone, echoing through the pipes, the vents, even the walls themselves. I covered my ears as if cleared my bones. Scamps howled in terror, and panicked ears cooked as ridiculous as it sounds. I swear I saw blood on the mirror dripping upwards. The house clearly wanted me. A toll, a sacrifice, not in blood perhaps, but in being. Was it feeding on my presence, my attention, my fear? The longer I stayed, the more it claimed. I could feel pieces of me slipping away, memories dulling, thoughts blurring, as though the house was replacing them with its own. I stopped dreaming. My reflection blinked when I didn't. Soon I could take no more. I grabbed Scamp, who yelped when I touched him, as if waking from a nightmare, and we fled. I didn't bother locking the door behind me. I'm not sure I closed it. The house was relieved. I could feel it, as if its eyes were pressing into my back, waiting to see if I'd changed my mind. The moment I crossed the threshold, the weight lifted. The air tasted clean again. My limbs moved freely. It was like surfacing from deep black water. I hadn't realized I'd been drowning until I wasn't anymore. The estate agent never answered my call. I did go back once, 2 weeks later, in daylight, and the locks had changed. The door was clean, the porch swept. No sign anyone had ever lived there, or that I had. A neighbor passed by and said, "What are you doing there? It's been empty for years." Weeks later, I drove past Lee Park Vale again by accident this time. A wrong turn on an unfamiliar road. I didn't even realize where I was until I saw it, and the door was open, just like as if inviting me back in. And in the upstairs window, a flicker of movement, a face, just for a moment, watching. I think the house remembers me as it's got a taste of me, and I think it's still hungry. Maybe not for me, but for some other poor soul to feed. Best anonymous. Well, anonymous, thank you for giving this part penultimate Minnesota this. And your writing and your description of the whole experience is so visual, you barely need any sort of sound effects or even a movie. If you've got a decent imagination, you just watch a small movie in your head, an absolutely terrifying one called Cat. And you'll like it if I read it out. I can't wait to look at this episode in more detail on our Patreon show After Dark, because there are counters to this episode that I already intended despite only just reading the story. But that's for that. Right now, thank you for your submission. And thank you to each and every one of you who, as I said at the start, have made this season my favorite season yet. I'll speak to you all again on Friday, and until then, stay safe and take care.
Starting a health journey can feel overwhelming, but MedExpress offers a simple and supportive way to explore weight management treatments from home. Begin with our short online consultation, reviewed by our UK registered clinicians, to see if you're eligible for options to help you manage your weight with confidence. There's no pressure and no in-person appointments. Everything happens online at your pace. If eligible, treatment is delivered discreetly to your door, and you'll have access to ongoing personalised support from our clinical team throughout. MedExpress has helped more than 1.5 million UK customers since 2013, providing clinically backed care designed to help you feel more confident in your health choices. When you're ready to take that first step, visit medexpress.co.uk/podcast to learn more.
Please tell me who you are. Have you ever ignored a warning sign because it was easier to ignore than to think what it might mean? Could an hotel hold on to something long after its previous occupants have gone? Have you ever walked into a room and felt instantly that something was terribly wrong? How do you explain a presence that seems to grow stronger when two certain people get close? And what happens when something paranormal or dealt with doesn't actually be? Hopefully today will give us at least some of those answers. Or maybe it will leave us scratching our heads even more on today's installment of the dark paranormal. Live from Liverpool, the dark paranormal with Kevin. Hello everyone and welcome back to episode 8 of the dark paranormal. I cannot believe next week will be our penultimate episode of the season already. Genuinely, it has flown by. Now today's episode, as we like to do, we like to try and wrap up what we believe is the fear factor as we get closer to our finale. And today's email from Ben helps us with that mission. Because the email I'm about to read to you is perhaps one of the most unusual, terrifying, question-laden episodes I think we may ever do. I will point out a slight trigger warning. This episode does reference the intention of cutting oneself, but not from a place of self-harm, and I appreciate that sounds oxymoron, but that's the situation. It's mentioned just the once also, but for anyone with little ones, or if that topic in general would change your mood for the day as it was sprung upon you, this is a forewarning. With that said, as usual, a huge thank you to all of you for the correspondence you sent me this week. Yes, we're always accepting submissions irrelevant to the time of season, but yes, if you're sat on a wonderful submission, please send it in, and it may be featured in next season's main show. Otherwise, if it's shorter, it will find an audience, believe me, either on Dark Fights or a minisode, etc. And you can submit your experience by clicking in the show notes where it says Submit My Experience, or go to thedarkparanormal.com, click on Submit My Experience. Also, within those same show notes, you'll find a link that will give you a free trial at our highest tier for our patrons, meaning you will not only receive early ad-free releases, you can also gain access to the Patreon-only podcast, Dark Files, and its entire 190-book-hour catalog, and also access to the current bi-weekly news show, After Dark, where I take an unfiltered look, unedited, 30 minutes of me just looking at the camera and talking about what we discussed that week. And we've added a community chat section, so our patrons can discuss amongst themselves their own theories and ideas, or just generally get to know each other. And believe me, if that takes off the way those patrons have built that Patreon, it will be the safest place online to discuss the paranormal. But as ever, the questions we posited at the start have swung back round and require looking at. So please, lower the lights, make yourself comfortable, and most importantly of all, leave your systems at the door. As I read out Ben's email, tell me who you are. Hi Kat, my name's Ben, if you want to use it. I've thought about this for long enough that I'm past caring who knows. Anyone in my life who may recognize these events already, well, they've lived through them alongside me. And those who didn't probably wouldn't believe it anyway. As with many traditions you've seen, I will use different names for everyone else involved. That feels like the least I can do for them. I'll also pre-apologize up front if any of this comes out disjointed. I began writing it 4 separate times over the past 2 years, and I deleted every draft. Not because I'm embarrassed in the slightest, because every time I get to a certain point, something in me stops going further, like a physical sensation, a heaviness in my chest that tells me to stop. I'm feeling it now, and I'm ignoring it. I found your show about 18 months ago, during a particular slow week at work. I'm a secondary school librarian. There are lots of quiet hours, lots of time to fill with something in your ears. I've been through most of the major paranormal shows before I come across yours, and most of them felt like entertainment dressed up as an experience. Yours didn't, and that's why I'm writing it. You see, I've had strange encounters my whole life. Not constantly. It's not like I've been haunted from birth, but enough of them spread across enough years that I stopped being able to explain them away. Some were very small. Some were what you would call average. One was not. I grew up in Northumberland, on the coast. It's not a tourist park, it's a working park. My grandmother raised me in a terraced house about 4 streets back from the harbour, and the sound I was all asleep to every night for the first 15 years of my life was either wind from the North Sea or the lone moan of the foghorn off the headland. You get used to unsettling sounds when you grow up somewhere like that. It was everything else I had trouble with. My grandmother was a deeply practical woman, but she had what I'd call a layered relationship with faith. She'd been raised Methodist, converted to nothing in particular in her 30s, but maintained a quiet and completely unironic belief in what she would call the old way. She knew things, plant remedies, plant remedies that worked better than they should have, a way of reading the weather that was never wrong. She told me once, very matter-of-factly, that her own mother had been able to find lost things, not just objects, people, by holding something that once belonged to her. She told me her grandmother before her had been asked to leave 2 separate villages, not because anyone could prove she'd done anything, but because things went badly for people who crossed. She said all of this the same way she'd tell me what the tides were doing, like it was just general information. She wasn't particularly interested in passing any of it on formally, but she didn't discourage me when I started reading about it myself around the age of 12 or 13. She would just watch from afar. Occasionally, she'd correct me about something I misunderstood. Otherwise, she let me go. When I was 15, she passed away. A combination of her health and the house become genuinely unmanageable. Damp in the walls, a landlord who wouldn't lift a finger, the usual story. So we moved inland to a market town about 20 miles from the coast. The house we moved into had been built in the late 1800s, extended piecemeal over the following decades in the way those old houses have been, where each addition slightly contradicts the one before. The bathroom each one connecting to the next through doorways that felt slightly too narrow, as if the house had been designed to funnel you all in one direction. The front room and the dining room was separated by a half wall with a wide central gap. No door, just an opening, with a support pillar on either side running towards the ceiling. It was the only roof between the two rooms at ground level. I did what I always did with a new space. I explored before we moved anything in. That ground floor was odd, but it wasn't alarming. It was the upper story space that stayed with me. You access it through a hatch set into the ceiling of what the letting agents had optimistically described as a walk-in wardrobe, basically a wide cupboard connected to the two rear bedrooms. This hatch had two latches, a sliding bolt and a hook and eye. Both were unfastened when I climbed the narrow fold-down ladder. The previous tenants had left it. That alone was strange. The attic was unfinished, bare joints, exposed insulation between, loose floorboards covering roughly a third of the floor, with nothing in place to fix them. I didn't go further than I needed to, because what stopped me was what was directly in front of the hatch, a trestle thing. The old folding kind, but this was no ordinary trestle thing, because upon it were four taxidermy animals arranged in specific size order: a fox, two stoats, and a large crow, its wings pinned back. These were very old. The glass eyes had that slightly wrong quality that older taxidermy always had. The iris colour a fraction off from anything usual, uncanny valley in it. The body positioned just too still to be restful. The fox had been mounted mid-time, head looking back over its shoulder, glass eyes fixed on something behind it. I had an immediate specific aversion to all of them, something that I couldn't entirely account for. I went back down and I closed that hatch. I fastened the deadbolt and I put the hook in the arm. I told myself I'd deal with them later, and I forgot about them almost immediately. We were moving 15 years of an accumulated life, and it took everything I had. The first time I went back up was when my uncle visited and asked for the tour. He went up the ladder ahead of me. I noticed, following him, he didn't touch any of the latches. They'd already been undone. I went up anyway. The box was no longer looking back over its shoulder. It was facing forward, straight ahead, aimed directly at the hatch, at us. I said nothing to my uncle. I told him I thought we should head back down. He shrugged and agreed, and again I ensured I fastened both latches behind me. That evening I went back and I placed a seal on the door, a barrier, a statement of intent, drawn from what my grandmother had taught me and reinforced with what I'd learned myself. And I check it every few days until it faded to the back of my mind. The house was always slightly dim, not in a way you could raise with a landlord, just in a way you noticed, like the light never quite reached the corners. My grandmother died 18 months after we moved in. I'd gone out that evening with my friend Yara, just driving, the kind of aimless circling you do when you need to be somewhere out of your head for a while. When I got back, I rang a friend to check in on her and started pacing the way I do on calls. Two passes past my grandmother's bedroom door, and a thread of light shone underneath, which I'd assumed meant she felt asleep breathing. Then something shifted like the moment before a power. I knocked. No answer. I opened the door, and she was on the floor beside the bed, cold but not yet sick. I pressed her emergency button repeatedly, and I gave the operator what details I could. I called Yara before the ambulance arrived. The next few hours are a sequence of faces and sounds, rather than any memory I've been properly ordered. By the time it was just me and Yara left in the house, I was past numb. I found the whiskey I'd had in my room since Christmas, and I drank until I didn't even think anymore. I handled the week that followed badly. There's no version of this that reflects well on me, so I'll say it plainly. I spent the better part of a month drunk. Not taking the edge off drunk, methodical. First thing in the morning drunk. Because the alternative was sitting in the silence of that house, that too dark house, knowing she died on the floor while I was out driving around. My friends eventually intervened the way friends do, showing up without warning, calculating with 100% accuracy that I would decline the back first. It was my best friend Declan, Yara, her partner Owen, and my friend Britta, and her girlfriend Lisa. They brought alcohol with them, which was a strange intervention choice, and a selection of increasingly desperate social lubricants, including a charity shop croquet that someone had repurposed as a living room game using mud as hoops. So we drink, we play stupid games, and for about maybe 3 hours, I felt close to normal. And that is when things began to seriously change. We were in the front room. Declan, my closest friend, who I'd known since I was 11, had been sitting beside me on the floor. He'd been quiet for a few minutes, which wasn't unusual. I nudged him when it was his turn. He didn't respond. I looked at him. He was staring at the gap in the half wall, not looking through it at something beyond, looking at it, at the space itself. The space was a complete blank. A blank in a way that faces simply aren't. Even when someone's spaced out or heavily drunk, there's always usually some sign of life. There was nothing. I told the others I was getting him some water and asked for help. Yara and I got him upright without much difficulty. He didn't resist. But he didn't ask either. Moving him felt like moving furniture. I led the way, pulling him by the hand towards the dining room. He stopped at the gap. Not slow, stopped, as if he'd walked into glass. I turned around and he was stood still, dead center of the open. Yara behind him, both of them perfectly still. I pulled his arm harder, and his arm moved just enough to confirm the joint was working at least, but his body didn't follow. Yara put both of her hands on his shoulders and pushed. He didn't move an inch. He didn't rock. It was like a statue. I let Owen step back into the front room, looking all around him for an explanation. Something physical, something I could point to and say, ah, that's why. And then, without knowing why, I looked up and I saw my grandmother's crucifix still hanging where she fixed it on the support beam above the half wall after moving in. What happened next was not gradual, it was total. Every hair on my body stood on end. I had goose pimples on the skin of my neck. The absolute and immediate certainty of being watched from many more than one direction struck me like a thunderbolt. I turned toward my grandmother's bedroom. The door was open, not ajar, open. the way it would be if someone had pushed through it fast. No one had been in that room since she died. I purposefully kept it closed, and I asked my friends very quietly who had opened the door. They all shook their heads. No one. I told them to stay with Declan, and I walked towards the bedroom. I didn't want to. Every part of me was pulling me the other way. I walked through the room to the cupboard, and I opened it, and I looked up at the hatch. Both latches were undone. The seal I placed on the door was gone, not disturbed or degraded the way working stayed at the time. Gone entirely, as though it had never been. I came out of that room faster than I'd ever moved. I grabbed my grandmother's car keys from the keyboard by the door and told everyone to get Declan outside, and we all left immediately. In the apparent safety of the car, I said the word I'd been thinking but avoiding since I looked at Declan's face in that front room. Possessed. Britta laughed once. Then she looked at Declan in the back seat between Owen and Lisa, and she stopped laughing. He was sat upright, facing forward, eyes open, that same terrible absence on his face. His right hand was moving, slowly, rhythmically, fingers tapping against his knee in a sequence that matched nothing, not a song, not a habit, just a pattern. Tap, tap, pull, tap, 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 pull, over and over. Then the sound started. It was low, repeated, a single flat note, not quite a hum, not quite a tone, something between the two, and it seemed to come from a few inches in front of his mouth, rather than from his mouth itself, as though whatever was producing it wasn't quite sat where it should have been. The tapping sound ran together in a way The tapping and the sound ran together in a way that made my skin crawl. Owen, in the back seat beside him, pressed himself against the door without seeming to realize he was doing so. Despite their initial laughter, Britta quietly said, "The tapping had started the moment we got him outside, but on his spine." I drove to the church. My heart was in my mouth. I'd attended faith school for my last 2 years, and I knew the building. And I still believe, in the accumulated weight of sacred spaces, regardless of the tradition that built them. But when we arrived, the doors were locked, probably a post-vandalism change. I stood in that car park with Declan beside me, his fingers still running their sequence against his leg, the sound still hovering just beyond his lips, and I tried to think. Then it struck me. I thought of the Clifftop Memorial, half a mile north of town on the headland, a stone cross erected after the First World War, overlooking the sea, maintained by the parish. It wasn't officially accessible at night, but there was no gate, just a footpath. I told the others where we were going and we drove. We parked at the coast road and walked up the path. This was February and the wind off the sea was vicious. Declan walked when guided, stopped when we stopped, made no effort of his own in any direction, except twice. On the path up, he suddenly pulled back hard toward the car. It took all four of us to hold him and keep him moving forward. The sound from just in front of his mouth had changed pitch by the time we reached the top. It was now lower, slower. We settled ourselves at the base of the cross. I worked through everything I had: sage, salt, blessed water, a binding knot, a spoken expulsion drawn from three separate traditions. Every protected piece of knowledge I'd accumulated across 15 years of reading and practice. Nothing shifted. Declan sat in the center of it all, still tapping his fingers, that sound hovering in the air around him. Some people do consider it categorically dark, evidence of intent to harm, full stop. I don't believe that, and I didn't then. Blood is a conductor. Every tradition has a version of this truth, including the one that has the crucifix hanging above that half wall in my grandmother's house. The power is in the intent, not the medium. I had my grandmother's straight razor in my kit. She used it for precise curve work, for scoring markings in candlelight, for anything that needed a clean and intentional edge. I had taken it the same week she died without quite knowing why. I asked my friend to hold Declan still. Owen hesitated. He didn't know me well. He didn't know what I was and wasn't capable of. But Yara and Britta held Declan's arms without being asked twice. I made a shallow cut across his left arm, careful, skin deep. He looked straight at me, not the blank forward stare, directly at me, focused, with an expression I can't adequately describe, but it wasn't Declan's expression. It was something using Declan's face to look at me, and knowing exactly what I was about to do. I then put my own left palm. As I moved to press my hand against his, the sound rose. Not louder exactly, but denser, fuller, like the air between the cat thickened with it. And then Declan screamed and threw himself backwards with a force that pulled both Yara and Britta off balance. Yara screamed to Owen to help, and it took all of them to hold him. I grabbed hold of his hand as best I could. The moment our palms met, I lost everything. Sound, sensation, spatial awareness, all of it gone at once, replaced by a pressure so total it felt structural, like something was compressing the air around me. I said what I needed to say. I finished the word, and I felt the pressure break, and then I lost consciousness. I woke to Yara shaking me by the shoulders, saying my name. The sea was still below, and Declan was sitting against the base of the cross, looking at me with an expression I'd never fully found words for. Like he'd lived through something that had aged, that he'd returned to his own body to find it feathery and cold, and the rest was staring at him from the grass. His hands were still. He asked me what happened. He said the last thing he remembered was playing croquet in the front room. I wish I could tell you that was the end of it. For a long time it seemed like it was. Declan got on with his life without incident for several years. Then the first time he ended up living in the same town again, not the same house, just the same town, things began to go wrong in the way they had in that house. Food was lost overnight. A dog he'd had for 6 years became inexplicably aggressive and bitter. Small structural problems appeared in both of our apartments at the same time. They cannot have explanation, but accumulate too quickly and too serendipitously to feel just coincidental. We both moved and things settled, but it's happened twice more since. Different towns, different years, the same pattern. When we're apart, there's nothing. But if we're within a few miles of each other, it begins again. We've spoken about it, Declan and I, and we've arrived at the same conclusion. Whatever was in that house, whatever had been sitting behind those latches, watching from behind glass eyes, waiting for the right moment to scream and lower defenses, somehow found its entire self in Declan. And by that cross, I didn't expel it that time. I split it. One half tethered to him, one half to me. And the two halves recognize each other across distance and want to be whole again. We still talk, but we've agreed we can never live with each other. We don't know yet what the safety is, and I'm not entirely entirely sure where to find out. Thank you for reading a little bit later as well. Thank you for that too. Ben. Well, Ben, thank you so much for giving us our eighth episode. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I've never read an encounter like this, and I'll tell you why it fascinates me and also infuriates me. It infuriates me because I get the sense to get the full essence of this experience, I need to literally sit in a room with you for about 4 hours and get a complete breakdown of your entire history because there are certain, not necessarily good things, but there are certain things which, and this is not on the point of view as the writer, of course, but it's kind of taken as tacit if we understand what you mean when you say things like the word fact, or when you touch on some of the craft elements of what you're attempting to do with depth. That said, it also, which I do like, allows our brains to think of what those things can be, to fill in those blanks. And thankfully, there were not so many blanks to negatively affect the experience at all. Now, you guys know I love talking about validators. Validators meaning something that I think would not be included in an experience unless it was completely legitimate. Now, there are two validators for me within this experience. One is physical evidence, which is a series of photographs Ben has shared with me. One even showing the after effects of the palm print. And two, and this is exceptionally rare when we hear an experience from someone like Ben. If you'll note throughout the entire experience, Ben doesn't refer to himself as sensitive or psychic or able to pick up on certain things. And if he did so, he did it in such a way that right now, after reading the experience, I couldn't tell you what it was. Normally, and right, if somebody does have that sort of knowledge or experience, they let us know within the experience that they have that ability. Ben's lack of telling us that, and instead of just describing what he actually done, to use a really bad analogy, it would be like if we received an email who talked very carefully about changing the tires on a car in the service without ever displaying. And that for me is about it. It's the first time, experience-wise, I've read someone's experience and picked up the fact that they have some sort of ability as opposed to them telling me directly. And that's why I found this fascinating. As well as the idea that there is some thing, be it a deity, an entity, or whichever, that seems to have split itself in two. And the thought that it grows stronger the closer in proximity you get, it blows my mind. I don't even have a theory as yet as to what that could be. But then, sincerely, thank you for one of the most mind-bending and intriguing experiences we've had in a long while. And if any of you guys have any theories at all, get in touch via the show notes and let us know. But until next time, remember, when you're discussing the paranormal, always leave some of your disbelief at the door. And I'll see you next week for the penultimate episode of this season, Dark Paranormal.
and dark minisodes. The fire in the figure.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to a dark mini. Hello everyone, welcome to another installment of the Dark Mini-Show. Firstly, a huge thank you for all of the correspondence over the last week, and believe me, we've had an influx. Secondly, thank you for all of your submissions to the season. Now, a quick shout to say that we are still and we always are accepting submissions anytime, no matter the length. Because basically, regardless of the length of your submission, we will find some work to add, and we will make sure it gets heard by one of our many audiences, be it on Minisodes, Dark Bites, or Patrons, or indeed on the next show. And you can submit your own experience by going to the show notes and clicking on Submit an Experience, or go direct to darkparanormal.com and click on Submit an Experience there. In the show notes, you'll also find a link to our Patreon, which we're giving a free week away at our highest tier. Now, within that highest tier, you'll gain access to early releases, ad-free releases, and also access to Dark Fight, the Patreon-only show, and its entire back catalogue of over 100 monthly panels, plus access to our new show, After Dark, which is a 30-minute, non-edited, constant stream of consciousness from me about the things we've spoken about in the last week. Being a new show, we're currently running that bi-weekly, and it will turn into a weekly show for our Patreon from next season onwards. So you can either click the link in the show notes, which will take you to Patreon, or go direct to patreon.com/slash the dark paranormal. But right now, it's that time of the week where I ask you to find 15 to 20 minutes to yourself, sit down, make a nice drink, and listen to the fire and the figure. Hi, Kev. I just want to say I've been a listener since you began. I work nights as a security guard at a logistics warehouse just outside of Edinburgh, and your show genuinely gets me through the longer shifts. I'm literally writing this down during one of those long shifts, and writing this down makes it feel more real again. And I'm not sure I should have actually begun. But anyway, here we go. My name is James. I'm 34, and most of what I'm about to describe happened in the house I grew up in, a stone terraced property in a former mining village in County Durham, northeast England. Not one single event, more like a slow accumulation of things over about 14 years that, when you stack them all together, paint a picture I can never explain away. A short background, because I do think this matters. My mum raised my brother and me mostly on her own, after my dad left when I was 7. She worked 2 jobs for most of my childhood. My grand moved into the spare bedroom shortly after dad left, to act as a secondary parent, so she could help bring us up. There was a lot of tension within that house growing up. Financial stress, my brother going off the rails as a teenager. My mum was exhausted all the time. Since listening to your show, I've come to think that atmosphere fed whatever was in that house, because the activity always seemed worse during a rough patch. I know people say they hate dealing about layouts, but I'll give a quick one because it will help. The house was a Victorian two-up-two-down. It had a rear extension added sometime in the 80s. From the street, you'd have a small front garden, a painted glass door which led straight into the sitting room. To the right of the sitting room was a narrow staircase, and at the top of those stairs, straight ahead was mine and my brother's old room. To the left, Grandma's room, which technically wasn't a room. It was very, very small. And to the far left, my mother's room. The shared bathroom was at the far end of the landing. Back downstairs, through the sitting room into the kitchen, which ran across the whole back of the original building, the along the side of the house, connecting the front and the back garden. Grand's tiny box room, which she would refer to as her flat, had a window that looked directly down into the backyard. The first thing I remember is the bedroom door. Mine and my brother's bedroom had a latch style handle, the old kind, and from about 8, 9 or 10, we'd wake in the early hours and find it still open. I was obsessive about closing it before I slept. I hated the darkness of the lamp, so finding it open always unsettled me. The first few times I accused my brother, then I assumed my mum had looked in on one of us. But then I started noticing a feeling that came with it. Not just the open door, but a heaviness, a sense that the air in the room had changed, like something had recently passed through. That's the best way I can describe it. I'd lie, rigid, staring at the corner near the wardrobe, convinced something was standing there just outside what my eyes could confirm. But I'd pull the duvet over my head and start counting until I fell asleep. Sometimes I'd end up padding down to my mum's room and getting into his iPad without even being able to explain why. Years later, my brother said the exact same thing would happen to him with this door, but I would be asleep. But he would see something swimming, a dark mass near the corner where this door swung open. He described the mass as low and wide, like a crouching shape. He only ever mentioned it once and immediately changed the subject. The first major experience wasn't mine, it was my grandma's, and we didn't hear about it until after the fire. In the winter of 2009, a fire started in the utility room. It took the back wall of the kitchen before the fire brigade turned up to get it under control. The rebuild took the best part of 4 months. It was during this period, when the builders were in and the house was half gutted, that my gran finally told us what she'd seen on the night the fire started. She said she'd been at her flat window, couldn't sleep. She said she sat up late watching the yard very often, and she saw a figure come through from the passage from the front of the house. It crossed the yard slowly and stopped outside the shed door. She described it as a tall woman in a long dark coat, unhurried, deliberate. Gran thought at first it was a neighbour, possibly Mrs. Farrell from 2 doors down, who had passed away the previous spring. A tall woman, always in that same heavy wool coat, regardless of the season. My nan believed she had a gift for seeing the dead. The figure stood for a moment, then moved through the shed wall, not around it, through it. Grant said 5 minutes later she emerged from the shed, through the wall again, this time holding something she couldn't quite make out. She said the woman stopped and looked up at her window, as if to acknowledge her, then began walking towards the conservatory. She said the figure looked back up at Grant, then towards the utility room, and then disappeared. Within 20 minutes, she smelled smoke from downstairs. Grant said she hadn't planned to say anything, thinking no one would believe her. But when the builders opened up the kitchen wall during the repair work, they found evidence of previous fire damage from decades earlier. Scorch marks on the original timber behind the plasterwork. Never repaired, just buried. Gran went kind of quiet after that. She said maybe the woman hadn't caused the fire. Maybe she'd come to show her where it had happened before. You've got that idea, you've got that product, you've got that story, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is this a good decision? Do I have time to take the jump? That's my personal advice. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. so much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be so hard to take that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it was, what if no one listens? What if I make a fool of myself? And then the 8 years in, I'm now the director of a company because of podcasting and making a space. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side of the house. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team behind you. Easy to create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. But what if I did stuff, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what-ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/darkparanormal. Go to shopify.com/darkparanormal. That's shopify.com/darkparanormal. The activity stepped up after the revamp. I don't remember a clear sequence, so I'll just describe the ones that stayed with me. The first was the only time I saw something directly. I was about 19, sitting in the conservatory late on a Sunday afternoon with Gran. We were watching an old crime series she liked. The conservatory looked out on the backyard through some glass panel doors, and the shed which my Gran had seen the figure emerge from had long since been replaced with a new one. I'd been half expecting my mum home from her shift at the care home. She always came through the side passage and into the back conservatory. Our dog at the time was a big grey lurcher called Moss. Moss would bark at any footsteps outside, and he'd follow my mum from the gate to the door as an exit. I heard the passage gate scrape open, a very distinctive sound, wood on concrete, and I glanced towards the backyard, expecting to see her in my peripheral vision on the right, walking beside the conservatory towards its door. Instead, I saw what I was certain was Moss moving along a fence line, head low, tracking someone just out of breath. I got up anyway and went to the back door. My mum wasn't home. The gate was shut, and Moss was asleep, upstairs under my brother's bed. I checked twice. I went back and sat with my gran, and I didn't say a word to her or to anyone else. The second experience was shared with my mum and my brother. We were all in the kitchen. I can't remember why we were all in there at the same time. It wasn't a very big kitchen. And my mum and my brother were leaning against the counter while I was at the table. A heavy ceramic mug that had been sitting on the draining board simply launched itself. Not fell, launched, clearing the edge of the sink and landing squarely in the center of the kitchen floor without breaking. We all watched it now. No one spoke for a good 5 seconds. Aside from the obvious creepiness of the fact it launched itself, it also landed upright, and despite the fact it was heavy, towards the top end of it, it was rather thin. You could say fragile. Landing from that height should have at the very least caused a crack, but it remained immaculate. Then my brother went over and picked it up, placed it back, and my mum turned back to whatever she'd been doing. No one mentioned a thing. That's how we dealt with things in that house. Toward the end of my time living there, maybe the last 2 or 3 years before I moved out at 22, something started happening in the conservatory at night. I'd often be in the kitchen late, working or watching something on my laptop, and our second dog, a small terrier cross called Biscuit, whose demeanour, I'll add, is nowhere near as cute as her name would imply, would sometimes get up from her bed and walk to the conservatory door. She would stand there with every hair on her back raised, staring into the dark of the conservatory, growling low and continuous, never barking, just growling. And Biscuit would bark Postman, cats, foxes, her own reflection. She never growled. The first time it happened, I turned everything off and went to look through the glass into the search. Nothing, just the dark yard beyond. But the feeling of being looked at from somewhere in that dark was so strong, I physically stepped back. After that, whenever she did it, I'd pick her up and take her upstairs. Every time as I carried her, she'd crane her neck to look back over my shoulder at whatever was behind me. I would never turn around. The last set of experiences were my brother. He'd gotten into photography in his early 20s, decent enough that he sold some prints occasionally, and he had a habit of taking shots around the house, testing lenses. He showed me two that he said he'd never been able to explain. The first was taken in the backyard, my brother facing the camera with the shed behind him. In the doorway of the shed, which was stood open, there was a pale shape at roughly child height, featureless, faint, but clearly there. The proportions wrong in a way that it's hard to pin down. He didn't notice the figure until he was editing it later. The second was taken inside ground flat while she was letting him practice forwards. He'd been taking test shots towards the window that looked down into the yard. In the lower corner of the frame, not in the yard, in the room, close to the skirting, there was a tall, dark shape with two points of reflected light at the base of the house. He said he looked up from his camera screen, turned, and the corner was empty. He left ground flat and didn't go back inside again. He told me he deleted the second photo, but I don't think he did. I think he just stopped looking at it. My mom had two things she mentioned, both auditory. The first, she'd sometimes come home to an empty house and hear what she described as a low murmur of conversation coming from the conservatory, like a room full of people talking quietly with music underneath. The moment she opened the kitchen door, it would stop. The second, she'd be in the house alone, and she'd hear one of us call her name from the top of the stairs. My name, specific, clear as anything. She'd go to the foot of the stairs and there'd be no one there. She'd go to check and she'd realise no one was in the house. She only told us this after we both moved away. That's the whole picture of that house as best I can put it together. There's been a few things since I've lived elsewhere, but nothing with that same sustained feeling that's been watched and tested over the years. If you want to hear those, I'm happy to write them up. Thanks for what you do, Kev. There aren't many places you can send something like this and not feel that in doing it. Jamie. Well, Jamie, thank you so much for providing this with me, sir. And this is one of those fascinating ones for me because there are that many potential theories and jump-off points. For example, the lady in Sparrow was it, two doors down, and you're now seeing this figure, but seemingly not being afraid of it. Also, the way you even off-put mentioned to fact your nan believed she could see the dead. I'd love to know more on that. And in answer to your question about sending more stories in, we all know the answer, yes. But until next time, everyone, stay safe and take care.
Savings seekers, we hear you. Seeking energy savings, always keep your energy prices under the price cap. With Next Pledge, your energy prices are guaranteed to always stay below the price cap. Satisfy those savings cravings. Check out our full range of tailored energy solutions at eonnext.com. Last week.
Not all our episodes need to be from listeners. In fact, there is one recommended which is sometimes pictured the dark realm. Hello everyone and welcome back to another installment of Dark Realm. Now as you know by now, we've started to cast the net out when we're looking at these dark realms. No longer are we just confined to looking at places, we're looking at people, situations, experiences, and anything else that may fall under the gamut of a dark realm. Now, the realm we will be taking a peek at today is something that we often associate with many hundreds of years ago, and with trials and with burnings, etc. I'm talking about witchcraft, and it's often something that we see regard history, and I mean as in Middle Ages, etc. But not today. Today we're going to take a look at a case of witchcraft that included legal proceedings and consequences and changed the law. So before we do, a quick shout out that we are taking submissions for our next season. You can find the link in the show notes or go direct to the darkparanormal.com/slash submit my experience. And of course, within the show notes is the link to our Patreon, where we're giving a free week trial at our highest tier so you can gain access to early ad-free episodes and also to the Patreon-only show, Dark Fight, that airs every Sunday of the year. It's 30 minutes in length and we take a look at some of the show's experiences that we received. Now, of course, that trial's only 7 days, and if you don't wish to remain a member, you cancel your membership. Now, I personally wouldn't. I think what that community has built is something phenomenal. And if I wasn't already a host, I would be a member. And we have just added our own group chat section within Patreon for our Patreons to discuss amongst themselves their theories, their ideas, and also just to get to know each other, being what I believe is the safest space for paranormal conversations on the internet. So either click the link in the show notes or go direct to patreon.com/slash the dark paranormal. But right now, we're going to talk about witchcraft. So, take some time for yourself, sit down, make a cup of tea, and listen whilst we talk about witchcraft, which of course took place many hundreds of years ago, but not today, because we're only heading back to 1944 to talk about the last person to be imprisoned under the British Witchcraft Act of 1735. This dark realm is about none other than Helen Duncan. Now, I want you to hold two ideas in your mind at the same time, because this story only becomes truly unsettling when both are true. The first is human and ordinary. A country at war, families broken by telegrams, and people desperate for one last word from the dead that they would sit in the darkness to wait for. The second is cold. The state does not always need to prove the supernatural is false. Sometimes it only needs to prove that someone claims it. Today we're talking about Helen Duncan, often referred to as Britain's last witch, and linked in the public imagination to the last great witchcraft trial. But that label is slightly misleading because the thing that sent her to prison was not curses or devilry or any medieval image of witchcraft. It was an old law used against someone accused of pretending to do the impossible. So let's begin where her story begins for most people, in the cemetery. Picture it. Low light, often gray, curtains drawn, Helen Duncan seated behind, bordered upon spirit guides with comforting names, Peggy, Albert, figures meant to sound familiar, even safe. Then would come the thing that made her famous. A pale substance said to emerge from her mouth or nose. It could be a kind of veil through which the dead would appear. And this is where the facts immediately begin to slip. By the early 30s, critics and investigators, including some links to mainstream spiritual circles, were already claiming that Duncan's exoskeleton was not supernatural at all. They said it was made of ordinary materials such as cheesecloth, paper, egg whites, things that could be hidden and produced in dim, dark conditions for dramatic effect. And yet, the fascination never fully went away. Objects linked to her seances survived in archives and exhibitions. Even disputed beliefs leave traces. Even when people suspect deception, they preserve the evidence of it, almost as if their reluctance to let the facility die completely. If this were only a story about the medium and whether she was genuine or forgery, it would still be intriguing. But it becomes far more mysterious and potent when the war enters the room. In wartime Britain, secrecy was of the utmost importance. Morale mattered. Information could be treated almost like a weapon. Loose lips being shipped was the motto. Rumors were not harmless if they spread too far or too fast. And that is why the Duncan story becomes something more than a question of seance theatre. Accounts repeatedly refer to forces in World War I. During the seance, Duncan was said to reveal the sinking of HMS Barham before the loss of the official now. And that detail is crucial. Barham had been sunk by German submarine V331 on the 25th of November 1941. The ship blew up and went down within minutes, and more than 800 men killed. Now, imagine the atmosphere surrounding that event. Families may already have feared the worst. Some may even have known privately that loved ones were missing or dead, but the general public had not yet been fully told. This was wartime. Britain was carefully controlling information. Britain was at war. The management group was part of the management of Iran. And then, within that atmosphere, a medium says the name of a ship to the wider public that is not known to have been lost. Whether Duncan reacted paranormally, socially, or through leakage, the effect on the authorities is the same. This is a problem. A later account adds an earlier example from May 1941, where Duncan allegedly announced the loss of another British warship at a seance in Edinburgh, again before the news could spread sufficiently. Now, whether every detail can be verified to the same standard, the pattern is still clear. Wartime secrecy and seance revelation were overlapping in ways that the state found intolerable. This is the real trigger in the Duncan case. Not simply fraud, not simply spiritualism, but the fear that something said in the dark might outrun official truth. And by January 1944, that concern had hardened into action. Police raided a seance in Portsmouth at the Master Temple Church of Spiritual Healing. Duncan and three others were arrested. At first, the handling of the case looked fairly ordinary. They were initially charged under the Vagrancy Act, a law often used in cases involving mediums, fortune tellers. That would have kept the matter on familiar ground, a minor case of fraud. But then the case took a darker and stranger turn. Instead of remaining a routine prosecution, it was pushed towards the Witchcraft Act of 1735. an archaic law whose very name guarantees public fascination. Now, this did not mean that the authorities believed Helen Duncan was literally a witch. Quite the opposite. The logic of the act is to punish people for falsely claiming powers associated with witchcraft. Even so, the choice of that statute matters enormously, because the state could have used a more ordinary route. Instead, it decided to reach back into the past and revive a word in order to fear, superstition, ridicule, and spectacle. The case was moved to London and tried at the Old Bailey rather than dealt with locally. That alone signaled that this was no longer being treated as a minor embarrassment. It was now worthy of the attention of a central criminal court during wartime. Two details are especially important. First, the law was incredibly broad. In the appeal decision, the court held that conjuration under the Witchcraft Act did not only mean summoning evil spirits, pretending to call the spirits of the dead to defend a hero or community, could also fall within it. Second, the prosecution did not need to prove that the supernatural was impossible. That is one of the most amazing features of the whole case. The court was not there to settle whether spirits exist. It was there to decide whether Duncan and the others had conspired to pretend they did, and in doing so, delude or defraud vulnerable people. So the dead, in a straight sense, became legally irrelevant. The least in the case did not. The trial began on the 23rd of March 1944. On April 3rd, Helen Duncan was found guilty. She was sentenced to 9 months imprisonment and served that time in Holland prison. Even if you believe every sale was a fabrication, there is still something chilling about that outcome. Not because fraud was punished, but because the machinery used to punish it came clothed in the language of witchcraft, in the middle of a modern war, under a government already anxious about secrecy and control. The case rose so high that Winston Churchill himself complained about it. He wrote to Herbert Morrison calling the proceedings obscene tomfoolery, questioning why wartime courts were being burdened with a prosecution under such an ancient law. That phrase is often quoted because it captures the absurdity, but it does not remove the amusement, because even while senior politicians dismissed the case as foolish, a woman still went to prison under the shadow of a word dragged out from the 18th century. To continue, in June 44, the Court of Criminal Appeal upheld the conviction, reaffirming the broad reading of the law and supporting the trial judge's decision in not allowing any full demonstration of her supposed mediumistic powers. Again, the court did not want to enter the same. It only wanted to judge the claims made within it. After the conviction, the case became more powerful as a symbol than it had been prior. Helen Duncan came to stand at the intersection of several fears at once: grief that wanted truth, a state that wanted control, and a legal system willing to repurpose the language of the past to solve a modern problem. Her case also became one of the clearest catalysts for legal change. In 1951, Parliament repealed the Witchcraft Act and replaced it instead with the Fraudulent Medium Act. Again, a phrase which implies genuine medium existence. The law moved away from the theatrical language of witchcraft and towards the more modern language of foolery. Even here, though, precision matters, because Helen Duncan is often described as the last person tried under the Witchcraft Act. Strictly speaking, obviously, that's not quite true. She was the last person in prison in Britain. Another medium, Jane Rebecca York, was convicted later in 1934, and she was fined but not jailed. That distinction matters because this story has always been shaped by myth as much as record. Duncan became a figure who served her case as the ingredients that remained unforgettable. Proof, dark, wartime secrets, the dead speaking out of town, and the state reaching back in history for a word powerful enough to make the public stir and even laugh. And decades later, Helen Duncan's name remains. Campaigns have called for a function of pardon. Archives still preserve the physical remnants associated with their tale. Her fascination leads, half curiosity and half warning. So, what are the lessons? If you believe in the paranormal, Helen Duncan may look like a persecuted medium who reads too much. If you do not, she may look like a fraud who's braving the sense of wartime territory. But even if you strip away every spirit, every strand of ectoplasm, every flame of contact with the dead, something unsettling remains. What remains is a story about longing, about how deep grief makes people live, how easily that longing can be manipulated, and how quickly a frightened society may decide that someone speaking in the dark has become too dangerous to continue. And perhaps that's why the case still feels current, because the most haunting possibility is not that the dead spoke, it's that the living were so frightened of rumor, of belief, of what might spread beyond official control, that they reached out for an ancient law and made it speak again. Personally, I think Helen Duncan was a woman of two parts. I think she had a genuine medium capability, and I think she was also a showwoman. Do I believe in the ectoplasm? No. Do I believe she had some form of ability to contact dead sailors? Yes. For her to once, say, a ship of tanks before anyone had knowledge would be a proof. But to do it twice either means she's in with someone within the Navy giving her or feeding her this information, which seems so unlikely that they were brought to the trial for proof, or that beyond the red dim light and the ectoplasm showmanship, she was in contact with the dead as they freshly departed. Now, if you're the government or somebody who has that person in their country, you can't necessarily just swipe them off the street and claim they're talking to the dead. But what you can do is defame them. You can make them a laughing stock. You can staple disinformation this person isn't safe or even trying her under a witch trial. That's how ridiculous she is. In doing so, you make everything that comes out of her mouth think and laughing stock too. As we stated, another medium wasn't even arrested after Helen Duncan under the witch trial, but was let off the farm. Maybe she wasn't giving away pieces of information that were not yet public knowledge that scared the government, scared them to a point where they wanted her name to become associated with lies and laughter. Whatever the truth behind Helen Duncan, we will never know. But the fact the British government felt compelled to first go and act from 1700 to kind of humiliate her is golden. How good replaces that with the fraud music? Because where there's black, there's white. Where there's fraud, there's truth. So what exactly is our Lord believe? If we ask the enemy of Nobel, it gives us a So let's stay safe and take care.
Ready to launch a business? Get started with a commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startup to scale up, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup. Claim reported experiment.
If you bought a home purely to study the paranormal, what would you do when it started studying you back? How would you react if the very first night in your new home ended with violent anger from an empty closet? What would you do if your partner saw a silent, screaming woman appear in midair in your home? Could you live peacefully in a house where voices call your name in your own voice? We may not find the answers to these questions on this episode, but that sure as hell will not stop us trying on today's Dark Paranormal. Live from the world of Dark Paranormal. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Dark Paranormal episode 7. That means we're only 3 episodes away from the end of this season, and genuinely it feels like only yesterday when we began. They do say change is the scream to break, and maybe it's the changes we've implemented that have made this season feel like the fastest season to date. But anyway, today we have an experience for you from one of our former submitters, a former submitter who is dedicated to evidence. But before we jump into today's experience, a quick reminder we are receiving submissions right now for next season. You will find the link in the show notes, or you can go direct to darkparanormal.com /submit my experience. Also, within our show notes, you can find a link to our Patreon where you can gain access to a free week trial at our highest tier, and therefore gain access to early ad-free releases and our entire back catalogue of our Patreon-only show, Dark Files. Well, once a week for 30 minutes, we take a look at some of the shorter experiences that have landed in our inbox that are too short for a main show or a mini-series, or sometimes something which rivals night. In addition to that show, we've added a video and audio show at the dark where I theorize some ideas about some of the things we've heard, and also just last week we introduced a Patreon-only chat, and that chat allows our patrons to discuss those theories, episodes, and anything else in the world of the weird they feel they want to bring to attention. And again, the link's in the show notes, or go direct to patreon.com the dark paranormal. But right now, for the 7th time this season, please lower the light, make yourself comfortable, and most importantly, leave your disbelief at the door as we hear all about the haunted experiment. Hi Ken, it's Dr. Steve again. I have a few more experiences I have to share, which are a little more intense than my previous ones. These all take place at a 140-year-old house in a small town, population 71, in the Ozark Mountains in Missouri. After my first few years of paranormal investigating, I became concerned that some locations may be enhancing their haunting. I also wanted to spend just a few days at the location where I hadn't given myself sufficient time to properly learn the house, its history, or the neighborhood. With that in mind, I began searching for a haunted location to buy that could serve as my paranormal lab of sorts. After a couple of years of online searching, I came across a haunted bed and breakfast for sale in a town I'd never heard of, about 550 miles from our home in Alabama, roughly a 9 to 10 hour drive. My wife, Judy, graciously agreed to visit the location for at least an overnight stay so we could see if it might be what I was looking for. I contacted the owners and made our reservation in mid-November 2018. As we drove to Missouri, we spent a lot of time talking about how ridiculous it would be to buy a supposedly haunted house from people we didn't know in a town we'd never heard of. Even if we built it, would making the 9 to 10 hour drive on a regular basis be sustainable? What if the house wasn't even haunted? Or if the activity died down after we purchased it? What would our family and friends think considering we're Christians living in the Bible Belt, in brackets, the southeast and south central part of the US, close brackets, where the paranormal is often equated with demons or mental issues? Once we reached our destination and pulled into the gravel driveway, we were both blown away. The home was a beautiful two-story queen and style house, tourism only, just setting out in the middle of nowhere. There were two massive barren oak trees in the front yard, which added significantly to the haunted vibe. Well, we instantly fell in love with the house, but at the same time, we realized that we were probably a little giddy from the drive and full of that nervous energy that wells up when you're doing something you know isn't rational. We felt sure after spending a night there and getting some rest, reality would set in and we would see things far more clearly the next day. We were greeted at the front door by the owner. They were a gracious, middle-aged couple who ran the B&B, although they themselves lived in a house about 10 miles away. After we got settled in, they gave us a tour of the house and land, and then shared some of their own personal experiences of hauntings in the house. They bought the home 3 years earlier, when it was already a fairly well-known, at least locally, haunted bed and breakfast. While they said they really loved the place, they were starting to have some health issues, and they felt the house was becoming too large for them to manage. The stories they shared sounded too good to be true. We assumed that they were embellishing some, since there aren't a lot of people interested in buying a 140-year home in a town of 71 people. They also informed us that they would be leaving essentially all of the furniture, including several antiques. Once they decided to head home, Julie and I explored the house in more detail, admiring the craftsmanship of the home and looking for potential problem areas that may not have been mentioned by the owner. After that, I investigated alone for a few hours, while Julie retired to the upstairs master bedroom. My investigation was fruitless, and neither Judy nor I felt anything dark or ominous that night. We both thought we may have heard footsteps in the hall at separate times, and once Judy thought she heard a metal wheel, like an old hospital gurney, squeaking down the upstairs hall. Now, while those sounds were interesting, they may have simply been the house settling or our imagination getting the best of us. Definitely nothing to prove the house was truly haunted. The next morning, we briefly discussed again with the owners. Then we said our goodbyes and headed back to Alabama. As we set off, we both still have that inexplicable feeling that we've been drawn to this house despite there being no sane reason why. There's been no significant paranormal activity. We have no connection to the area, no family nor friends there, and it would be both inconvenient and expensive to maintain and repair the house and land. Nevertheless, we decided before we got back to Alabama that we would in fact make an offer. We agreed that if after a year the haunting was just a hoax, or if the travel and expense was too much, we'd sell the place and try to be a little wiser going forward. I need to say a little about the house and its history before proceeding. The property was first settled in 1859 by a Reverend Raccoon and his wife Emily. Both Emily, aged 40, and one of their sons, aged 5, died on the property and are buried in the backyard, along with a few unknown individuals, all before 1880. Three doctors had lived there, and they saw patients on the property, in brackets, two in the current house and one in the original house, close brackets. Two of the doctors were also the county coroners, and they had performed autopsies in that building. Four owners have died in the current home, three in the master bedroom, and one just inside the entryway. In 1885, the current home was built of concrete made from limestone harvested on the land. The walls are approximately 14 inches thick and have held up well over time. The house is 2 stories and about 2,000 square feet in size. There are wet weather springs that run under the house. The Ozark aquifer lies beneath it as well. The property has changed hands many times. We would be the 26th owner. The house was abandoned for a short time and then purchased again in 2013 by a couple who opened it as a historic bed and breakfast. After a few months, they changed it to a haunted bed and breakfast because guests were leaving in the middle of the night due to strange activity occurring. They sold the house 2 years after buying it because the wife allegedly saw the husband's doppelganger and she refused to ever step foot in that house again after that incident. But back to our story. Unsurprisingly, our offer was accepted, and by mid-December 2018, that house was ours. Given the busyness of the holidays and work, we didn't go back to the house until after Christmas, but we were so excited on the drive up to Missouri, and it seemed both surreal and foolish that we'd actually bought the place. As we got maybe an hour away from the house, we both began to feel a little more anxious than we had from our initial trip. We attributed that to the thought of spending our first night as owners in this old house out in the middle of nowhere, and possibly to second guessing our decision to some degree. Just before midnight, we pulled into the driveway and immediately noticed it didn't feel quite as warm and inviting as it had before. Probably just nerves and fatigue from the drive, we both thought. Once we unpacked and got settled in, I was exhausted and ready for bed. Judy was equally tired, but much more alert as the vibe we were getting put her into a hypervigilant state. We stayed in the master bedroom, again where three owners have died in the past. The bed was positioned in the back corner of the room, facing a door to a pass-through closet. The kind of closet that joined two bedrooms, sort of like a Jack and Jill layout with a bathroom. This door was original to the house. It had a jagged opening at about head height. The latch was missing in the door jamb, so that while the door would remain closed, distract themselves and relax. For me, fatigue won out over my apprehension, and I For me, fatigue won out over my apprehension, and I fell asleep rather quickly. Julie figured she'd be looking to slept at all. I'd been asleep a few minutes when I awoke to the sound of five loud bangs, which seemed to have come from the closet door, which Julie immediately verified. I grabbed my 357 revolver and headed slowly to the closet, expecting to see an intruder. Given the violence of the banging, I didn't even think about the paranormal. When I saw the closet was empty, I searched the entire upstairs and found nothing. I went downstairs and saw the front door, which was the only working door at the time, was still deadbolt locked, and our security system was still on. I ran back upstairs to Julie, worried that I'd left my wife alone in a room that was apparently angry. Trying to be rational, I checked the closet again to see if I'd missed anything, but it was still completely empty. I told Judy that maybe something fell in the attic, and I'd go up in the morning to check it out. Judy, who thankfully had been awake during all of this, was certain that the noise came from the closet in front of it and not from overhead. Well, I was at a loss for answers. I couldn't help but think that the irony of having never been scared anywhere investigating the paranormal, only to get scared of a haunted shaking on my very first night in my new paranormal lab. After a few more hours, fatigue managed to get the best of me and I fell asleep again. But again, this was to be short-lived. Just after 4 a.m., I was awakened by a male voice loudly exhaling into my right ear, while simultaneously having my pillow pushed 3 to 4 inches forward. I sat up straight in bed, looking all around, but I saw nothing. Judy was thankfully asleep, and she only stirred a little when I bolted up. After this second event, fear overrode fatigue. Sleep was no longer an option, and I spent the next few hours wondering when the next welcoming act from spirits would occur, and exactly what it would be. I even had some second guesses about what I was getting into with this house. The remainder of that trip was uneventful, and we were soon heading back to Alabama, trying to process everything that had occurred. Since the house had given me the worst fright of my adult life, I decided to return to it alone for a weekend 2 weeks later to face my fears. For 2 nights, I stayed in that master bedroom as before, one leaving the lamp on, and one staying in pitch dark. Nothing occurred either night. The house couldn't have been more peaceful nor comfortable, and so began the roller coaster of emotions associated with living in a haunted house. It can be both warm and inviting, and terrifying in color in the span of a mere few hours, similar to your first head. In the 8 years we've owned the home, over 90% of the time it's calm and normal, but that other 10% can be quite intense. A few months after we bought it, we were at the house for a full week, mostly cleaning, making minor repairs, etc. One afternoon, whilst I was excavating the backyard, Judy brought me some water. She said she thought she saw someone in a mirror by the door as she was come and get it. But she figured it was just like chatting through a window playing tricks on her. I agreed, and I asked her for another bottle. When she went back into the house, everything felt fine until she entered the dining room between the entryway and the kitchen. The atmosphere felt heavy and uncomfortable. About midway into the dining room, she said an oval opened up at about head height, and an old woman appeared in it from the shoulders up, with her hands raised by the side of her head. It looked like the lady was screaming, but there was no sound. The lady was monochromatic, black and white, but crystal clear, and after a few seconds, the oval closed and the lady was gone. Judy ran back outside and told me about what she'd just seen. I ran in and set up some equipment and I began investigating. But of course, I called nothing. This message the lady had was apparently for Judy and Judy alone. The next day, I was in the back of the house, in an old sleeping porch, and Judy was in the kitchen, which is adjacent to the porch. I heard a loud bang and Judy cried out. When she got to the refrigerator door, a large iced tea decanter had fell, which seemed to be on top of the refrigerator since before the house. It had fallen and hit her on the shoulder. Ordinarily, I would think that since floors in old houses are uneven, the decanter must have swayed over to the front over time and fell naturally. However, I was close to suspect, and in over 7 years since, it's never wobbled out of position. Not even when I stomped on the floor near the refrigerator. Shortly after this event, the medium told us that a matriarch spirit doesn't like a new matriarch in the house. Perhaps the spirit pushed that decanter onto Judy, more to assert dominance than to actually hurt her. If that's the case, I think Judy has made peace with her, as no other possible physical attacks have occurred since then. On one trip, we'd arrived after midnight and we were unloading our car as usual. I was in the house dropping off my first load whilst Julie was at the back of the SUV gathering her things. As I came out of the house, I saw her jump back and scream. When I asked what had happened, she said that she saw a man dressed in all black rush from the front of our car towards her, only to disappear when she jumped back. He was dressed in all black, and each article of clothing, pants, shirt, vest, tie, coat, were all distinct. His face was black too, with features, like a stocking was over it. Since then, others have seen this figure too, between the woodshed and the house, and in the backyard family cemetery. We've both heard our names called out frequently, sometimes in our own voices, sometimes in unfamiliar ones. We will hear conversations upstairs or the sound of furniture moving. Yet when inspected, no one is there and nothing's out of place. Shadow figures are seen walking the upstairs hallway and going from the parlor downstairs into the old doctor's office. We've seen a solid black ghost cat too, and heard the sound of a ghost dog on a variety of different occasions in a variety of rooms. One of the previous owners did animal rescues while he lived here, so hopefully any ghost pets have good memories of their time in this house. Personally, I've seen 6 different apparitions, two in full color, the rest monochromatic. One is a little boy who I've seen multiple times. He always seems to be watching me, trying to figure out why I'm in his home, and I always see him while I'm not actively investigating. We don't know for certain who any of these spirits are. But one owner did witness a 6-year-old son one year after moving away. while Judy prefers to sleep in our ghost-free room downstairs,
Mhm.
which was added to the exterior around 2000, I prefer to sleep upstairs, primarily in the master bedroom. This is the most active room in the house, but still most nights are uneventful. Some of my personal experiences in there include seeing a full-body apparition of an older lady in Victorian clothing standing by a dresser, having someone sit on my bed for 10 plus seconds whilst I was in it, even feeling their butt against my thigh and feeling the mattress dent in it, seeing the African American boy holding a drum and smiling at me while I lay in bed, and experiencing my only case of sleep paralysis in my entire life. I was on my back with my hands behind my head when I became aware I couldn't raise my right elbow, which was the one closest to the wall. The other elbow moved just fine. As I stared to my right, I saw a black tornado with the wide part closest to me, slowly spinning clockwise and extending out of the wall closer and closer to me. I stared at it for a moment and said, "I'm not scared." I definitely was though. "You can't have me. I'm a child of God." It stopped spinning for a moment. Then it reversed its direction and then turned into the wall. Now, as a doctor, I'm well aware of the medical community's explanation for sleep paralysis, but in my professional opinion, doesn't always adequately explain it away. It's reasonable to consider that some cases of sleep paralysis may be purely physiological, while others may have an otherworldly component to it, one that we don't fully understand. The last story I'll mention occurred one night after Judy had retired to her space room. I told her I was going upstairs to investigate and sleep, and we said our good night. As I got to the stairs, I got an overwhelming feeling I shouldn't go up. I was both embarrassed and caught off guard. I thought, this is ridiculous. There's nothing dangerous up there. This is my house. Nevertheless, I decided to stay downstairs for another 15 minutes, assuming the feeling would pass. When I went back to the stairs, the feeling returned. I thought, this is crazy, and I placed my foot on the first step, only to have the feeling intensify. Once again, I took my tail between my legs, and I stayed downstairs for a further 15 minutes. As I returned to the stairs for a third time, so did the feeling. So I forced myself to move onto the first step, but the feeling became worse and was accompanied this time by intense nausea. At this point, I decided my body or subconscious used something that my brain didn't. So I joined Julie in our ghost-free room for the night. But I always wonder what would have happened had I been inside. The rational doctor and the reluctant believer were in strong disagreement that night about the right course of action. In hindsight, I think I chose wisely. Judy and I have both noticed at this house and at other sites we've investigated, there's often a palpable change in the environment before activity. Our bodies seem to be tested before our brains do. My body, or perhaps some guide, for lack of a better word, may have been trying to protect me from something I was not prepared to experience. I guess I'll never know. After 8 years of experimenting in the paranormal lab, I'll have to say my list of questions is growing at a much faster rate than my list of answers. I will email a few pictures of the house and some of the rooms to include to you if you'd like. As always, thank you so much for all the work you do. The quality and quantity of your work is amazing. Sincerely, Dr. Steve. And Dr. Steve has included some information that I don't think I can share Steve, if you're listening now, Dr. Steve, sorry, please send them what for to contact us at darkparanormal.com. Failing that, the old address, the darkparanormal@hotmail.com, is still available. So please try both of those. And once I receive them, I'll let you know. But if you don't have back from me after sending them, say, 7 days later, reach out to see if I have. Now, when it comes down to me breaking down this episode, breaking down Dr. Steve's experiences, there's no room for validating. Believe me, we spoke to Dr. Steve before. This man is 100% legit. He's actually, and I don't mean to blow smoke, Dr. Steve, but you're a hero of mine. Somebody who went from skeptic to believer, or should I say, was kind of forced to go from skepticism to belief, and then falls at all his clips to invest, to carry out investigations in. Now, if there's not a point in that, I don't know what there is. Your point of view and how you explain things, excellent. It makes me think further than you explain. But I will say this episode will leave you with a terrifying image. And that's the image seen by Judy of an oval appearing in midair and an elderly lady holding her hands to her ears and screaming a silent scream. I can visualize it now, and I really don't want to, but I do want to thank you, Dr. Steve, for your amazing experience you've sent through. Now, don't forget, if you have your own true paranormal experience that you would like to be heard on the Dark Paranormal, we are still receiving submissions for money. Please do. Now, yes, we have all of those slots filled, but we are a fluid show, and should the right experience arise, it will go in. Exactly. The link, of course, is in the show notes. It'll go directly to darkparanormal.com/submit my experience. And, of course, you can find the link each one in the show notes too. But until next time, remember, when you're discussing always try to leave some of your disbelief at the door. And I'll see you next time, right here on the Dark Paranormal.
Starting a health journey can feel overwhelming, but MedExpress offers a simple and supportive way to explore weight management treatments from home. Begin with our short online consultation, reviewed by our UK registered clinicians to see if you're eligible for options to help you manage your weight with confidence. There's no pressure and no in-person appointments, everything happens online at your pace. If eligible, treatment is delivered discreetly to your door, and you'll have access to ongoing personalised support from our clinical team throughout. MedExpress has helped more than 1.5 million UK customers since 2013, providing clinically backed care designed to help you feel more confident in your health choices. When you're ready to take that first step, visit medexpress.co.uk/podcast to learn more. Playing Dark Wednesdays, a simple home after hours.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to the dark. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another pre-Friday teaser of the paranormal in the shape of a dark mini-show. Now Friday's episode will be our 7th episode this season, meaning after Friday we only have 3 episodes left of this very season. And as always, now is the perfect time for you to send in your experiences. And as we put this in one of our Patreons this week, somebody put on the end of the email, Maybe you could use this for your next season, but we use this on Sunday golf because at the right experience, as ever, lands in our inbox. We use it when we feel you guys would want to hear it. And personally, I cannot hold a secret if I think it's amazing when people want to know. However, do send in your true personal paranormal experiences to the link in the show notes or go directly to contact at thedarkparanormal.com and we will find a space for whatever you send in, be it on a main show, on a dark weekend, or even a dark fight for our Patreon. And speaking of Patreons, this show would not exist without them, so I thank each and every one of them as much as humanly possible. Look, if you would like to become one of our local Patreon community, simply head to the link in the show notes. We're giving away a free month trial at our highest tier, which means you'll get early ad-free content from the main feed, as well as the Patreon-only podcast Dark Factor, which is our featured episode review without saying, even on the downtime between seasons, and our new video and audio show, After Dark, where I take much more informal look at some of the ideas that surfaced last week that week. And we also use particularly our dark community, which is in group chat. That's our patrons to join in, talk about the show, talk to each other. We really can't wait to welcome you. So again, patreon.com/the dark paranormal. In fact, today's experience is one of three that was sent to us by one of our patrons, Samantha. We played the first two on Dark Fight this week, and this is the third. So please relax and listen to it. A simple moral after hours. Hi Kevin, as promised, I have some more stories for you. These ones have all occurred at my places of work. They're not only my stories, but also some of my co-workers' stories too. I have changed the names of everyone who shared their stories with me. Buckle up. This is a long one. I work at a mall. Now the mall used to be an indoor mall. Two of my jobs were weird things happened, but during the time that the mall has been closed. The mall has since been torn down and turned into a plaza. So one of my first jobs, when the mall was indoors, was at a novelty and gift shop. We carried an odd assortment of items, from clothing to ceramics, blankets, and at the back of the store, adult entertainment items. You know, toys in that particular shape, naughty underwear and gag toys that lean towards the mildly obscene. We also had gag toys that were emotional for us, similar to hula hooping sandals and the like, with the dirty mind. These items would only go off when someone walked past them. Remember, they were motion activated. They were all kept on the top shelf in the far back corner of the store. The door to our back room slash office was on the opposite side of the store. Several times I'd come into work first thing in the morning, got to the office door, and suddenly all the motion activated toys would go off, one by one, as if someone was walking past them and coming towards me. I have never felt so threatened. I always felt like something got a real kick out of our store. Another time I was sweeping the front of the store, and suddenly the glass plate to an oil burner blew past me and crashed into the opposite corner that I'd just finished sweeping. This glass plate had actually came from our backside of a round shelving unit, so there was no way that I could have accidentally hit the plate. Not to mention that there's absolutely no way I could have hit it in such a way to cause it to go flying across the room. And I was nowhere near that shelving unit at the time. No customers were in store. My co-worker was working on something at the checkout desk, so she had her back to me at the time. It was all very strange indeed. 2 years later, I left that store to work at the store that was across the hall. had quite an assortment of gifts. Our store was like a series of stores within the store. Every section of that store was run by an independent retailer, and we then sold their items for them. They only would come in to restock their section. So one of these sections was rented by a carpenter, someone who built shelves, coat racks, bedside tables, and hutches, as well as other little items. So one morning, I came in and I was walking to the back of the store to get to the back room, so I could put my coat and bag away and turn the light on. As I walked past the carpenter's section, I noticed that one of the hutches was shaking very noticeably from side to side. I stopped and said, "Don't break it, or the seller will be very unhappy." That hutch stopped shaking immediately. Other odd things would happen to other co-workers as well. My manager came in one morning to find a row of teddy bears all lined up in front of the staff room door, right at the back. When I came in, she said, "Very funny," thinking me and my co-worker had sent them up as a friend the night before. We hadn't. Sadly, the store closed down, and I moved to a shoe store in a different part of the same mall. I was there 7 years and never had a single experience. When the mall was torn down, I started to work at one of the external shops that were built outside and were never attached to the old mall. I still work there today. This store is a large craft store that has a mezzanine in the back room where the people are stored fixtures, like shelving and things like that. This store is crazy active. I think it may be the same whatever that was in the old mall, as this store was built on the same side as the other two stores where I'd worked and had odd events attend, just outside the original mall. The following stories are just a handful of incidences that have occurred within the last 2 years alone. I've been at this location for 9. The first one that happened was 2 years ago, around March or April. There were two of us in at the time. As it was early morning before the store closed, it was myself and one of the managers. I myself was stocking shelves. The manager was counting floats of counters and getting the general store work going. I'd gone into the break room for a drink. Now the break room is directly below the mezzanine. No one who works here likes the mess. It has a charm feeling to it. Anyway, I was getting a drink of water when I heard what sounded like the metal shelving being banged around and shifted. Assuming it was the manager pulling out shelving for an end cap or something, I entered the break room to see if they need help. And he comes walking into the back room from the floor. I asked if he'd just been upstairs and was there. He said he hadn't. He was spooked when I told him what I'd heard. I went upstairs to check, but nothing on that mezzanine was out of place. The next story I have here happened around May, not long after the previous story. There were 5 of us in the back room at the time. It was truck day, so we were unloading stuff off the truck and putting everything onto U-boats to be taken out to the floor. There was an intense thunderstorm occurring at the same time. I was grabbing a box off the belt when I heard the back room door swing open and close. Our back room doors were heavy, swinging doors. Those can't be blown open by a light breeze. Plus, there was no wind coming in as the truck pretty much filled our cargo there. The manager thought one of the other workers had gone out to the floor, but I told him no. That co-worker was around the corner emptying boxes of certain products. So we asked her if she saw anything. She said she saw the door swing open and close again. So I go just outside of the doors and look down the aisle towards the front of the store. We have heavy calls my coworker out to take a look. We looked at each other, and she said, "He's pretty active this morning." I walked down to make sure there was no wind or anything that could have causing this one heavy plant hanger to sway. There was no breeze, and I actually caught video of that hanger moving. My coworker, I'll call her Lorraine, had her most recent experience actually begin at her own home. Lorraine said she could hear the sound of the wind rustling outside, but when she looked, there was no wind. Nothing. No wind, no rustling trees, but still the sound of wind. She came to work and can feel something around. So she was working in one aisle, and suddenly she hears a loud clanging sound in the very next aisle. She went round to take a check, and she found knitting needles on the floor. Now these knitting needles are kept in oats; they can't randomly fall out. Later that same day, one of my other co-workers, we'll call her Sherry, was sitting at the framing desk when a shopping cart rolled backwards and turned so that it was facing her. Sherry had her head down and at first thought it was a customer. She heard the distinctive grinding sound the cart made when one falls. Our cars can be quite troublesome to pull out, and you need to use a bit of force to separate the cars from each other. So it's not like one can just randomly roll backwards and then turn around. The rain, with its her friend who followed her to work, must have gotten bored and began looking for entertainment. Another time, Lorraine was standing with other co-workers just outside our receiving desk, the ones that opened by themselves in the previous story, when all of a sudden she said they all felt it get really cold. Here there are three other witnesses, but they no longer work at the store, and something passed through Lorraine with enough force that it pushed her over. Luckily, she was able to grab onto shelving, which kept her from falling to the ground. Last May, I was doing downstocking in the back room. I was standing by our industrial shelving where we keep our larger overstocked canvases. This shelving unit is directly across from the stairs that lead to the next. I was fighting to get the canvas unstuck from the rest of the canvases when all of a sudden I feel a strong gust of wind barrel down the stairs, through me, almost knocking me over, and out into the store. It was a cold wind, there were no doors open, and it wasn't a windy day. As I previously mentioned, no one likes going up to the mezzanine. Noises have been heard up there, shuffling sounds like the shuffling of feet, banging noises like shelving being moved around. I was up in the mess with our current replenishment manager, Carl, helping her clean it up and get all the hardware back to the right place. This gets done every year. The mess is very hot all the time. It's like all the heat in the store decides to hide up in the mess. So you can imagine my surprise when I'm standing there talking to Carly, complaining about the heat up there, and suddenly it got very cold around me, as though I was standing directly below a large fan, which I wasn't. It lasted only a few seconds and then was gone. But I like to think that I was being bugged by our friendly neighborhood ghost. One of our former replenishment managers, I'll call her Alice, was going every morning at 5 a.m. That's when we do our dance stuffing for the day. And she would often hear feet shuffling in the next style over from her. She'd go and check to see where her co-worker was, because of course there's at least two of us doing the dance stuffing in the morning. But they were always in a completely different part of the store from where she was We'd all just come in only to see a loud bang. But again, when we go to the aisle to look for the bang, to see where it came from, we look forward. There's nothing on the floor, nothing at the place. Finally, something very peculiar happened this very morning at work. And that still, the replenishment manager, Charlie, was also a witness. Charlie and I had just finished doing the customer app for the morning, what we were filled out of into people at the end of the store. So we're just standing there talking, and I could hear shuffling and music down by the room to the office. I thought nothing of it, but I assumed that one of the other managers had come in early. But then we both heard rustling sounds coming from the floor. It sounded like someone was picking up the plastic stems and putting them back into the plastic trays, the ones we used to hold the stems in that fire. That's when Charlie said to me, no one's supposed to be with me. This was 6:45 a.m. So I called out, and listen, around. So we both take a stroll through aisle 24, where the floor was stained. Nothing. No manager lurking, no stems and display. I begin lifting stems out and putting them into their throat to see if I could recreate the sound. And when I got to the plastic stems and did that, we both agreed that was the very sound we heard, which is what I thought I heard in the first place. It was very strange indeed. It didn't feel negative though, more mischievous than anything. I looked at Carly and said, well, someone's active this morning. It went quiet again, soon after. Most of what we hear are the sound of shuffling feet, or products being moved. I personally have never felt that this is anything negative, but definitely a bit mischievous. Again, you can use my name. People think I'm a bit eccentric anyway, but I've changed my co-worker's name in case they do wish to maintain their privacy. I hope our haunted little store has kept you entertained. It certainly keeps us entertained. If you decide to use it for your next meeting, please let me know, and I'm sure my co-workers will look to do that too. Keep up the great work. Lucius from Canada, Samantha, and she does give us their name with their decency. I'm not just today. Obviously, because there are, well, some people who aren't so normal out there. So, P.S. If you're interested in seeing the video I saw of the plant hanging, swinging on sale, please let me know. Well, thank you. I think everyone listening right now knows what my reply is, which is please send that video as soon as you can to contact afterdarkparanormal.com. I would love to see that video, and ironically, or should I say serendipitously, only yesterday on Dark Fight I was talking about how I went to start gather more paranormal evidence after losing some during these years. So I would adore if you could come through. And also, thank you for your submission. The one overriding thing about your submission is just screaming validity in almost every occurrence comes with a witness. But I do wonder if something mentioned in the way when you say their experience at home, you also say the other people who can witness them who can thrive in the range for one with you. And I do wonder from only this small segment, but literally just a guess, what are Lorraine's main players because I, like I'm sure many other people, have worked in places that are allegedly haunted. We may have encountered strange situations, but I've never came home and experienced something strange and believed it was a thing that followed me to work. And maybe, and I'm pushing for the later, something following the rain. But that's just a hypothesis. Thank you for this week's mini-show, Samantha, and to everyone. Thank you so much for joining me on this show. Please remember, the content the Patreon to support the show, leave the next reviews to help them. to all the brilliant things that actually really make the show great. And thank you so much for joining us. And so until Friday, please all of you stay safe and take care.
Saying whatever.
How would you react if a nursery toy started playing by itself when the switch was set to off? Maybe putting the battery? Okay. But at what point does paranoid stop feeling like anxiety and start feeling like a warning? Why is it often corridors or hallways that feel wrong, even when nothing is visibly there? If something follows you from one house to another, is it external or internal? Can grief blur the lines between mental health struggles and something genuinely unexplained? And what happens when the one person who doesn't believe your experience is the only other adult in the room? We can't guarantee answers to any of those questions today, but that won't stop us looking on today's episode of the Dark Paranormal. Live from the Dark Paranormal. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second half of the season already. I sincerely cannot believe we're already in that latter half of the season. And don't forget, this is the point in our season where we begin accepting submissions for next season's show. And to submit your true paranormal experience, just simply go to the show notes and click on Submit My Experience. Or you can go to thedarkparanormal.com and click Submit My Experience there. We've already received quite a few, but as we always say, this show is anonymous, so it doesn't.
Someone was detected at your front door.
We see several great stories this season. We will choose the right one for you to listen to. And every experience we receive, we aim to use, be it on the membership, newsletters, or for our Patreon provider. So don't believe your entry will go in vain. So once again, that link to submit your experience is directly in the show notes. Also within the show notes, you'll find a link to our Patreon. We're offering a free week trial at our highest tier on Patreon, which means you will gain full access to early ad-free releases and the entire back catalogue of the weekly Patreon-only show Dark Files, which is now close to 190 hours of Patreon-only content. Plus, the new show that we're doing for our patrons at that tier, After Dark, which is where I give an unedited opinion on the experiences that we've had that week. Once again, that link's in the show notes, so go direct to patreon.com/the Dark Paranormal. Now, it is with a very sensitive beat that I step foot into the second half of this season, and we begin on today's half with a trigger warning. Yes, it's going to actually happen on our episode, but that's when it comes to the paranormal. When it comes to real life events, when it comes to real life events with harrowing outcomes, we do have to have some form of trigger warning for anyone who knows. So to give you advance warning, the following episodes will contain conversations around the death of people who died far before their time. There is also mention of people suffering from really severe mental health issues, and we full transparency, I would say now one of those things without full descriptions or details. And that's because of our submitter and how they frame those parts of their experience. However, if those factors will affect you, I would suggest skipping the step. Right now, it's time, as always, to live the life, make yourself comfortable, and join me as we hear all about what are you. Hi, Ted. I've been listening to your podcast for around 6 months now. It's one of the only ones I found where the storytelling, tone, and pace are perfect for the season, but also perfect for the youth. That being said, I've been pondering on some experience for a while, but I haven't had the time nor energy to do so. My name is I, and I find you right. I'm also a guy. As I'm writing this now, I'm 23, but my experience took place when I was talking about between 17 and 19. I was pretty young, struggling in the teen adult. It's also probably worth mention that I have not been what most people would call mentally sound for quite a long time. I'm diagnosed with BPD, borderline personality disorder, for those who don't know, which does on occasion cause me to experience psychosis and hallucinations, among other things. However, what I experienced wasn't anything I've dealt with before my psychosis, and it was way too aggressive and consuming for the sake of privacy. I've changed my son and my ex-girlfriend's name. Now, with that out of the way, this is my experience. As I said, I was about 17 at the start of all this, and I was a relatively new dad. Therefore, I recently moved into a house in the south of England with my girlfriend at the time, Alice, where we were raising our 5-year-old son, who I call Kai. It was pleasant enough, but relatively an older house, probably built in the 1930s, which isn't really considered very old in England, but maybe it was. We were excited about having independence, as you would be at that age. And of course, we got to make it our own. Even from this point, right from the start, there had been a few odd things happen every so often. I often find myself hesitating before going over certain rules, even when everything seems normal. My mind would be racing with what if, and I tried to talk myself down, telling myself I was just being paranoid. One of the other specific events happened whilst I was in the kitchen making breakfast with Alex. Carly was sat in a high chair at the table, and out of nowhere, the bin started opening its lid on its own. Other things that happened were my belongings just moving to different places, places I knew I didn't place the items, and occasionally hearing footsteps and movements at night. Nothing major scary, although it did freak me out, and I did quite strongly believe these paranormal. On reflection, yes, these could have been people happening like the latch on the bin was failing, or out moving stuff around. So I woke up at night and just lied at it, trying to convince myself I was imagining, but with what came after, this feels to me like it was my power winning. I'd like to mention I'm suddenly a religious guy, really didn't believe in anything but facts, so she just shrugged it off and dismissed my concern. This dynamic made everything so much more difficult. Anyway, the small strange thing kept happening for a while, but whatever this was, it never directly bothered me. That was until things started happening to Carl. About 2 weeks into living with him, he was a happy, very bubbly kid, but whatever happened almost seemed to drain all the joy right out of him. It began when my girlfriend had put him to bed. He had a nursery down a small hallway from our bedroom, as this was the only room that would fit all of his things. It was a very normal night, and we'd gone downstairs to clean up from dinner, while he was asleep upstairs. Eventually, me and Alex locked up and went to go and relax in bed ourselves. I'd say it wasn't even an hour later when Kai woke up again, which is normal for a baby at his age. Of course, I did the usual of calming him and putting him back in his cot bed. As soon as I put him down and went back to my own bed, he started crying again, but like screaming crying. One of those cries you know distinctly as a parent. He was a pretty easygoing and unbothered baby, but he was not that. I tried and tried for at least 20 minutes, probably much longer, before I ended up taking him from the nursery and placing him in a bassinet in our bedroom instead, where he happily went about his sleep routine as he normally would. This was only the start of the weird happening. For some odd reason, he just didn't like that nursery all of a sudden. Even if either me or his mum were by his side, or we literally cradled him to sleep, he just wouldn't. Yet anywhere else in the house was fine. For a week or so, we just ended up having him in our room to sleep, but the bassinet wasn't really safe or big enough for a baby of his age. So we eventually decided to try and put him back into the nursery. And he did settle into his bed first, with a little bit of resistance, until this terrifying incident happened the next night. We'd gone about our nightly routine as usual, and he went to sleep in his bedroom. At the time, literally anything could wake me up. As anyone with kids will know, your senses go absolutely wild. But I woke up because I heard something over the baby monitor that was on my bedside table. It was the sound of the electronic baby mobile that was above the cot. It played a little lullaby when you turned it on, and I always found it to be a little noisy because I had listened to it on repeat. So there was absolutely no doubt what it was. But what made it especially weird, other than it was just starting, was that you physically had to flip a switch on the top to make it work. There was no way he could do that on his own at that age. When I turned over to check if Alex had gone to sleep or something, she was fast asleep, so there was no way she had gone to do it for me. Begrudgingly, I decided to investigate what was happening, which meant doing the walk down the hall to his nursery. Now, I wasn't a big fan of that dark hallway at night as it was. I'll be perfectly honest, it terrified me the most. I didn't tell anyone I got a strange vibe from that hallway and that room at first, because I thought they'd think I was crazy, except Alex, who just shrugged and went back to bed. I opened that door preparing for the worst, but I didn't see or hear anything or anything. only the sound of the mobile. I leant down to pick him up because he was awake. And when I looked at him, he had tears on his face as if he'd been crying. The thing is, babies usually make a noise when they cry, so I was baffled as to why he was just crying without any sound. That's something I know I'd have heard on the monitor. After I picked him up to take him to my room, because I was honestly shook up at that moment, I went to turn the mobile off. It was already off. I did a double check to make sure I wasn't being stupid in my half asleep, half awake state. It was definitely off. It hit me then. I couldn't really think of an explanation as to how it could be playing music if the switch was set to off, except for an electrical box. But it was fine before and fine now. That was the quickest I'd left a room in my entire life. You've got that idea, you've got that product, you've got that phone, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is it efficient? Do I have time? Okay, but that's my personal advice. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be so hard to get that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it was what if no one listened? What if I was a fool of myself? And nearly 8 years in, I'm now the director of the company because of podcasting and of making a leap of faith. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side of the house. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team behind you. Even create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. But what if I get stuck, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/start paranormal. Go to shopify.com/start paranormal. That's shopify.com/start paranormal. The next day, when I told Alex, because obviously I was worried, she listened and nodded or whatever, but I could tell she didn't really believe it. I did, however, convince her that I didn't want him living in that room.
Someone was detected at your front door.
And so I ended up just moving his entire cot into our bedroom for him, which wasn't ideal with how small our room was. Nothing like that happened again, but sometimes I was waited for things being on the floor, knocked off from the dresser, things laying next to the bed, or worse, the door being opened just a bit when I knew I'd placed it in the bed. Sadly, a month later, Alex and I split up because of ongoing tension and arguments around me being too unstable and paranoid, and unfortunately, she took her own life shortly after. This left me with our then 6 month baby by myself. I moved back in with my parents for time, so I had some support, but also because that environment was becoming way too much for me, especially with Alex taking her own life in our bedroom. The whole time I was living with them, things still happened. Some things that didn't happen in the house before. Bear in mind it was my childhood home. I would constantly hear strange sounds. I'd be convinced someone was talking to me. This, however, I'll be honest, could have been a hallucination. I can't be sure. What definitely wasn't was when my dad mentioned at breakfast about the few times where my former colleague had gone upstairs and began pacing and growling while sitting under my closed door with his also didn't know about any of this stuff. He talked about it genuinely, just thinking the dog was being strange. But all this stuff did start to bother me, and it made me increasingly paranoid, and my mental health worsened. It felt like I couldn't tell what was real and what was not. I was constantly doubting Kai's safety, all while struggling to cope with the sudden loss of my girlfriend. It went on, the same stuff every day, and yeah, I did start to get used to it. The main thing with Kai was when he got older, he would play with toys in the living room, along with my mom and me, and he would sometimes just stop and stare at one corner of the room for a bit. He wouldn't take a stand, just looked sleepily serious, and then I'd get this horrible feeling like something was really wrong, but I wasn't sure what. Watching him like that made me feel both protected and powerless at the same time. I've always wanted to understand what he was feeling, but I felt completely in the dark, and it was a constant worry eating at me. I believed firmly that he could see or sense something that I couldn't. My suspicions continued to seem less crazy as time started to speak. He talked about someone who was in our bedroom, but really casual, like it was someone who just lived here. He didn't ever properly describe her, so I'm not 100% certain it's the same thing I saw, but I'm pretty sure it was. Around this time, or a bit before, I started having sleep paralysis, which only happened a couple of times, but I think it was because of this ongoing thing. When it happened, it was what I understand to be a pretty typical encounter. I would wake up, not be able to move, but both times I saw this thing behind or near my door, dependent on if it was open. It never moved from the spot, nor spoken, but there was always this knocking or tapping sound that generally I didn't hear other than when this occurred. As soon as I became able to move again, maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, I couldn't see it anymore. But whatever it wasn't very detailed, but it was very small and slender. So I believe it may have been that one that Khan saw. The other odd thing which happened was a subtle smell, like had gone off out of date food, almost musty. This wasn't all the time, but it was persistently there every so many days. It was there for a long, long time. I didn't keep food in my room, and no matter what I did, if I burned candles or if I had an air freshener, it just lingered and didn't disappear for long before it would come back. Kai was very adamant that whatever this thing was, it was real. He was on the way to his own origin back then. One of the reasons being he really seemed to struggle with pretend play. I just enjoyed doing repetitive games over and over instead. This meant he didn't ever make us imaginary friends or mention anything that wasn't actually there. So I believe that he wasn't just imagining it. I do really believe it centered around him. Things kept happening. The same sort of stuff just over and over again, with which I wouldn't go into because it would be repetitive, but just know it kept going. However, it never escalated nor became delicious. My son passed away at 2 years old due to pneumonia. He'd always been healthy, so it felt sudden and beyond devastating. I don't know if it's all connected. I just know that after his passing, I never experienced anything at this level ever again, except this one small thing. I now have a son with my current girlfriend. Like I said, I didn't experience anything else for years until recently, which sparked me finally writing all the footsteps. No strange noises, no seeing things. I ignored the past. I tried to tell myself whatever was gone was gone. A few months ago, we went to visit Kai's grave for the first time in a long time. I do feel bad about it, but I don't go very often. It's still raw, it's still hard. My girlfriend hadn't been with me before, and it felt important that we go together. We stayed for a while, we talked, we left the flat and a tour, and then we went home. Nothing unusual happened that day. It was just a very emotional day. But that same night, I had sleep paralysis again for the first time in years. I woke up and I couldn't move just like before, and I knew straight away what it was because I hadn't felt that sensation since everything else happened. The room looked normal. My girlfriend was asleep next to me, and there seemed to be nothing visibly wrong. The only weird thing was that same heavyish feeling that I used to get, like the air in the room had got really thick really quick, and I couldn't breathe properly. My heart was pounding, and even though my eyes were open and the room did look normal, I couldn't get rid of the feeling something else was watching me. And then I heard that big tapping sound. It wasn't really loud at all, but loud enough that I could not ignore it. And again, it sounded like it was coming from the bedroom door, or the wall beside me. I just lay there, and I listened. After a few minutes, I could move again, and the tapping stopped almost immediately, but I didn't get up to investigate. I stayed where I was until the morning, and I chose to ignore it. In regard to my new partner, I did end up telling her everything. She didn't dismiss it, but she also didn't jump to paranormal explanations. She suggested it could have been stress, grief, or just standard sleep paralysis. And for me, well, I don't know what caused any of this. Part of me still questions all the time whether the passing of my son and ex-girlfriend was really just coincidence. I just honestly don't know what I believe anymore. But I do know that either way, the chance to put this all into words here has definitely helped me process it all a lot better. Thank you for providing a space where people like me can get these stories and experiences off their chest. Kind regards, I. Well, Ivy, firstly, thank you for submitting such an emotional, heartbreaking, and terrifying tale for our start of the series. And my sincere, deepest condolences for your loss of both your partner and, of course, your son. For someone like me, although I have suffered lots of in the form of bereavement, I know a fact, and I just cannot fathom the pain that must go through someone losing childhood. It's often said one of the most painful things is when a child dies of a parent, and I can only literally imagine that that is the case. So my heart truly does go out to you. I have to be perfectly honest with you, Ivy, and our listeners. I'm trying to find a way to segue into the paranormal aspect of the tale in a way which doesn't seem cold. So I guess you have roped him to a paranormal podcast about your experience. So with respect, I'll try to address some of the things within your email which are absolutely terrifying and interesting, and also we will never know the answer to, such as who was Kyle looking at in the corner of the room, also the description of her. I assumed, as I was reading it, that this was your ex-partner, but the way you described what you saw, you clearly would have stated that was the case, and you seem convinced that what you saw is also what Kai saw. This is not difficult when you experience your first round of people out, witnesses, experience. Your ex-partner was very much alive. Your ex-partner was also very much alive when Kai began to take a dislike to his nature, and as you put it, screamed, cried in almost silence, which is something children tend to do when fear overrides their ability to shout for help. Of course, Kai being literally unable to speak, but the scream you described, to me that sounds like when someone's hammered house, whatever is causing them to disturb, leaves, and they have their first chance to make a noise to get attention. So, as we posited at the beginning, perhaps whatever was in that place was what was paying Kai a visit to the night. And then when it would leave the room, he had the chance to make you aware. But the fact that this entity seems to have followed you from your home that you had with your ex-partner to your parents' home, where you yourself state there was no previous paranormal activity, and then there was in your lives, does seem to indicate that it was attached to either you or to Kai. Now, I'm not trying to imply it was there since birth or it's been there for a long while. I believe whatever was in that house decided that when you left, it would be with you. My mind is literally racing with theories that some of which I'm not comfortable speaking out loud, but I will say that because of that, and not sure if you can describe it, I'm going to preface the episode by saying thank you so much, Ivy, for sending in such a chilling and absolutely heartbreaking email. It's one that's going to stick with you for quite a while. And although it will never go away, of course, I hope you'll breathe easily as time passes. Ironically, we did just have a Patreon special where we looked at grief and the paranormal and the potential interactions between the emotions grief and paranormal activity. Maybe that has something to do with the reoccurrence of this interaction. Indeed, we found that I think very rarely do I have nothing to ask at the end of the show, but this is one of those. So I just say thank you for sending in your email and best wishes to you and your family. Now, for everyone else, remember, if you have your own paranormal experience, you can go to our show notes where you can send in your submission, or you can go to thedarkparanormal.com and click on Submit My Experience. And until next time, remember, when you're discussing the paranormal, always try to leave some of your disbelief at the door. And I'll speak to you all next time, right here on the Dark Paranormal.
Playing dark minisodes, gifted with evil.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a timescale, and therefore we invite you to listen to a dark mini. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another installment of the Dark Mini. First and foremost, a big thank you to everyone who's been reaching out this week with your submissions for our following season. Yes, season 24 is in sight, and of course, this week we have episode 6. Leaving us only 4 more episodes before the end of this season, and my God, has this worked. So please let everyone who's already submitted to your inspiration to submit your experience for our next season. And to do so, you can simply go to the show notes and click on Submit My Experience, or go direct to the darkparanormal.com /submit my experience. And the entire architecture of the show would not be possible without our wonderful team over at Patreon. They've built one of the best, if not the best, communities online to discuss the paranormal. And you can get a free week trial at our highest tier by clicking in the show notes. All you have to do is click on there, enter your details, and if it's not for you, you quit before your week trial. Now, when you have that week trial, you will not only gain early ad-free access to everything on our main feed, but also access to our Patreon-only podcast, Dark Five, where we take a look at some of the shorter experiences which have been sent in to the show. So again, to submit your story or get that free week trial, just head to the show notes or go to thedarkparanormal.com and click on Submit My Experience, or go to patreon.com /the dark paranormal. And in doing so now, you will not only gain access to our new show for Patreons, which is now 2 shows just for Patreons, which is called After Dark, where I take a 30-minute unedited review of the stories we've read that week, but also we're introducing our forum series, where our patrons can start to give full-length theories on the things that they've heard on the show. Now, our team of attached no names in this episode, so as per usual, I will treat it as another submission, unless it becomes clear throughout the experience. But please, if you can, and you can grab maybe 15 minutes break, or you can pop your headphones in as you work, join me as we take a listen to Gifted with Evil. Good morning. I have a story I'd like to share, and I know it sounds crazy. I believe in paranormal and ghosts, but it still baffles me that I ever experienced. Let me also say that we are okay. This was years ago when my spouse and I first got married. I'd also like to request to remain unknown. I personally normally wouldn't mind, but for the protection of my friends, if you do use names, please choose randomly. My then girlfriend and I had known each other for a long time, and we enjoyed the time extensively. We got to the point that I proposed. She said no and told me to ask me again in a week. Then she said yes. Everything was okay until my mum gave us an engagement gift. This was a waist-height wooden statue of a wizard with a staff and a crystal ball atop the staff. We placed him next to the front door and felt he was protected. But that's when we started having weird dreams at night, and that feeling of being watched at night came on also. I began waking up every night at 2:53, only to have trouble falling back asleep as I felt watched. Now, we like to watch those ghost shows, and as we're watching one of them, just as they started to talk about portals, I looked above our TV and I was completely shocked by what I saw. A cricket, a big black cricket, seemingly hovering by its legs, and it started spinning and spinning and spinning until it got thrown into the front door. As time went on, it got worse and worse. We would start fighting all day about some things that made no sense. As it got worse, we moved the wizard further and further into our home, until we got to the point he was next to our bed. When we started suspecting ghosts, I started researching what we could do. One thing we did do was to get a crystal necklace that was supposed to prevent possession. My spouse didn't feel right after putting it on. They felt hot and had a headache that wouldn't go away. After some time, I checked their neck, and where the metal chain had been touching their neck was deep red, like a rug burn. I ended up finding out that a friend at work does ghost hunting, so I invited him to my house to check it out, and that's where everything started connecting. He brought his wife and a good friend of his. His friend was Native American and very active spiritually. His wife is a psychic, and he acted as a sort of blocker for him to keep the bad things from attacking people. Upon entering our room, they had a sour expression. After some time of looking around, he asked us about our lives and our history. As we told him about ourselves, he kept looking around. My friend's wife had been walking around our house and just went to our room. My friend from work told me this is how it goes. They follow what they feel when they do this. We followed them and his friend was staring at the wizard statue, as was his wife. His wife looked scared, and his friend very curious. He asked straight away, "Where did you get this?" "My mom." And he said, "Do you know what this is?" We looked at each other and shook our heads, and he pointed to the strap. "You see that crystal on top? It contains entities." And he reached for it and then stopped. "I don't even want to touch it. I bet if you look at old pictures, you find this same statue." We stood shocked, and he kept speaking. "I'd get rid of it, but you can't do that any normal way. You have to break the connection. If I was you, I'd burn it down to ash and nothing." My spouse and I looked at each other, deciding we couldn't do that right away. He seemed not 100% pleased with that, but way we could do it tomorrow. That's when he said, at least get it out of the house and put a salt circle around it.
This is a paid message from GoFundMe.
My name's Ashley Kane. I'm the daddy of a little girl in heaven and a father of two boys on earth. I've got an incredible relationship with GoFundMe, both personally and via my daughter's foundation, the Baby Foundation. GoFundMe has allowed me, the foundation, and thousands of people out there to give hope to others in need. You'd actually be surprised how many people out there are willing to show love and support you in your time of need. My advice to anyone that needs to start a GoFundMe would be do it. You don't need to feel shame. You don't need to feel guilt. You don't need to feel embarrassment. If you need GoFundMe, use GoFundMe.
Start your GoFundMe today at GoFundMe.com. That's GoFundMe.com. GoFundMe.com. This message reflects one person's experience.
They ended up telling us that something was attached to my spouse, and whatever energy I might have had mixed with it and turned it into something new, something that travels in our walls. That night, my spouse opened up about weird things that have happened in their child. Faces and seeds, doors closing, beds shifting. They had a feeling that something had looked them, and nowadays hated me. We followed his directions and we removed it from the home. But as we were doing that, I noticed something weird. His face seemed angry. The wood had turned red. We put a salt circle around it and left it outside our front door overnight. We didn't sleep well that night. All night I could feel this angry energy just outside our bedroom window. And I kept hearing these footsteps. I opened the curtains and nothing could be outside. That morning, we got ready for work, and when I went outside to grab the statue, what we saw was insane. The red in its face had deepened. Its anger had increased. But the worst thing was the back of the wizard. A large wrist was gripping the wood down the middle of its back. As soon as I grabbed it, everything got worse. I felt this warmth spread all over my body until I threw it in my car. We drove down to a local river, looking around for cameras because, of course, even with the supernatural, you have to worry about the law. When we decided it wasn't free, we started bringing the statue to the river. And that is when I started feeling hot claws ripping at me repeatedly. And I knew repeatedly until I threw it into the river. Afterwards, we checked my arms, and there were actually red marks going across my arm. We looked back at the river and saw the statue pushing up against the flow of the river and moving towards the shore. We have no issues since. We've learned about staging and we were given some Native American symbols that we could put up to prevent evil spirits. If anything does feel off, we sage and the thing goes away. But what I want people to understand from my experience is what to do in a situation like this. Talking about them where they can hear you makes them stronger, or at least more active. Keep discussions outside of the home, or at your home there. Get sage, bang, and walk around the house with a statement like, "This is my home. Only positive energy may stay here." something that tells us peacefully it's not welcome here. Make sure you have an open window or door and say it in a way that you're almost pushing it out. Most importantly, whatever you do, believe it. If you doubt the actions you take, it won't work. I still worry some days because I wouldn't destroy it.
mm,
Sure, I broke the connection to me and my family, but I feel
mm,
as though I only pass the pain on instead of healing it.
mm,
To this day, when I talk or think about it, I feel
mm,
weird and fuzzy. I don't know if that means anything or if it's the anxiety of the situation, but it still concerns me from time to time. Follow your gut. My gut told me to share my story when I heard your podcast. I don't know why, but I learned to listen to my gut. Please let me know if you need anything else. I understand this is a short story. I just wanted to provide a bit of help to others with my story and the things I
mm,
learned from it. Anonymous. Well,
mm,
Anonymous, yes, it is a short story, but almost a 15-minute in. That's about half the length of an average Star Paranormal episode, so it sits right back in the middle for the perfect length of a mini. So never apologize for the length of your experience, and that goes for anyone submitting their experience to the show. And for such a short experience as you put it, there is a plethora of jump-off points within this that I really wish I could talk for an hour about. You know, guys, I talk about validators, and for me, you don't get much more of a
mm,
validator. And by validator, I mean something that you wouldn't invent
mm,
in making for paranormal experience. Now, I don't know about you,
mm,
but how many variations of an invented story I have to come up with before there appears a spinning giant black cricket? I'm not sure, but I think I'd be running out of cloud. So for me, that's a validator.
mm,
Technically, in a world that we have very rarely
mm,
touched on, is the world of crystal. And a very specific part of that world of crystal that you touch on in your experience, how they allegedly have the power to contain spirits or entities. But one fascinating thing that you mentioned, which we don't get clarification on if there's any sort of evidence for, is when your friend suggested you look at old photographs to see if this figurine has been seen in photographs of your family throughout the ages.
mm,
Because the changing face of this wizard seems to be more of a how dare you, in my mind anyway,
mm,
as in to say, I've been here longer than you. And
mm,
as for what spirits or entities were in that crystal, we don't know that,
mm,
or the type of crystal it was. So Anonymous,
mm,
you've given us plenty of listeners food for thought, and I want to thank you so much
mm,
for giving us this week's mini. Don't forget, if you have
mm,
your own short paranormal experience that you'd like to share with the show, click in the
mm,
show notes or go to thedarkparanormal.com and click on Submit My Experience.
mm,
Until next time, stay safe and take care.
mm, 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 mm,
Plain Dark Realms, the Tower of London.
Not all our minisodes need to be from listeners. In fact, places or lesser known cases can sometimes take us to dark realms. Hello everyone and welcome back to another installment of Dark Realms. Of course, as we're doing Dark Realms on a weekly one, we are going to look things up something. So, last time we looked at the wonderful and amazing life of Skyline Playground before involvement with the Enfield system. However, this time around we're reversing the type, and we are going to take a look at the Dark Realm that is the most requested Dark Realm of all time, and that is none other than the Dark Realm of the Tower of London. But this Tower of London was a twist, because we're going to be taking a look at some of the lesser known spirits which frequent the increased tower. Now, it speaks to the volume of paranormal activity within the tower that you could arguably do a series of Dark Realms episodes about one location. So today we'll be taking a look at some of the specters and entities which may not feature so prominently in any of the standard ghost stories, but it doesn't make them any less terrifying. Now, before we jump into this look at one of the most historic places on Earth, we want to let you know that we're still accepting submissions for this season. Yes, normally after the start of our second half of the season, we begin accepting submissions for the following season, which indeed we are. But, but due to us having to replace an episode of the Dark Paranormal this week, it means that we are also looking for one special episode to become our final half of this season. But as I said also, we're still looking for those episodes for next season too. So if you're stuck on a paranormal experience that you've always wanted to share, but have never felt like you found the right place, for a reason you have now. So please go to the show notes where you'll find a link to submit your true paranormal experience directly to the show. And if you're a fan of the show and you like what you hear, you'll also find a link to our Patreon. Well, we're giving away a free week trial for the highest tier, so you can also access our Patreon-only content, Dark Spice, and its entire 180 plus hour back catalog. Not only that, but also access to our new Patreon-only audio and video content, Track the Dark, where I take an unfiltered, unedited, barely non-stop recording about my views and theories on what we covered that week. So either click the link in the show notes or go direct to patreon.com/slash the dark paranormal. But right now, you've got some great time for yourself, or whether you're working, allow your mind to with me as we look at one of the most infamous and terrifying places on earth, the Tower of London. The tower began as an act of conquest and intimidation. William the Conqueror began building it in the 1070s as a massive stone fortress to secure London as just royal power. Specific stone was brought in from France, and the initial program took roughly 2 decades to complete. At the heart of this complex stands the White Tower. Begun around 1070 and completed around 1100, it was designed not only to resist attacks, but to overawe the city. Over centuries, the tower has shaped its role. Forts, palace, armies, treasuries, and prisons, all the while accumulating the sort of human residue that later generations translate into hunger, incarceration, political terror, and in certain periods, torture and interrogation. The result is a site that UNESCO World Heritage Centre describes as a rare survival of a continuously developing royal complex from the 17th century to the 16th century, and is an outstanding example of 11th century Northern military architecture. That long continuity matters, It may
mm,
later witnesses to any ghosts or experiences. They're not
mm,
speaking about a room or a single haunted house, but a living ensemble of rooms, towers, passages, and residences that remain in use, sometimes domestically, inside a fortified boundary. The first spirit we'll take a look at is not a king and not a queen, not even recognizable as human. It is described as a hovering thing, tubular, plastic, entirely charming,
mm,
and most unnervingly capable of choosing a victim in a
mm,
room full of people. A core witness
mm,
is Edmund Lenford Swift, who lived at the Tower keeper for about 2 years.
mm,
His account was printed in Notes and Queries and
mm,
attributed to influences supernatural. Swift sets the scene with
mm,
domestic romance, suffer as the witching hour in the jewel
mm,
house, lit by candles, curtains drawn, the family secret. Then the room's ordinary geometry is violated, silently, without footsteps, without a door opening, by something that hangs between the ceiling and table. In his words, his wife stops mid-stitch and cries, "Good God, what is that?" A moment later, the cylindrical figure like a glass tube begins to move, tracking the table shape with a deliberate slowness, as if it was testing the air, learning the rules, or counting the living.
mm,
It falls over a shoulder, and then comes the line which is held this legend in time house. Oh Christ, it deceives me.
mm,
From a paranormal perspective, this is the tower
mm,
at its sleeping. The cylinders and fluids evoke the
mm,
laboratory lifeblood. The careful hovering feels intelligence.
mm,
The seizing implies contact rather than mere presence. Swift reaction is not a romantic shiver, but a violent, visceral, defensive response. He grabbed a chair and struck the wall behind this object, as though trying to break his unseen grip. What makes this account darker, more like a book narrative than a campfire tale, is that Swift offers the context of restricted phantasmagorical experiment by universities in the tower shortly before the event. A hint that someone, somewhere, within those residences was attempting optical tricks or something dark, more esoteric, aimed solely at producing apparitions in the dark. Whether prank, hallucination, psychic attack, or some sort of conjuration, the cylinder's defining horror is its intimacy. It comes into most private human settings, i.e., a family table. It moves with ritual slowness, and it singles out flesh. Next, if the cylinder is an intelligence violation, our next spirit is predation. The tower kept animals for centuries, and Henry III's menagerie is documented as including a magnificent white bird, likely a polar bear, given in 1252 by the King of Norway. It was kept muzzled and chained, yet allowed to swim and hunt fish in the river Thames. That history of captive beasts becomes the foundation for a later, much, much darker claim that a bear-like apparition stalked the jewel house area and left at least one soldier dead 1851 work, Letters to a Candidate Quiet on Animal Magnetism, appeared in Harper's New Monthly Magazine in February 1852. The 1852 retelling is both hard and blunt about the creature's effect on the body. The sentry, after seeing the apparition, doesn't merely run, he collapses, changes colour, and speaks like a condemned man. When the colonel tries to reassure him, the sentry answers, "From the moment I saw that infernal demon, I knew I was a dead man." Then comes the grim tone that makes this a tower story rather than a spooky encounter. He dies within 14 hours. Modern research into the origins of this tale highlights how contested this narrative is, even within 19th century sources. In their reconstruction, witnessing correspondence printed in notes and queries is detailed in dates, but converge on 2 points. A bear-like ghost was reported, and the shot was described as fatal. From an occult/paranormal stance, the phantom bear functions as a classic guardian predator horn, appearing in the overly used term liminal area. It is regarded door, a step, a threshold to battle. It provokes instinctive weapons, spades, chairs, and it seems to punish the body for listening. The town's own modern retelling points out that the story was repeatedly entangled with contemporary mesmerism, spiritualism, and the theatre of illusion, suggesting either a cultural engine for invention or, in darker interpretation, a period-specific rise in the deliberate summoning and manifestation of demonic entities or experiments. But
mm,
even stripped of all esoteric framing, the Phantom Bear remains terrifying because it weaponizes the most basic human fear, that moment you realize your weapon, irrelevant of what it is, can't touch what's coming at you. Our third and final spirit is unique in the way it's not defined by a body or a face, but by a place, the salt tower, a structure used for storage and imprisonment, built into the curtain wall works of Henry III in the 1230s. The tower's records and modern scholarship underline that this is not a fake Gothic set. Prisoners scratched prayers, names, symbols, and drawings into stone, leaving what one recent investigation calls difficult third-person records of confinement. In a major graffiti survey led by James Ingram, the Salt Tower alone yielded hundreds of examples, including an astrological wheel cast by two Fraser, imprisoned in 1661, after being accused of practicing torture. He claimed that the claim, not that he was a sorcerer, but that his stories always matched the book. That matters difficulty to him because the alleged manifestations were set around a tower already saturated with symbols of belief, persecution, coded identity, and, in Brace's case, Star Wars and forbidden practice. Historically, the Salt Tower is tied to religious imprisonment and violence. Its most famous symbol was the Jesuit priest John Gerard. Gerard was held and quartered there in 1597 during the reign of Elizabeth I. Even the tower's own interpretation stresses that torture was used in interrogation by royal authorities in the period, and Gerard's writings include the cold retorts of restraint. They left me hanging by my hands and arms fastened above my head. Language that feels less like history and more like a car. Against that backdrop, the tower is less famous, but due to unnerving ghost reports around the clock tower and its battlements, read like a persistent oppression. In 1957, two guardsmen reported seeing a shapeless white form high on the roof. In 1973, a yeoman warrior reported a glow from a prison chamber, followed by the tactile shock of something touching the back of his neck. Modern warders have also repeated a detail level interest any paranormal investigator. Dogs, as any dog that they've attempted to use, has refused to enter. A related legend, often fitted as overlapping between white form sightings, attaches to Lady Jane Grey, who was imprisoned and executed in 1554 after being swept up in violent succession politics while still a teenager. Her ghost is set to appear on the anniversary of her death, walking along the battlement, and Tower tradition places one striking sighting on the 12th of February, the 403rd anniversary, when a life-changing queen formed itself on the battlement. From an occult perspective, this is the most ritualized of the three movies. It's found today high places and threshold architecture, roof-lined battlements, chambers. It's also the only one of the three that explicitly includes the idea of a presence reaching for the living, the report touches the living. A detail that, whether psychological, environmental, or supernatural, straddles that uncomfortable line between intimate and predatory. Taken together, these three lesser-known characteristics share traits that make me feel darker than the famous spectral procession stories. They occur in security spaces, not ceremonial ones. Jewel house rooms, guarded thresholds, battled in high-speed prison chambers. They feature physical consequences. In the Jewel house account, a witness reports being seized, essentially collapsing, death following shortly after. In Soft Tolerable, a glow followed by a touch, an invasion of the body sound. All three also fit at the intersection of three dark entities, one that repeatedly appear in the tower's documented history and later storytelling: confinement, sanctioned violence, and penance, whether literal, talking about brutal interrogation, symbolic, i.e., repeating a coded prayer or assertion, or implication, and having tools, mesmerism, astrological cards, and other techniques of influence and belief. Now, of course, despite what we all, myself included, may believe the tower is real, none of this proves that those spirits are real. But what it does demonstrate, rigorously, is that the tower's most striking legends are not merely modern tourist conventions. They are, in significant cases, anchored by named witnesses, printed arguments about what was seen, and a track history that gives these stories their enduring voice. The interpreter said that inside these walls, the past is not history, it's only quiet. Thank you all for joining me on this dark ramble to the Tower of London, and I can't wait to see you all next time, back here for another dark ramble. Until then, stay safe and kind.
Playing the field of the say.
Have you ever felt warmed by something that wasn't there? Why do some places feel divided, light on one side and heavy on the other? Was it folklore? Is it superstition? Was it structure? Would you sleep on a field if locals warned you not to? Not for legal reasons, but for supernatural ones. If a stranger knew your name before you spoke, how would you rationalize? And what would you do if your door was rattled at 2 a.m. and no one walked away? Today, we hope to find at least some of the answers to those questions on this episode of The Dark Paranormal. Hello, everyone, and welcome back already to our midpoint of the season. It's bizarre how quickly it always feels to get to the midpoint of the season, but this season it feels really bizarre. Possibly because it's changing, and it feels like we just started the season yesterday. I guess there's some truth to the adage when you try something new, try something past, because that definitely feels like my experience. But here we are, halfway through season 23. Now, if you have your own personal paranormal experience and you think, well, I will submit it before the end of the season, maybe we'll get it next season, yes, maybe it will. But for those who've listened to this show for long enough, they know that this show is very fluid. And if the right experience comes through, who knows? You may even find yourself as the finale episode of this season. So please, don't hold back on sending your experiences through by clicking the link in the show notes or go direct to darkparanormal.com/submit my experience. Now, I appreciate we have several new listeners to the show, so personally welcome and thank you for joining us here on what will become one of the longest running paranormal podcasts to do with truly dark experiences out there. So welcome, and if you like what you hear, you can always become a member of our Patreon team. Go to the link in the show notes, which will give you access to a free week trial to Patreon at our package tier, giving you access not only to Dark Nights, our Patreon only show, but also a back catalogue of well over 180 hours worth of Patreon only material, or you can go direct to patreon.com/the dark paranormal. And of course, there's other perks such as ad-free episodes, early releases, etc. And a forum that is coming up this week where our wonderful community who have built what I believe to be the best community over the paranormal anywhere online, start discussing themselves. And believe me, I know I say this, but it's the truth. If I wasn't the host, I'd be a member of Patreon. So that's me. I can take no responsibility for how good the people on that community are. They are just like-minded, interested people in the paranormal with nothing but respect for each other's opinions and point of view. So, two very important links in the show notes today. But right now, it's time. Lower the lights, make yourself comfortable, and of course, leave your key at the door as we enter the field of the fact. Hi, Kevin. My name's Jan, but my first name is James, although others will recognize myself easily as James. From June to August of 2024, I was on a work arrangement in Ireland. Most of that trip was spent on an isolated homestay in western Scotland. I can't openly share the location, so I won't be naming specific locations around the evening. In a nutshell, though, this homestay is still inexplicably far as far as the valley reaches. There's a small village, or hamlet rather, about an hour's walk to the west of it, and the nearest, by my Dutch standards, small town, about an hour east by car. This post Now, with that said, I should add that the homestead itself is situated on a plot of land where the owner was starting a small community of like-minded people. Although while I was there, there was only one other permanent resident. As the above designers worked away and saved up $4 billion on land, there had frequently been more occupants, so the plot had a selection of semi-permanent and more permanent structures on it, among which the main kitchen was, as they call it, often used as space. Going distance behind it, around a bend in the footpath, and tucked away directly outside, that was the caravan where I was staying, and a few meters behind that was a surrounding van. What was returned to a small driver. It was outfitted with a solar panel and battery to recharge its phone or laptop. From the perspective of the kitchen, across from it on the other side of the newly open space, is the roundhouse of my host, the permanent resident on the plot, tucked up away a bit of the hill among some of the trees. Off to the left on the other side of the tree line were the garden and toy store, beyond which was the caravan and toy store home of the owner, who was off to his homeland and a more money adventure. Further down the path, all the way down the hill, sat another abandoned brownstone, from a fellow I'll come back to later. Behind the caravan I was staying at was a cabin being built. The fellow doing the work would occasionally pop by and work, and we helped him where we could. Down the path from there, likewise down the hill, but not as far as the roundhouse, which was sleeping maybe another 500 meters away, was another small cabin. This cabin, as well as the upstairs area of the kitchen, and the caravan I stayed in, were all reserved for working people like myself, some of which came by while I was there. Right, now you have a vague understanding of the ground. It's a couple of acres, sat on a rather big hill, and spanning half a barrier to one side. Enough there are walks along the whole path from the gate to the permanent groundhouse would say they take about half an hour. And now I can begin to finally start to share my experience. Firstly, 2 weeks after I arrived, we visited the Windsor private medical supply store. I can't say definitively that this is included in the following instance, but it seems rather oddly coincidental if you place a face to it. The caravan which I was housed had a door with a separate body on top. The body door fitted its door closely, but didn't have any way to get it shut, other than friction. The top part did not fit in the frame anymore, so the switch at the bottom of the lock had to keep the door shut. The internal latch was a little horizontally mounted. Externally, it was vertically oriented cheap metal tab into the door, so other than human, nothing could reasonably be expected to pull on this tab. The caravan itself was small, 3 windows on the bed side to the left end of the caravan, and one window to the right, as seen from the door. The window on the right of the door, as well as the foot of the end of my bed, and the door itself were all visible from my perspective where I lay in bed. Since those windows faced the path, past the caravan, and the door obscured my line of sight to the lively van, I could see anyone coming up to the caravan at any time. That said, that night following our visit to the Windsor, it was a terrible stormy night. The immense gusts of wind, to the point that the top arm of the door I woke up to what I can only describe as just panic. No idea why, but everything felt like I should not move an inch. I was absolutely terrified, but for no reason I could think of. Until, after laying there for what I think was maybe 2 minutes, though it felt much longer, I heard steps on the gravel of the path leading to the caravan. But oddly enough, it was only maybe 1, 2, or 3 steps. I began to think, trying to think who or what might possibly be outside that house. And of course, feeling so terrified, I was also trying to get what I had to hand to defend myself should it come down to it. I was interrupted, however, by the outside latch of the door being pressed immensely hard, but the door itself wasn't open. The elastic band was on, sure, but if you pull that tab hard, the door will open, but it didn't. So it was almost like someone held the door shut with one hand and rattled the lock with another. This sent me further into a fright than I already was. Who or whatever it was felt terrified, even without me seeing or hearing anything except that lock rattling. It felt like it continued for an hour. In truth, it can't possibly have been more than 30 seconds. Then, suddenly, silence. And after what must have been about 3 or 4 minutes of silence, I heard the sliding door of the library house open. I thought it was going to bed, and then more silence. Before, sure enough, another 1 or 2 steps, but I never saw anyone walk either way past the caravan, not towards the cabin, which I would have seen had directly in front of the window, nor towards the kitchen door, which would have also been visible to me, looking out of the window of my bed. I cannot make this clearly. There are only 2 ways to get to the caravan. The rest is closed off by extremely dense underbrush and trees, and we never reached drop down rocky cliff face, covered in dense brush, which closed off flatter the caravan passing at the start. To this day I am not sure what rattled that lock that night, or why on earth it felt so immensely threatening and terrifying. I've heard many other paranormal experiences before this, none of them as frightening as this one, but this was but one of several occurrences. During the remainder of my stay, I heard that group step normally quite a few more times, sometimes on the gravel around the kitchen, sometimes in the bush and tree line between the kitchen and the garden, sometimes in the long grass around the caravan, though never again at night, nor did I wake up any other night during this whole thing, though it would appear apparent that one side of the homestead or farm, it's hard to describe, but neither my host nor I could make any progress on a building project on that side, while on the other side of the kitchen, building projects seemingly no effort. In early August, a storm hit the area again. I was sat in the library dining room thunderstruck several spots nearby. One strike hit the trees around the roundhouse of my host. I texted him to see if he was okay. He was. But another strike hit the main house of the old spiritual retreat across the road. But since it was abandoned, it was the elderly neighbor on the farm next to it who killed in the fire that was started by the lighting switch. The main house was burnt out beyond saving by the storm before raining, and paralyzed beyond both the hill and blacktop foot, stopping that the main house fell apart for at least a day or two. So really, that may why the main house was built to fight things, keeping true to the origins of that concept and that building in particular. However, that's purely my theory. You've got that idea, you've got that product, you've got that tool, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is it the right decision? Do I have time to take the jump? That's my personal advice. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be so hard to take that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it was, what if no one listens? What if I make a fool of myself? And nearly 8 years in, I'm now a director of the cost of podcasting because of taking that leap of faith. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side of the house. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team. Even create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. But what if I get stuck, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/darkparanormal. Go to shopify.com/darkparanormal. That's shopify.com/darkparanormal. I have no ability from that fucking land until the day one. That's also like explain it one way. Rather, I'd like to do something new. To a farm in East County, where I spent a number of nights next to a ferry. It is a truly marvelous place, and you can find lots of information on YouTube or wherever information is. However, if you wish to get something that you expect from it, the farm is effectively listened to by a radio that will be on this farm. Anyone can say they can't have on the field if they want. Just bring a tent, a caravan, or something like it, and you're good to go. The tent section is fenced off with a net fence. This prevents the livestock from wandering in. And if you take the path to the left, you'll head down to the farm forward a ferry. The field itself has been left to itself by and its bullfighters. None of them dare touch this as they choose to leave it is very terrible, and thus it's not necessary. Rather, it would be with the respect that is due. On entering it, there are two hills, both the Magnesium. One is in waveland, likely with some Bronze Age king blend over it. The slightly larger hill next to it, and the height of which is only a meter or so, has a little nugget on top of it. This hill was basically just a few weeks ago, was now a similar size to left. But remarkably, this hill has a tunnel. Its entrance was once near to the left, but some years ago, an archaeological team checked both mounds under LiDAR scanners, which proved one hill stands very much under the other. US called the tunnel. There have been few archaeological finds on and behind the field of sand. The exact purpose of this second hill is unknown, but the father does not allow anyone to dig inside the field of angling or burning. Which brings me naturally to the next key location of the field. Along the stone wall that you have to pass through to enter the field, sits an immense old four-footed tree, a fairy tree, according to the farmer. He tends to call it a bull, and of result, as he passed in not in the best sense, but to just touch it and close your eyes, you're not good. Across from that tree is a building of very tall hops, a collection of green and red trees, almost the circles of my quiet. But in any case, this whole farm is home to various paranormal tales. People have tried to fruit from the berries, but they are scared off immediately after. But each person refuses to tell the farmer what they heard. Likewise, people have cited apparitions, demons of people, sometimes individuals, occasionally a whole piece of water. But most commonly they are chased by cars, as you would expect. All that said, my own experience with that tree side was quite different. First, I tried to think on the very side, seeing as though it was stupid enough to try to find out what dirt was inside the hole, and well, I did not succeed. Why? Well, I spent the evening sitting around the bonfire with the farmer up until the day she was going to the camping area of the farm. When I finally decided to head back to my tent, which was set up in the very field, I followed the farmer back to the house where I had my phone in the charger, and to get the lamp so I could make my way back to the field to see again. But as I walked down the house, back towards the campsite where the others were, a tall white fox with red ears climbed over the wall to my right, crossed the path I was on, looked at me, and then darted into the field to my left, disappearing immediately. A feeling of a change in that instant, something that told me not to take bait, so to speak, an extremely strong sensation of do not go to sea. You should not do that right now. And I decided to do it. You see, despite being definitely on the side behind that one because of those other people rolling past, I obviously suspected it would be the first to eat. I am familiar enough with the culture, both Irish and Scottish, to know that you respect the fairies' wishes if they let them know. And of course, I figured this fox would have tracked it down. In fact, in hindsight, I only realized that I recognized that white fur that is African fox, the Malinois, a collection of Welsh folkloric stories written down by monks in the 17th century, quite possibly dating back as far as the island or even longer to earlier traditions, in which the hound of the other world, and therefore the hall, would be described as being pure white with red ears. In other words, very set animals, being also rational and suppose as a choice against my brave after such a normal ordinary fox, charming and smart. But I sincerely do not believe that would be the case. I was not making myself impressionable. I was not seeing those things anywhere, nor was I exhausted or even freaked out at the prospect of seeing something unusual, until, seeing that fox again, that was but one part of the experience. A few days later, I returned to the farm, laid my lamp down and fell asleep on my desk. I made up my mind to eat something, and a woman turned up at the campsite. She got up at a time in the farm. She walked straight up to me. I was just making dinner at the bonfire, and asked me if I knew where the farm was. I answered he was out of the field over the American Hall, which was almost a day's travel, and asked me what he had been over. Then she introduced us and pronounced my name. But as she shook my hand and I opened my mouth to tell her my name, she interrupted me and said, "Oh, hold on. I know already. Your yard worker? I was called Stone." Moreover, she then asked where I was from, but again she answered by the time I opened my mouth and slept me back down. Consider, she hadn't yet spoken to the farmer or his wife. She was visible to the farmer. I was the first person there, the first person she interacted with. I had met her or seen her before, but she explained that she was a female short, and in conversation, she asked me if I would mind pushing her into the field. I said, of course, as long as we don't step on the limit. Before setting off, though, she pointed basically dead in the direction of the furry field, which from our point was obscured by trees and the base of the hill with the forest, which is the way I could do it, and just said, what's over there? I feel there are two very strong reaching over there. Just as I answered, a train passed by, to which she remarked with a sort of angry undertone, ah, that's the place that this wood field gentleman. Moments later, she beelined straight towards the corner of the field that pointed the further way. She stuck around there for about 20 minutes before returning to the campsite to sit in her car across the night. Then the farmer returned, and the rest were happy, only just in the little bump of the night. After some talk between the three of us about all sorts of experiences, things, and so on, he went home, and she and I remained quiet because she decided she'd go out to the tree that standing before she went to work. First, she has some sort of ceremony or ritual. It's hard to describe, but she would headed out into the darkness with nothing more than a few candles and a small fire. She was visible in the camp, singing and dancing around, stretching maybe 200 meters away. While the darkness was brooding around me, I usually overhear everything, but whenever I look about nothing else. Eventually, she disappeared as the candle flamed, and although I didn't want to disturb her, I kept my eyes towards the tree. I turned around behind her, and sure enough, I managed to find her all right. But when I saw her in the light, an apparition appeared just a little more entirely. Now, as you can imagine, the only way that she had seen me was if you had come from the fairy field and had walked all the way around, passed over the bridge, over the railway, and then all the way to the field, or who ever started from the path I knew from the house, then passed me and on to the corner. But no one had passed me. So whatever this apparition was, and I can't possibly say I could tell what it was, except for fear human shape, had to have come from the left, but without any visible light. In a night so dark, I could hardly see more than 20 meters ahead of me, while in the rays of the bonfire light. So that seemed unlikely. The next morning, I walked up to see her walking her dog, caravan was waiting. There was one left too, for she didn't really intend to go home, and she got in the car and drove me off. Later, I spoke to the farmer, and he mentioned that she had recently spoken to him this morning, and that she said she had seen a white lady. Now, I can only presume that that was the apparition I saw, so I can't say for certain. To me, at least, it did not look white, more like a sort of shadow standing at the edge of the railing behind me. Either way, after that I made my way back to camp court, and met a new fellow at the homestead. 2 weeks later, I returned to the farm to get some dinner, as I was invited to join a gathering of the folks who were there when I initially arrived, and we had a great time, though I once again made the apparently foolish decision to try my luck on the fairy field. This time, however, my friend and I were on the field just as the sun began to set, and with the whole mood of the field shifting eastward, I was encouraged to say, I closed my eyes and I could see through, and I had and felt the earth tremble as if a massive force had just been thundering towards me. It made me feel extremely uneasy. Once more overthink certain senses, and I shouldn't be here right now. I'm praying that there's nothing there, even though I'm not so ready to write myself in bad or serious. I pack my temperature and sleep. We exit. We exit the facility in 200 meters after the door. P.S. Darling, you here? What? I responded. To which she said, I can hear the horse breathe, but I can't see it. To which I could only reply, you better put some sleep, and then explained my experience through skiing all the way back to the bridge. I need to clarify. The farmer only has horses outside the rails at times, none of which were barges that you could stand on, making it sound like undescribed abnormalities were happening. There was no horse with 200, maybe 300 meters range between them, such as what? The biggest animal in that range is sheep. Small sheep, that's it. We got back to the campground, and the farmer asked why I decided to be sure. I relayed the entire experience to him, and he remained entirely impossible. Since that night, he won't let anyone speak of the fairy tale. He permitted me to try, though, because I felt like I was pulling through a farm for 2 weeks, which is why I said so in the first place. Which does he want to do? He lives in space B with his campground. He charges no money for anything. He doesn't even promote anything. He has no money incentive to promote his farm or share stories with us. So he's happy to share his experiences and those of his family with anyone who wished it. In many programs, taking responsibility throughout the galaxy is not responsibility, but he doesn't charge for his talk. He's just a farmer, so he nothing more. I have much more to say. If you are interested in hearing my experience, I'd be happy to share. And likewise, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. As regards, John. Wow. Well, Darwin, it truly seems like but thank you so much for giving us such truly paranormal episode of your mysteries experience. And I think genuinely the trustworthy evidence in other instances is significant. So thank you ever so much. Definitely cool coincidence. But there are lots of theories and superstitions around fairy tales. You've been mentioning around names, synchronicity, and they will always want to know the classic one that is mysticism, and other superstitions along those lines. Now, interestingly, Yari, you were not on time at all for this episode, but on Wednesday, when I finished recording episode 5, and I was doing some editing on it, I received an email from the person who submitted that recording telling me they didn't think it was didn't sound enough. Which, yes, was frustrating given the amount of time gone into it, but also in the sense of wanting to do it right. And I just find it a bit tricky that the story that I posted was a disaster. It's as if the Fae had someone out there listening right now and they're trying to get in touch with me. If I was on my full behavior, that's where I'm coming from. But of course, I'm just finding my own sanity, and I do so well because I don't want to make any better rap of something that I do believe many people have said before. So I live as you say, as they say but
mm,
will come up at the same time. So that
mm,
is very interesting and very
mm,
fascinating and just to research. So that question
mm,
will allow you to ask an episode from your phone.
mm,
What more than you love? So thank you so much for
mm,
tuning into this wonderful episode. And as we enter the second week of this season, our intention is to try and
mm,
keep things as easy and simple as we know. Because children,
mm,
as that earlier, most people will have an experience with nature through creation, through and personal experience. And can be built to share with them and to listen to them and also anyone else who can bring their Patreon to join what I call the community of paranormal going to those storytelling channels. But until next time, remember, when you're listening to the paranormal, always try to enjoy your favorite story. And I'll see you next time, right here on Dark Paranormal.
Playing closet with secrets.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to a dark mini-series. Hello everyone, and thank you all for joining me for another dark mini-series. Firstly, as always, a huge thank you to everyone for your correspondence, be that a submission or be that feedback on our new changes that we've made to the show. It seems to be well received thus far, and hopefully that will remain the case. As always, guys, don't forget if you enjoy the show and you want more dark paranormal in your life, you can go to the show notes where you'll find a link to our Patreon where we're giving away a 3 week trial at our highest tier. So not only will you gain early access to all of these episodes on our main feed, but you can find our Patreon only podcast, Dark Bites, and its entire back catalogue of almost 200 hours of Patreon only content. And if it's not for you, just cancel before your trial's up. So you'll find that link in the show notes, or you can go direct to patreon.com/, the Dark Paranormal. But right now we have the matter at hand, that being our Dark Mini-Sode for this week. And it comes to us from one of our international listeners who simply goes by the letter M. And they write, Hi Kevin, firstly I want to say that I've been listening to your podcast for a few years now, and I absolutely love it. Thank you for the safe space for people who love the paranormal. I prefer to stay anonymous, so let's call me M. I've always been interested in the paranormal, and I've been looking for creepy stories on the internet since childhood. This experience is mine, my now husband, let's call him P, and my best friend, A, who is also really into this paranormal stuff. They don't have an issue with sharing this, and A even reminds me of her side of the story. Also, a disclaimer, English isn't my first language, so sorry for any potential mistakes. So, when I was at uni, my husband's brother bought an apartment in the city where I was studying, and we lived there for 5 years. It used to belong to an old, lonely man. He had a family, but they weren't interested in visiting. He didn't die there, but in hospital. Some of his things were still in the apartment, old clothes and the like. I remember my first visit to this place, and I immediately felt a little off and weird. it was a really hot day outside, and maybe all the belongings of the previous owner created a weird atmosphere for me. The apartment needed a general renovation before we could move in. The only thing that was left in there was an old big wooden closet, which was built to the side of the corridor. I'm not perfectly sure that the apartment was haunted, but there were some strange, sometimes very creepy events that happened in there. To better understand the story, I'll give a quick description of the layout. When you came through the front door, you entered the corridor, and on the opposite side was the kitchen. On the left was the bathroom and mine and my husband's bedroom. On the right side was the rest of the long and narrow corridor, and at the end was my best friend's bedroom and our living room. The crucial fact is that the old closet was opposite my best friend's room. The very first thing that got my attention was the eerie feeling when I walked through the corridor, especially during the night. A feeling like someone was watching me intently. We always left all the lights on them and closed our bedroom doors during the night. That feeling was especially intense when everyone was asleep and I would wake to use the bathroom. I'd catch myself almost running through the corridor. One day, A confronted me about it because she'd heard me one night. I felt a little ashamed, but told her that the corridor was giving me the creeps. So I wanted to do my business and get back to bed as quickly as possible. During that conversation, she admitted to me that she had the same feeling about the corridor and also didn't like to go to the bathroom at night. We both thought that was a bit weird, but we quickly changed the subject. Another thing that was a little strange was that sometimes the place would get really cold. The coldest room was always A's room, but she also had the smallest radiator, so we thought that was the reason. Plus, the flat was poorly insulated, so there was a rational explanation for it. Time went by, and we were busy studying. My husband spent a lot of time at work, but during the school break, I was the one who spent the most time alone there because he was working and A was visiting her family in another city. Those times were kind of exhausting. The more time I spent alone there, the worse my mood got, and I felt really tired. Almost like the place itself was draining all the good vibes and energy from me. Even during sunny days, the apartment felt dark, almost gloomy. I didn't understand this at all. I've always liked spending time alone and doing my hobbies. Even today, I like my me time, but not in there. A's rooms had the worst atmosphere. When we were together, we stood in the entire room for a long time, even at night. But when she was gone, I never liked sitting in there alone. I caught myself avoiding the room. If I needed a book or something, I'd quickly go through the door, grab what I needed, and I'd lock that door behind me. I just couldn't explain why to myself. But enough about the weird feeling. Even though I was the person who spent the most time alone there, A experienced the most bizarre things. It began with nightmares, even a few episodes of sleep paralysis. Once, during an episode of sleep paralysis, she saw a black shadow coming closer and closer to her. And of course, the very classic experience of waking very often at 3 in the morning. Nothing particularly new there, but still scary. But then something really weird happened. One night, she was sitting in her room and was suddenly woken up by a loud bang on her door. She was frightened, so waited in silence as she became fully awake. frozen, waiting for another sound. But another sound did not come. After a while, she decided to go to the bathroom, and when she opened her door, she absolutely froze. You've got that idea, you've got that product, you've got that phone, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is this the work? Do I have time to take the jump? That's my personal advice. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be so hard to get that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it was what if no one listens? What if I make a fool of myself? And nearly 8 years in, I'm now the director of a company because of podcasting instead of making that leap of faith. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side of the house. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. But what if I get stuck, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/dark paranormal. Go to shopify.com/dark paranormal. That's shopify.com/dark paranormal. Every, and I mean every, door and drawer in that old closet was open. Of course, it had been closed before we went to sleep. She quickly closed everything and locked herself in her room. After some time spent contemplating what on earth had happened, she somehow managed to get back to sleep. After all of these years, I really admire her composure because I would have definitely lost it from fear and ran to my bedroom. Because we were there, sound asleep, we didn't hear a thing and slept peacefully, which is strange because, according to A, the noise she heard was a really loud bang. The next morning, she told me about her experience. Now, of course, I was freaked out. We examined the closet after that, and what was pretty bizarre was what we found. In one of the empty drawers that we didn't use was a couple of old photos of an old man during his vacation to Egypt. It was really strange because when we moved in, we cleaned that closet out, and that particular drawer was most definitely empty. We don't know if it was the previous owner's photos, but we assume it was, because who else? Again, we felt chills down our spine. We placed the photos back where they were and decided that we would just never open that door again. We didn't tell my husband because he's a skeptic and I assumed he wouldn't believe us anyway. Creepy stuff would happen during the day too. A and I were alone once. We'd been studying and after a while decided to eat lunch in the kitchen and have some free time alone. I went to my bedroom and A went to hers. When it was time to study again, I knocked on A's door, and when I heard, "Come in," I pressed the door handle, but it was locked. A repeated, "Come in," and I tried again, still locked. Then I heard her standing from her chair and coming to the door. She opened it with a very puzzled look. I asked, "Why did you lock your door? Do you need some alone time?" And she just blurted out, "I didn't." She told me she was 100% certain she hadn't locked it because she never locked her door during the day. All our doors always had keys in the keyhole, but we mostly didn't use them. But that day, it seemed that something wanted to play with the key. The next experience is mine and my husband. One winter evening, it was just the two of us at home, and we were watching Stranger Things in the living room. When you walked through the door to this room, on the left was the couch, and on the opposite wall we had the TV. I went to the toilet, and I'm sure, 100% sure, that I closed the door when I came back. Because, like I say, the corridor was creepy, so I preferred to be in closed rooms and was always closing doors. When one of the episodes came to an end, I wanted to get something to drink in the kitchen, and I stood there in disbelief, because there it was, the previously closed door, now opened halfway. I felt chills down my spine again, and opened up to my husband about everything that had took place before, about the strange feelings of being watched, about A's experiences. He, of course, tried to rationalize it, but he'd also seen me close to that door, and I could sense a little uncertainty within him. We decided to continue watching the show and not to talk about it. In a lot of paranormal stories, the advice is better not to talk about weird experiences, only because it makes things worse. So I was dedicated to that rule. Then 2020 came, and the pandemic. No school, only online activities. No work for my husband. Like everyone else, of course, we were scared, not sure what tomorrow would bring. After some time at the apartment, I felt a change in Ed. She was slowly getting more and more depressed and tired. One morning, I waited for her to wake up, but time passed and her room was silent. I knocked and she told me to come in. I was devastated when I saw her. She was laying in bed, pale and absolutely grey. I tried to make her laugh, but it didn't work. We talked about her state, and she decided it would be better if she travelled to her family home. I'm not saying that her state was caused by the atmosphere of the apartment, because the pandemic was difficult for everyone. But when I looked at her, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something dark that had drained all the life out of her. She came back after 2 months and was looking a lot better. As we were still spending a lot of time at home, we decided to adopt a little old dog from a shelter. He brought a lot of happiness to our lives, and we were absolutely in love with him. He had multiple dog beds everywhere in the home. Sometimes he would sleep in one of our bedrooms. Sometimes he chose to sleep in the corridor. When he was sleeping there, I was much more comfortable during my nighttime bathroom walks. I concluded that if he was sleeping there peacefully, and I was feeling better with his air, maybe this whole feeling what thing was my imagination. One thing that was uncomfortable for me was that we started leaving our doors slightly open, in case he wanted to come and join us during the night. One night, I'm half asleep, and I saw the light from the corridor coming into the room as the door slowly opened. I assumed it was the dog coming to sleep with us, but something felt off. So I sat up in bed and looked, and our dog was deeply asleep in his dog bed in the corner of the room. So it was impossible for him to come and quickly run into our room and fall asleep in a matter of seconds. Again, I felt a chill down my spine. I jumped out of bed and I quickly closed the door. I even gave up my bathroom trip that night. After this, I didn't let my dog sleep alone in the corridor anymore, only in ours or A's bedroom, with the door closed, of course. After 5 years in the apartment, we got our degrees and we all moved Thankfully, that was not the case, and in our new homes, we all felt safe and calm, even during the night. No more leaving all the lights on, no more creepy corridors. My husband's brother sold the place after we moved to a couple whose daughter was starting university. We don't have any information about whether this new occupant has had any experience of that, and I think that's for the better. Thank you, Kev, if you've read this far. Best regards, M. No, thanks to you, M. Such a fantastic mini for this week. This experience is the sort of experience I truly love. It, I know this sounds like the wrong way to describe it, but it's almost the home version of a paranormal and terrifying tale. There's so many authenticated in this, for me anyway, that I couldn't list them all off. And although to many it may sound like nothing much took place, the way you describe it so visually and viscerally made it very easy to follow just how terrified you were there, and the question you posed at the end is what I think we all love an answer to. What did that new tenant experience, if anything? But again, thank you so much for all the ministry. Again, if you have your own true paranormal experience, either click the link in the show notes or go to thedarkparanormal.com and click on Submit My Experience. And until next time, stay safe and take care.
Play the living frequency.
What if the dead don't want to scare us? They just want to be acknowledged. Have you ever wondered if some authors are unfinished stories rather than threats? What would it mean to realize that they followed you not out of malice, but desperation? Can spirits even ask for help? And if so, what happens if you're too afraid to listen? Can ignoring the paranormal be just as dangerous as confronting it? And what would you do if you realized the dead had been watching, quietly waiting for you to understand? These questions may not be answered today, but maybe through listening, you yourself may come up with a theory that comes pretty close. And if so, do share as we begin today's episode of The Dark Paranormal. Live from Liverpool, The Dark Paranormal with Kevin. Hello everyone and welcome to our next installment of The Dark Paranormal. If you are new to the show, a big welcome and hello, and thank you for joining us here on The Dark Paranormal. And just in case the title didn't give too much away, we only focus on the darker aspects of paranormal experiences that people face. We don't do light paranormal tales here. Our aim is to keep you up at night. And that's solely both from an entertainment point of view and also from a point of view that if you accept that the light side of the paranormal exists, i.e. revisiting dead ones, etc., staying there fine, then you have to, by default, accept that the dark side of the paranormal exists. And here on this show, we hear from some of the poor unfortunates who have to deal with that very realm. If you are new to the show and you like what you hear, you can always send us your experience if you are one of those poor unfortunates by going to our show notes and finding the link, or you can go direct to thedarkparanormal.com and click on Submit My Experience. Also in the show notes, you'll find a link offer a free trial to our Patreon as a pilot tier. Now, I've said this before many times, but in my opinion, as someone who's done this for over 5 years and has been a paranormal fan all of my life, our Patreon is genuinely filled with some of the nicest people in the paranormal sphere you can meet. I have seen plenty and been a member of plenty of online internet forums regarding the paranormal, and there's always either a hierarchy or there are arguments. This Patreon is something that was built by the Patreon themselves, and that community never fails to amaze me each and every day. Believe me, if I were not the host, and I'm not just saying this, I would be a member of the Patreon solely for that community. However, you also gain early access to all of our shows, and you can gain access to our back catalogue of Dark Fights episodes, which is our Patreon-only show that releases every single Sunday of the year, 30 minutes of the shorter experiences, which are still terrifying, but were a bit too short for the main show. And the back catalogue of that show, which is available now, goes over 180 hours. That's over 180 hours of paranormal true tales that have never been heard by the general public. Again, the link to the free trial is in the show notes, or you can go to patreon.com/the dark paranormal. And if right now Patreon is beyond your means, you can still support the show by leaving us a nice 5-star review. You can tell your friends about it. You can spread word about it online, about how you can find the show, or even by just subscribing to the show wherever you're listening right now, which you can do right now, and all of those things don't cost a single penny. But please know anything that you do to support the show is going to be massively appreciated, and it genuinely helps. So thank you. But right now, it's time. Lower those lights, make yourself comfortable, and most importantly, leave your disbelief at the door as we hear all about the living creatures. The very first time I saw what I believe was a ghost, I was sat beside my father as he died. This was November 2003, and he'd been in the hospital for 11 days. The cancer started in his lungs and it moved to his bones, and by the end, the morphine was doing much of the work of keeping him friendly, if you can even call it that. He died just 2 weeks from his birthday. He would have been 59. 58 is an awfully young age to die these days. The hospice was a converted Victorian house on the outskirts of town in Lancashire. His room was on the ground floor, facing the garden. They tried to make it comfy. Floral curtains, a wooden crucifix on the wall, because Dad had taken Catholic of his initiative. But no amount of soft furnishings could mask that smell. That clinical sweetness of disinfectant layered over something heavier, which I would later learn is just what death smells like when it's taken its time. It was just over 2 in the morning when something changed. I'd been dozing in the chair beside his bed, and something woke me. Not a sound, but a shift in the room, like the air pressure dropped. The lamp on the side table cast a dim orange circle around the bedsheet. The rest of the room fell into a grey shadow. I looked at Dad first, thinking maybe I'm picking up some sort of residual psychic message that this is his final time, and his breathing had changed. All evening it had been that awful rattle the nurse warned me about, but now it was barely there. Shallow sips of air, then long pauses, each one further apart from the last. I reached out for his hand, and it was good for the touch. That's when I noticed the man standing at the foot of the bed. A tall man, broad shouldered, wearing a dark green wax jacket and heavy work boots. Completely wrong for hospital, 2 in the morning. But the way he stood, feet planted wide, arms folded, chin slightly raised, was so familiar it made my throat close. Then he took a small step into the lamplight, and the room tilted. grandfather, my father's father. The only trouble being he'd been dead 40 years, though he looked exactly as I remembered. Mid-60s, a ruddy face, thick grey hair swept back, entirely solid. This wasn't a transparent figure. There was no glowing. He looked like a man who'd just walked in from the outside. He was wearing this wax jacket he was buried in, because Dad had insisted that his dad would have hated wearing the full suit. Granddad wasn't looking at me, he was looking at his son, and his expression was one I'd never seen on him in my life. Soft, patient, almost tender. He moved around to the opposite side of the bed and placed his hand over my father's, the hand I wasn't holding. Something in the room shifted again. The heaviness that had been building for days, and especially over the last few hours, stopped. My father's face, which I'd grown accustomed to seeing pinched and drawn through the morphine, through the pain, relaxed. The furrow between his eyebrows smoothed out for the first time in months. Grandad looked up at me, and his gaze was calm, steady. He gave me one slow nod, not a greeting, not a teepee nod, more a reassurance. And then he looked back down at his son. My dad took 3 more breaths, each quieter than the last, each after a longer pause, and on the third, he simply didn't take a pause. I sat holding his hand as the warmth left. I finally looked up, and the space where Grandad had been was empty. The faint smell of engine oil remained. Grandad always smelled of engine oil from the lot of where he spent his life working on cars, motorbikes, but that soon faded. I choose to believe he came towards his son out of this world. My next experience came in 2009, after I'd moved into a one-bedroom flat in Salisbury near Manchester. It was formerly a mill, red brick, high ceilings, arched windows. The building dated back to the 1840s, and you could feel the age in the walls. The rain sound moved oddly through the corridors, the cold drafts that came from nowhere. Small things started within weeks. The kitchen tap running when I came home, not a drip, but full screen. Books would rearrange themselves on the shelf. Once, a water-damaged Kindle appeared between 2 of mine that I'd never seen before in my life. Then there were indentations on my bed, not wrinkles, but the clear shape of someone who had been sitting on the edge of my mattress. So I bought a camera. I set it on the chest of drawers, angled at the bed, and I left it recording whilst I went to work. That evening I watched 6 hours of nothing, until the clock in the corner of the screen showed the time 3:17 p.m. And I watched as the duvet slowly depressed into the shape of a figure sitting down. I noticed a short flicker just before this sitting down took place, but paid it no attention as I'm now watching an invisible person tap on my desk. It remained there for 11 minutes, and then gradually the bed rose up. I rewound the tape and found just before it paused there was a brief flash of static that flew across the screen. Well, I didn't sleep well at all that. The activity soon started escalating. I'd be in the kitchen and I'd see people moving my periphery, and I turned to witness the full opening of one of the cupboard doors. The TV would suddenly stand down. There'd be a persistent smell of old coal smoke appearing in the hallway, vanishing within minutes. One night, I awoke to hear the sound of what sounded like machinery, a rhythmic clank, like a loom from the empty plastic I told my mate Chris we'd run into it at school, and he's an electrician, he's pragmatic, no nonsense, the kind of bloke who'd strip a fuse box before entertaining the idea of a ghost. But he listened without laughing. He'd been to the flat several times, and even he'd mentioned it always felt heavy in here, which from Chris's point of view was practically the mission of the supernatural. Set the camera up again, he said, but leave candles lit on the table. I will see if anything interacts with it. In hindsight, it was something I should never have done. But in all honesty, hearing him say these words, this skeptic, sounding like some ghost hunter from TV, I think threw me into a state of semi-shock, and so I did. He asked me not to watch the footage until he was there, so I waited that night till he arrived and we watched the footage together. For 2 hours, the candle burned normally. Then that flash of static, longer than 3 or 4 seconds, and when the image cleared, the flame was leaning hard to one side, as if something invisible was knelt down and slowly blowing its steady stream of air, and then it straightened. Then it blew the other way, staying in that position for a good 15 seconds. Both our mouths were left open as we continued to watch the screen. A few moments later, the candle itself moved. This was 3:11 p.m., according to the screen. It was still in its glass holder, and it slid 2 inches across the bedside table. Then again, then again, each time closer to the edge, and at 3:19 it went over, clearly out of sight of the camera, but you could see an orange glow start to grow and grow until the bedsheet itself caught fire. At this point, the camera stopped recording. We were both still open-mouthed. Chris looked at me as if to say, and then what? I looked at him and said, what? I don't have an answer for what just took place. He said, but the fire, what happened? I walked into my room and showed him that my room was perfectly okay. The candle was on the bedside table and it burned down in its wick. The unshakable Chris literally shivered in front of me and just said, I'd get the priest if I were you. Now, we all have those friends who sort of act as a father figure amongst your group, and when they say, I would do this, you kind of treat them as the adult figure, and you think, I should. So I did. So the very next day, I did. I called the priest. I made some brief excuse about being new to the area and wanting my house blessed. A young priest came round and he looked deeply uncomfortable the whole time he was there. He blessed every room with holy water, but he was gone within 20 minutes. For a few days that flat felt lighter, which in turn made my mood lighter, which lasted about maybe 5 days, as I received the news that Chris had collapsed at the job site. Up a ladder rewiring the junction box, he simply went limp and fell, dead before the ambulance arrived. A massive stroke, 31 years old. He was fit and fiddle. There were no warning signs. I was devastated. In the weeks that followed, the flat seemed to settle. The tap stayed off, the books didn't move, no more indentations. I genuinely joked with myself in a morbid way that I didn't know if it was staying quiet because of the priest or it was showing respect to Chris. I called the woman to arrange a more thorough cleansing of the flat just to make sure, ironically from a number Chris had given me. Some skeptic he was, God bless him. She was a spiritual practitioner from Bali. After a fortnight of calm, I cancelled, because whatever was wrong seemed to have genuinely passed. Months went by. I grieved Chris. I came home to a quiet flat and felt something I hadn't in over a year. Normal, or at least semi-normal. I stopped checking rooms before entering. I stopped bracing myself every time I unlocked the front door. Although I didn't recall, I must have also put the camera away into the chest of drawers to gather dust. It wasn't until just as I was packing up to move, because even with the peace, I couldn't stay in a place so tangled with twisted memories, that I found the camera, still plugged in, still recording. I almost didn't look, and I genuinely wish I hadn't. I skimmed through the weeks of footage on fast forward, expecting nothing, but it was all there. The duvet still depressing at the odd hours. It had never stopped, not for a single day. I had just stopped being able to see it. The grief, the numbness, the exhaustion, whatever had shut down inside me after Chris died, had shut down my ability to perceive what was happening around me. I spent months believing I was safe. The whole time, something had been sitting on my bed and watching me sleep, and I moved about that place as if in a daydream. I moved out the following week. I left that camera behind. Maybe 5 years later, around that time, something happened that made me think, perhaps everything on the other side isn't so malicious. It was autumn 2014, and I was driving home from a late shift. I'd come off the motorway and was heading down the dual carriageway when everything started to feel different. The streetlights looked warmer. The engine sounded softer. There was a calmness that settled over me unlike anything I'd experienced before. Deep, absolute, like sinking into warm water. Then I heard my granddad's voice from the passenger seat. "Please don't be so fast." I glanced over, and there he was. Waxed jacket, ruddy face, grey hair, looking straight ahead through the windscreen as if giving driving directions from beyond the grave, as if this was perfectly natural. I lifted my foot from the accelerator. I was approaching the roundabout at the bottom of the hill. Now start braking hard. I pressed the brake hard. By the time I reached the roundabout, I was fairly crawling. A car came from the right and blew straight through without slowing down, easily going 60 miles an hour in the 30 zone. It crossed my path so close, the displaced air rocked my car. Had I kept my normal speed, I'd have been directly in its path, without doubt. Instantly, that calmness vanished. Sound and anxiety flooded back, and I gripped the wheel, my heart hammering. I looked to my left. Grandad was gone. I muttered, "Grandad, you just saved my life." The seat was empty, but I could still smell that faint trace of engine. I'd like to say that's where my email ends, but my most terrifying experience is yet to come, and it came in 2016, in a place that has always felt safe. When Grandad died in 1989, nobody knew what to do with his lockup. It was a brick unit on a small industrial estate at the edge of town. He bought it in the early 70s and spent nearly every evening there, rebuilding motorbikes, restoring old cars. As a child, I'd sit on an upturned oil drum watching him work, breathing in that engine oil, listening to him explain compression ratios like I understood them. The industrial estate was built on the site of a Victorian cotton mill, one that had operated since the 1800s until its demolition in the late 60s. When Grandad passed, the lease passed to Dad. Then to me after Dad died. I barely pivoted what would I needed, but selling it also felt wrong. In 2016, I decided maybe I could use it as a studio or something similar. So I finally went over to clean it out. It was a Saturday in October. Grey skies and dark quiet half full. I hadn't accounted for how long sorting all this out would take. There were no windows in these sorts of places, just the roller shutter and a strip light that buzzed when I flicked it on. I sighed at Grandad's workbench, still lined the back wall. Two rusted bike frames stood in the corner, and the air smelt of oil and damp concrete. For 2 hours I kind of just made my peace with it, walking round, flipping things, picking things up, and it was very peaceful. Just me, the radio, and decades of accumulated things. Old photos, receipts from the 70s, Grandad's driving gloves. Then the strip light started flickering violently, not its usual dim buzz, but a rapid strobe that made the shadows lurch. I jumped up and hit the fitting with my palm. No change. Then it died completely. Total darkness. No windows. The roller shutter pulled mostly closed against the code. I fumbled for my torch on my phone, and when the light came on, I realized I was no longer alone. There were three of them. Standing between me and the shutter were two men and one woman, dressed in clothes from another century. Collarless shirts, waistcoats, heavy boots. The woman wore a long skirt and a shawl. All had gaunt faces and hollow cheeks, exhausted in a way that went beyond time. They looked like people drowned by decades of brutal labor. They looked like they lived underground. I was paralyzed. My phone shook so badly the light jigged across their faces. They were mumbling quietly amongst themselves with accents so thick, so old I could barely follow. They were not alarmed in the slightest by me, more mildly furious. The way you'd notice a piece of furniture had been rearranged. The man on the left in the black cap turned to me, long, lined face, eyes far too old for his body. "That can see us then." The woman stepped forward, almost hopeful. "We weren't here, all of us. This were Mill." The second man moved towards me, younger, thin face, dark hair plastered flat. His expression turned to something urgent. "I'm Samuel," he said. "Will they do something for us? The stalkers need to know." His directness broke my paralysis. I ducked under the shutter, scraped my back on the metal, and I ran to my car. I drove home shaking so hard I could barely grip the wheel. When my partner asked what happened, I told them I'd had a panic attack. The darkness, the enclosed space, the emotion of Grandad's things, and they believed me. I wasn't ready to tell the truth. The truth being, I wasn't going back to that losses ever. But Samuel, it seemed, wasn't finished with me. It started with small things. A framed photo of Grandad that I'd kept in the hallway. I'd find it turned to face the wall. The first time I just turned it round and thought nothing of it. The second time I felt a prickle across my scalp. The third time I stood staring at it for a long, long time, my mouth dry, because I'd only left the room for 5 minutes. Then that damn symbol reappeared. I'd not taken it with me when I moved out of Salton. I knew that. Yet there it was on my kitchen table as I walked downstairs at 5:45 for a morning coffee. Then followed dreams. The first was vague, a doorway, a woman's silhouette, the sound of children somewhere behind her. I remember waking up unsettled, but I wrote it off. But the second dream was clearer. The woman was young, mid-twenties. She wore a plain cotton dress and an apron. She was stood in the doorway of a small terraced house, as if she was waiting for someone. Behind her, I could see her three children, not playing, but restless, fractious, the way children get when they're hungry or anxious or both. The third dream was the one that broke me. Same doorway, same woman, same children, crying, but this time she was looking direct at me. at me, and her face was of devastation and grief, the kind that's gone past tears and settled into something more permanent. She opened her mouth as if to speak, and I woke up gasping. My pillow was wet from sweat. My chest was aching with a sadness that I knew didn't belong to me. The dreams were every night after that. Always the same woman, the same doorway, always the same children, and each night her expression grew more desperate, as if she knew I could see her and couldn't understand why I wasn't helping. I couldn't take it anymore. I went back to the lockup that next morning, bringing with me my partner and my laptop. And whilst my partner loaded boxes into the van, I sat on Grandad's old stool and I searched. I searched for the mill's history, worker records, census data, accident reports. I found him within an hour. Samuel Harkin, born 1839, cotton spinner from the age of 12, died 1867, aged 28, after his arm was caught in a carding machine, bled to death on the factory floor. He was survived by a wife, Mary, and three young children. The eldest was six, the youngest was 11 months old. He was even photographed in the local history archive, that faded one which showed some thin, serious face, the same dark hair plastered flat, the same man who tried to speak to me in the darkness. Then I found Mary, a record in the parish archives that noted both her marriage to Samuel and then following Samuel's death with no income and no family nearby, she'd been forced into the workhouse with all three children within the year. The youngest, the 11-month-old, died in the workhouse before its second birthday. There was no record of what happened to Mary or the other two children after that. They simply vanished from the paperwork and from history. That's the way poor people did in the 19th century, as if they never existed at all. And I wonder if things have truly changed. I sat on that stool, overwhelmed by guilt. Samuel had asked me for help. He'd stood in front of me literally and started to tell me something. Something about people who needed to know something. And I'd ran. I'd chosen my fear over whatever he was trying to say. And now I'd never know what that message was. Maybe it was something Mary needed to hear. Maybe it was something that would have given him or her peace, or even broken whatever thread was keeping him tethered to that patch of ground for over 160 years. I'll never know, and I have to carry that. However, the dream stopped after I found Mary's name. The hymn book, where I found it on my table, I placed in my bookshelf, where it remained. And since these incidents, the photograph of Grandad stopped turning. Whenever Samuel needed, the act of at least finding his family and giving them acknowledgement seemed to have mattered, seemed to have been enough, or at least to give him closure on something he'd been asking for. The above are just some of my major experiences, and there have been many, many more, but most are much smaller. The truth is, I've seen things and heard things since I was a child, and I've spent most of my life trying to tune it out because it frightens me. Shadow figures at the edges of rooms, voices in empty spaces, people who appear for one moment and vanish when I look back. Sometimes they ask me to pass on messages, and I never do. The fear shuts me down every time. Except now I think about Samuel, and I wonder how many other messages I refuse to hear. How many other Marys are out there, waiting at doorways for words that will never come. And they'll never come because I was too afraid to listen. My daughters think I should embrace it. They call it a gift. One jokes I should get my own TV show, but they don't understand what it feels like to see someone who shouldn't be there and know they're looking back at you fully sentient. They don't know how frightening it can be. If I am a medium, and I believe I may be, I truly, truly don't want to be one. Maybe it does run in families. Maybe granddad covered in engine oil and holding spanners, fixing cars, listening to radios. Surrounded his life with noisy machines and engines because the noise and oil and solid mechanics of reality kept the other stuff at bay. All I believe is that we're made of energy, and as we know, energy cannot be destroyed. Maybe when we die, it shifts to a different frequency. Maybe I'm just unlucky enough to be tuned in. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. I've not ruled that out either. That's Thomas. Well, Thomas, and I know that's not your real name, thank you for one of the most amazing episodes I think I've ever read out. I knew this was going to be a good one when I took about maybe an hour to do the first 15 minutes. Simply because your excellent description of how somebody passes on in the hospice really resonates with me, having lost my dad a few years back. Now, do I believe you are a medium? Yes, 100%. And people could say, how did you be so sure? There is just something in how Thomas has wrote this email that makes me convinced he is indeed a medium. And it's up to him if he chooses to lean into or away from that gift. No fun on the council for me. One thing I would say that I picked up before we end this amazing episode is, did you note in the Salford flat that you live, you described machinery beneath you that you say sounded like a loom. And for those unaware, a loom was a type of spinning device that would have been used in mill factories. So it's kind of like, from my perspective at least, maybe someone was calling you long before you ever encountered him. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me on today's Dark Paranormal. And don't forget, if you have your own experience, the link's in the show notes, as is our Patreon link too. So, until next time, remember, when you're discussing the paranormal, always leave some of your disbelief at the door. And I'll speak to you next time, right here on the Dark Paranormal.
Playing dark minisodes, where evil feeds, is a paid message from GoFundMe.
My name's Ashley Kane. I'm the daddy of a little girl in heaven and a father to two boys on earth. I've got an incredible relationship with GoFundMe, both personally and via a Dorothy Foundation, the Daily Foundation. GoFundMe has allowed me, the foundation, of thousands of people out there to give hope to others in need. You'd actually be surprised how many people out there are willing to show love and support you in your time of need. My advice to anyone that needs to start a GoFundMe would be do it. You don't need to feel shame. You don't need to feel guilt. You don't need to feel embarrassment. If you need GoFundMe, use GoFundMe.
Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com. That's gofundme.com. GoFundMe.com. This message reflects one person's experience.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to a dark mini-series. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another dark mini-series. Firstly, again, a big thank you to everyone who's reached out with your feedback, with your submissions, and with your comments around the changes we've made. I want to thank each and every one of you for being so positive about those changes, and in general, for just being the best listeners, the that I believe exists on any paranormal podcast anywhere. So thank you sincerely. Now, of course, if you do like the show and you're new to the show, in the show notes we do have a week's free access to our Patreon at the highest tier, where you can gain access to not only a new Dark Fight show every week, that's a Patreon only show, where we listen to some of our shorter experiences we've seen, but also the back catalogue of Dark Fight, which is well over 180 hours worth of Patreon-only material. Plus, for our highest tier on Patreon, you can take a look at our new video series, After Dark, where I literally press record on a video camera and talk unedited for 30 minutes about the topics we discussed that week. It's more of a flow of consciousness about my theories and ideas, and it's just brought something new to what can seem like a rather serious show. And when I say seem like, of course, the show itself is serious, deadly serious. However, there is always room, especially behind the curtain at Patreon, to get to know each other a little better. So check out the show notes there, and there you will also find a link to submit your experience for the Dark Paranormal. A relevant length, you will find a place to use it, be it on the main show, a mini-show, or indeed as one of our shorter experiences, the Dark Find. But speaking of shorter experiences, we have a dark mini-show to get to. So as it's Wednesday, it's the working week. If you are at work and you're listening, press pause, wait till you've had a break, and spend 15 to 20 minutes with a nice cup of tea or coffee as we hear all about where evil be. Hi Kevin, I've gone back and forth on whether to send this for months. I keep thinking nobody's going to believe me anyway. And honestly, if somebody told me this 5 years ago, I wouldn't be believing them either. But it's happening, and it's still happening. And I need someone who actually knows about this stuff to tell me what they think, because I'm out of my depth. I've changed every name, including my own, and I'm keeping the location well out of it. You'd understand why if I could tell you. If you want the real details yourself, just ask me and I'll send them on. But I will ask you not to share them publicly, as people work here, kids live here, and I cannot have this traced back. I won't confirm my gender either, but I'll go by a female of the name Nadia for this experience. I work on the night shift at a residential facility for young people. The building is old, much older than the job it does now. Before it is what it is today, it was run by the church. It was an institution for children. And what happened inside it when the church had control was nothing but evil. And I don't use that word lightly. Kids were abused in every way you can think of, both SA and physical abuse. Locked in rooms underground for days was punishment for nothing. A child could be thrown down there for speaking at the wrong time. And there were deaths, at least two that are documented, but probably much more. The church shut it all down quietly and the building changed hands a few times before it became what it is now. The building's been modernized, but the structure is the same. The walls are the same. And whatever's in those walls didn't leave when the church did. Now personally, as a hobby, I've been into the paranormal for years. I've explored abandoned sites all over the country, hospitals, old factories, even a monastery once. And I've had experiences in those places, but nothing that truly scared me. However, this place is different, very different. It's in a different league completely. And I have to walk through it alone every hour in the evening slash morning, 5 nights of a week. From day one, my colleagues told me the building was active. when they found out what my hobby was. They told me doors would be found open that were locked on the previous round. They'd hear footsteps above them when the floor above was empty. They feel cold spots haven't seemed to move. Two of the senior employees have seen a dark figure stood in the upstairs corridor, stood totally still, then disappearing when they look again. One of them, a lad I'll call Marco, is probably the hardest bloke I've ever met, and he refuses to patrol the East Wing alone. He said it feels like someone walks with him, stride for stride, just behind his shoulder. I thought he was exaggerating until I felt it too. A few months in, I couldn't leave it alone anymore. I wanted to know what we were dealing with. So I started recording audio on my night shift. Nothing fancy. A few voice recorders that I had for my hobby that I left in spare rooms or empty rooms where kids were not, and in the corridors before my round, and then I collect them a few hours later. I did this for about 3 weeks across different parts of the building. Most of it was nothing at all, static, or my own footsteps from a distance approaching the recorder. But then I started catching things. The first one that stopped me cold was from the second floor landing. On that recording, you can clearly hear a young male voice say a room, a specific room. Then there's a pause. Then the same voice says three words slowly. Alone, frozen, gone. It turned out that room belonged to a former resident who'd left the facility when he aged out. He ended up homeless. A couple of the longest serving staff told me he'd sadly died drunk of exposure, found in a car park in the middle of winter, alone, frozen, gone. I played that recording for Marco and another colleague that I'll call Rick. Marco went pale. Rick said he wasn't surprised. They told me things had been getting worse over the last year or so. More activity, more tension in the building at night. The kids had been having night terrors that were leaving faster. So I kept going, leaving recorders in more areas. On one recording from an empty group room, I called the female voice, repeating what sounded like a name. Then she said a word that sounded like her. Then she screamed. Not a word, a scream, and it cut through the static like glass. Then silence, then the same voice, much, much quieter, saying, please. On another recording from a hallway near the back stairwell, I caught a male voice, deep, aggressive. It said a word I won't repeat, and then what sounded like, get out. I asked Marco and Rick to listen without telling them what I thought I heard. I gave them a pen and paper and asked them to write down what they thought they heard. They both scribbled away at the exact same time, and I could see the color drain from their faces. I asked them to reveal their faces, and they showed the exact same words that I heard, independent. One night, when it was just the three of us on shift, I suggested we try a live session. No equipment beyond the recorder running. Just us sat in one of the empty activity rooms, lights off, asking questions out loud, leaving gaps for responses, and then rewinding the tape to listen to what was there. What we got back was enough to make me seriously consider quitting the job. Firstly, we asked if anyone was with us. On the playback was a voice that said, many. So we asked, how many? It said a number, 12. We asked if they needed help, and multiple voices overlapped one another, but one cut through clearly and said, trapped. Then the recorder picked up something none of us had in the room at the time, although it being very loud on the recorder. A child laughing, but wrong, slow, controlled, like someone pretending to be a child who didn't quite know how laughter from a child was supposed to sound. We asked who was laughing, gave a pause, listened back, nothing for a while, and then a deep voice said, me. Marco asked what it wanted, as the voice said, her. Well, we all assumed it meant me. I asked why. We played it back, and it said, women something pay. Women deserve pay, said Rick. He said his head isn't clear as a bell. Then he said, she's done nothing to you. She's here respectfully. Again, we left a gap, and again, we played back the recording. Again, a small pause, and then, liar. Then, on the recording, as clear as anything, it said my name, my real name, not Nadia. My actual first name that I'd not said once during that session. Rick said, alright, that's enough, but we left the tape recording for a while. On playback, there was a sound none of us heard live. It was a woman, screaming in pure terror, long and drawn out. Then the recording just had static for the remaining 10 minutes. We sat in that room for another 10 minutes after we stopped talking and felt absolutely nothing. It was still, calm, like whatever was there had pulled back. But when we played the recording the next day, we all agreed on the same thing. It started off sounding like lost people, sad people, trapped people. Then it was like something else took over. The fake child laughing, the deep voice, knowing my name, the scream. That wasn't the same thing as the people at the start. It was something else, wearing voices like a costume. And when we didn't react the way it wanted to, it dropped the act. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I needed to understand what we were dealing with. So I booked a session with a spiritual medium the following week. A woman I'd never met in a town 20 miles from where I worked. She knew nothing about me. I sat down and told her one thing. Something is wrong where I work, and I need to know what it is. She closed her eyes, and within seconds her face changed. She looked like she was going to be sick there and then. She said, there is so much suffering in that building. Then she said, whatever you've been doing at night, stop it, and stop it now. You're not communicating with the dead. You're communicating with something that was never alive. She then told me she believed, although she couldn't be specific, that years ago someone in that building had tried to perform a kind of ritual. She couldn't work out what kind, but she said she knew it was deliberate. She knew it was done by someone who wanted to contact the dead, and instead they opened something that should have remained shut. She said the object used was never removed from the building, and as long as it stays, that doorway stays open. She said what came through breathed unsufferably. I thanked her, we ended our session, and I headed to my car, thinking about the history of the the fact it would be like a battle for her. The pain, the abuse, the death, it would sustain the spirit, and it would keep the spirits of the people who suffered trapped there because their pain would be what it fed on. When I reached my car, I realized I left my keys on her desk. So I returned. She was stood tidying some folders, and she asked me out of interest where I was. When I told her, she asked immediately if children still live there, and I said yes. She put her hand to her mouth and said those children will be experiencing things they can't explain, nightmares, feeling watched, irrational fear of certain rooms. She said it won't physically harm them, but it would feed on their fear, and it will make itself known to the most vulnerable ones. She went to the back and came out with something to protect myself while I was there. I placed the trinkets in my bag, thanked her, and now more scared than before, got back to my car. I went back to work the next night, and I told Marco and Rick about what you said, about this ritual, about an object still being in the building. They both went quiet. And then Marco told me something that made my blood run cold. He said about 4 years before I started, a group of the elder girls living at the facility managed to get hold of a book on summoning the dead. It's Marco's words, not mine. I'm sure he meant something different, maybe not. One of them had stolen it from a second-hand shop downtown. They did something with that book one night in one of the basement rooms. Staff only found out because the girls were hysterical afterwards, refusing to sleep in their room, but they were made to repair the room. After one girl in particular started calling through on the intercom every single night, saying in a whispering sob that a tall man was stood in the corner of her room watching her, they decided to let the girls switch rooms. Staff wrote it off as nightmares. The book was confiscated, but Marco said as far as he knew, nobody ever checked whether it was destroyed or should be recorded. I haven't done any recordings in this building since. I want to. Part of me is desperate to understand what's in that basement. But I know now that whatever is there, it's not something that's going to give me answers. It just wants a reaction. It wants fear. And I was giving it exactly what it wanted. I still work there, and I still do my rounds. A few weeks ago, Marco and myself were sat at the desk on a quiet shift, and from behind us, at the same time, we heard a growl. Low, rumbling, blowing. Not mechanical, not an animal. A growl that sounded like it came from mid-air, from a chest that shouldn't exist. We looked at each other. Neither of us got up. We sat there for 5 minutes in silence, and then carried on like it hadn't happened. Because what are you supposed to do? I'd really like to hear what you think of this thing. I've got my own ideas, but I don't trust them as I'm too close to them. If you'd like to hear about other places I've explored, I've got plenty of those too. Thanks for reading this. It means a lot. Nadia. Well, Nadia, I know that's not your real name, and you have sent me through one of those EDPs, which I can say kept me from night. So thank you for that. But I think I speak on behalf of us all when I say we will love to hear more of your explorative story. So please send that through. Now, regarding my opinion, it's irrelevant because I am not an expert in this field. I genuinely don't believe there are experts in this field. I believe people have gifts. I believe people have the ability to know when certain energies are about, even to see or speak with the dead. But experts, I don't think you can have in a field that science won't succeed because we have no metrics. And I, for one, would never consider myself to be an expert. An expert at hearing experiences, yes. In the field of the paranormal, no. And be very fearful of anyone who claims to be so. But we do all have our own theories. Now, and this is not a plug, believe me, as any of our patrons who watch the videos will say, but on our new After Dawn series, where I get to speak non-stop for 30 minutes without editing, that seems to be when my best theories come out. And it sort of opens up my subconscious to just flow. Yes, theories of I can jump to pretty quickly, and that's nothing right by any stretch of the imagination. But in truth, this experience, to me anyway, is kind of self-explanatory. I don't need to put a theory because I would struggle to find one. Because everything that was mentioned by yourself within the narrative of this experience, for me, would be what I would claim as a theory. Someone has, to use a phrase that is modern parlance these days, effed about and found out. So they try to make some sort of ritual. They believe, according to Marco, summoning the dead. In turn, that opens some sort of portal, which appears to have led through this day. And I say day, the other entity, given what we describe as psychic, say, it has never been alive. And this evil deity appears, yes, as I would fully expect, to live on attention and fear. So, in terms of how did this happen, I think you pretty much lay down how it happened. In terms of how you get rid, I think I would go with the psychic's word over a podcast. But Nadia, sincerely, thank you for this info. And yes, I will reiterate this. Given how good this was, we want to hear more from you. Please do either click the link in the show notes or just reply to the email address you sent. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to join me on this mini episode today. And I can't wait to speak to you all on Friday for our next installment of the Dark Paranormal. Until then, stay safe and take care.
Playing Dark Realms. Skyline Playfair. Beyond Enfield. Starting a health journey can feel overwhelming, but MedExpress offers a simple and supportive way to explore weight management treatments from home. Begin with our short online consultation, reviewed by our UK registered clinicians, to see if you're eligible for options to help you manage your weight with confidence. There's no pressure and no in-person appointments, everything happens online at your pace. If eligible, treatment is delivered discreetly to your door, and you'll have access to ongoing personalised support from our clinical team throughout. MedExpress has helped more than 1.5 million UK customers since 2013, providing clinically backed care designed to help you feel more confident in your health choices. When you're ready to take that first step, visit medexpress.co.uk/podcast to learn more.
Not all of our episodes need to be from listeners. In fact, For example, strategy. We need learning for everyone. So training and opening for who we are people who are involved in the current. And then we literally have a God father, right, of British research happening for people who know. I think shows that what people feel could not be established, even though not the people of that. I genuinely believe in that online for anyone who is any current to become a member. The link for which is shown in the book is a free week to anyone who is at the highest tier of our people, which gives them access not only to early ad free releases, but also to a new show every week of John Fun, which is 30 minutes of deep non-stop theory, all through all students of history. And because I have to obviously have access to over 180 hours of review, plus we started a new show, which is 30 minutes non-stop, non-editable, me giving my own opinion advice on the things that comes that week. And this show, you'll also find a link to all shows all good at net.com, and you'll find something like this and Patreon, I will click the link over to Patreon so right now, today's dog fun is an absolute pleasure about a gentleman I've been a national for a long time, ever since I was 18 years old, and I first heard that anything. Today's dog realm is about guy by Later. Now, you may choose if you look at your or you may have seen guidelines like that if you don't know that is the sign of modern growth. And that is kind of all today's episode. Because by the end of it, you will just Google guidelines like that really what. And so before we dive in, get yourself a mic, sit down, make yourself comfortable, and listen as we talk about the amazing guy Ryan Slater. Skyline Slater, born 1975 to 2018, is best known as one of the inventors first days of NPO software in the late 1970s. But before and beyond NPO, Slater led a fascinating career delving into paranormal around the world. A Cambridge-educated journalist turned scientific researcher, Slater was the earliest his business, which he called the most decisively oriented country on earth. And it was here that his skepticism gave way to conviction as to which podcast phenomena confirmed. In 1973, for example, he investigated poltergeist outbreaks in San Paulo in the heart, giving campus inexplicable rapid context. He then joined the scientific and research that year, determined to study such phenomena with an open yet critical mind. Long before Enfield, Blakeburg had been invented, already baptized in the world of poltergeist. And today, we will look at two theories he investigated how to survive Enfield, focusing on the Brazilian poltergeist theory, and hopefully as vividly as we can with the information we have, to prove that Skyline Laser is almost just like General Public, by so extremely risky, central cell for a different way to go. After the family had experienced some stories on the walls and the floor, loud, insistent rattling sounds that seemed to come from an unknown dugout. Soon, the activity escalated into full-blown chaos that was headed to Playfair's death. Playfair arrived on the scene alongside the colleagues Suzuko Hashi and others, ready with the difficult and no time. What they encountered was like something out of Hollywood. The investigators documented several dramatic phenomena, including thunderous knocking, explosive bangs that looked out of nowhere, the walls shake as with the floor. One night, this place was looking up even hell, a series of deafening bangs jolted in the wind, as if under the sledgehammer was pounding up the floor. He managed to hit the cord just in time to capture 11 of those percussive blows on the face. Each strike so forceful, the entire room vibrated. There were objects thrown back, unseen balls of pearl furniture, household items, all without warning. Chairs would slide or topple over, and cushions would reportedly rise suddenly to go out in the air. And then there was a swamping fire, a truly terrifying sight. Fire would break out inexplicably anywhere around the house. Clothes, benches, curtains, they would suddenly catch fire without any evident source of ignition. These occurrences were not only frequent, but followed the family wherever they fled. Desperate to escape that onslaught, they moved house to multiple new residences, and every time the monster stopped following. This chapter was not passing location, but perhaps centered on time. A common pattern in Foxtrot cases known as the focus agent. Throughout the investigation, Placer applied his journalistic eye and scientific caution. He noticed how the phenomena often displayed intelligence or responsiveness. In fact, seven researchers who visited the family all agreed the event hinted at a guiding intelligence behind it. For instance, if the family was according to the story expert, the phenomena would surge as it was processed. Later, even conducted controlled experiments, at one point producing some normal dots on the walls themselves to compare with the recordings of the mysterious weapons. Decades later, a mystic analysis would show the poltergeist graph we recorded had a distinct sound signature, not found in ordinary double knots. This provides hard evidence that the anomalous noises, although an almost perfect mimicry, were actually very different in character from any human-made banging. By the time the Miranda poltergeist finally subsided, Playfair had collected hours of audio and numerous eyewitness accounts. He chronicled the case in his 1975 book, The Flying Cat, detailing how such Brazilian cases parallel how the causes of death work. But this case always sealed him for a much more dark that was the Scottish Pact, just outside Sao Paulo. An ordeal so dramatic that locals came to believe this was not a mere orgy, but black magic itself was at play. So, let's take a look at this terrifying case with Raoul Ponce, a poltergeist as a weapon. In April 1973, on the outskirts of Sao Paulo's quiet Jardim Road neighborhood, another family fell prey to an onslaught of weapons. This case would become known as one of Brazil's craziest ever. The events began suddenly, then escalated quickly First, alongside investment researcher Amani Andrade, was born the case. What they discovered was so outlandish that even Blakeburn Master was and are close, especially unusual, even by European standards. The incident centered around the 21-year-old mother, Lola Mia, who lives with her husband and daughter, and extended family. It all began one afternoon with a battle at the family. Lola Mia found the living couch, not moving, nor even compelled, but scratched submitted, as if clawed by a wild animal. Soon after, similar destruction spread through the house. Mattresses and chairs were found in similar long gashes. Fabric was torn open, including eyewitnesses. The family took a left and along. Who or what was shredding their furniture until it was resolved as their parents' residence. Then, chicken cracks. Glimpses of the shadowy creatures floating around the whole house. Noah's father-in-law, Pedro, for one, swore he saw, I quote, the hand and arm of a beast, a monster, not a man, lurking in the dark. He described the apparition in chilling detail, saying it had 15 centimeters long claws, curved, flat, glossy, and was covered in a fine red fur that believed were Dr. Jackson. This was no mere ghostly white figure, suddenly seized upon the border. This was a beast seemingly dragged from the dark. As days went on, the onslaught of phenomena multiplied and multiplied. Among the reported happenings was the local physical evidence. Family members began to find inexplicable scratches and cuts on their skin. Knowing Nina herself suffered from scratches across her face from an uneven floor, which would appear as clusters of 3 to 5 marks as though made by talc. And this is made daily was left with a sudden cut on her leg that required medical assistance. Knowing the clustered markers was cut and scratched by the use of assailants on multiple occasions. These wounds seemed deliberate, inflicted to maximize fear, almost like a taunt from the enemy. Stones pelted the roof from nowhere. Dishes, glassware, shattered spontaneously in the cupboard. Money was going to people one spot and was here somewhere else. But perhaps most eerily, when the family tried to find solace in prayer, they would discover their Bibles to be sliced apart, always put up precisely as Psalm 91, the same scripture they used to cite for protection, as if the entity was sending a boxing message. Interestingly, just as in the Islamic case, fire would ignite without cause, small flames, erupting furniture, living, even paperwork. I am always putting out fires, mark of lamented weary. Little explosions would rock the house, appliances in short circuits, and pops like a gunfire were heard as objects busted or broke apart. This relentless torment drove Dorothea and her relatives help. At first they invited neighbors to come and witness the incident, lest anyone accuse them of imagining or making things up. The case then caught the attention of local media, and soon Andrade took on the investigation. Placer, busy at the time with his Oranga case, was briefed on the phenomenon and was shown photographs of the wrecked furniture. Initially, he wondered if the wild animal, or someone pretending to investigate the wild animal, had been the culprit, but this was quickly ruled out, and the family confirmed no animal was kept. And so Placer became important in one of the most terrifying investigations that he could get. As the investigation grew deeper and people in theory of it was found. find this was mostly spiritual law. Andrade hypothesized that the family may be victims of witchcraft. In Brazilian Umbanda and spiritual traditions, sorcerers could conjure malevolent spirits known as urus, shape-shifting entities called harm enemies. These poltergeists for hire would attach themselves to a target, in this case, Noah Beale, and use physical and psychological habits as a form of curse. Essentially, it was our poltergeist as a weapon to the deliberately invoked by religious intent. Priests practiced would come in to perform exorcism blessings, and during one of those intense prayer sessions, the northern zealot Pedro, the patriarch, fell into a trance. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he claimed to see the bed in the bedroom. In an order of biblical confrontation, Pedro said he looked to grapple the demon foe, shouting he was guided by the Spirit of God. Now regardless whether this was genuine psychic battle or a aggressive hallucination, it only demonstrates the extreme length that the family went to resist this unseen state. But ultimately, it will be Noemia herself who faced the entity in a violent showdown. Exorcism threatened with another child, Noemia decided she would not be a victim anymore. One night, she knelt in prayer. She felt the atmosphere change. The temperature plummeted, and the grotesque figure materialized before her. The entity appeared as a fire-breathing man with a demonic star, spewing obscenity to others. Mustering all her courage, Noah Mia stood up to defy the spectre, and in a trembling voice, she recited Psalm 91, the same psalm the spirit of Courtney was shredded in her body. Effectively, throwing scripture back at his face. No evil shall befall you, no affliction whom they will test. She prayed aloud, defiantly. At the climax of this confrontation, a frigid chill swept over Noemia, and then, as suddenly as it all began, this new presence vanished. She was left stood in a dark, silent room, and her terrified husband woke to find the whole ordeal over. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the household for months had gone. In the aftermath, the family reported that the spiritual assault never returned. Word of the hellish experience was spread, yet Noemia's family sought no fame nor fortune. They refused to even publicize their last name. They wanted to do it in private. Investigators, however, continued to study the case for well over a decade, compiling a trove of evidence including audio recordings, photographs, and written testimony. In fact, the case drew such notoriety that it caught the eye of the CIA, which quietly monitored it as part of the Cold War era program to understand and potentially weaponize psychophenomena. The CIA declassified 2005 actually confirmed they were tracking the Brazilian poltergeist activity, though they offered no conclusion. The paper, being directly involved in the Garuda case while directly handling the Iparani case, was an eye-opening experience. Here was a poltergeist seemingly engineered by human mouth, a concept that blurred the lines between supernatural and superstition. Plato would later articulate in writing, poltergeists behave like mischievous entities, not necessarily ghosts of death, but perhaps some kind of unknown, unconscious, or conscious force. In Brazil, it seems to forces act almost like angry spirits for hire, reacting intelligently to prayers challenge. This dramatic South American movement gave Plato a broader context for understanding poltergeist across the was a West researcher and played well with all some work experience. However, the opposite was true. Envy was Morrison's first ever case, but by that point, Playfair had been and documented dark for years. When Playfair did return to London and intended to spend 180 secret nights investigating envy, he was surely prepared by his prior experience. He knew what Polygon was capable of, and was not easy to fool nor frighten. Envy, relatively young and rusted in body processes, became the most documented Polygon case on record. But as between Enfield was but one chapter in a much longer story. After Enfield, Playfair would go on to explore other worlds, to study telepathy and wit, and to write many books sharing his advice. Throughout, he remained both a storyteller and an investigator, choosing to engage the public's imagination, while also urging that claims need to be examined critically. In the end, guidelines Playfair's journey remind us that the line between skeptic and believer is probably crossed easily by the thought of evidence banging on one floor in the dentist's house. And it's here we end our look at one of the most important figures in the paranormal, either in the UK or in the entire world. So I think we all owe a debt of gratitude to Guidelines Playfair for his witnesses, his look on topic, and arguably without people like him, there would be no word to him right now. So personally, and thank you him from me, if you give me on this society, which we will all find out one day. On this day, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me to hear about one of the most interesting people I believe will ever discuss the show. Until next time, stay safe, take care.
Playing with their dreams.
What would you do if your dream retirement home felt welcoming by day, but wrong the moment the sun went down? How long would you ignore small, unsettling details before finally admitting something wasn't right? If a guest told you something happened to them in your home while they slept, would you choose to believe them? And what if the same bizarre thing kept happening at the same time every night? Precise, patient, deliberate. Would you try to rationalize it, or would you actually face the darkness? The following experience may or may not answer those questions, but together we'll find out how one couple handled it on today's episode of The Dark Paranormal. Live from the vault, The Dark Paranormal. Hello everyone and welcome to episode 3 of The Dark Paranormal. Firstly, a huge thank you still for all of the compliments regarding the changes that we've made and we're still making to the show. Each of those changes have come via your recommendations, and we've tried to, as you can tell, have a mix of old and a mix of new. We didn't want to shock anyone with a complete reface, we wanted to ease things in. Now that doesn't mean there are going to be a lot more changes coming, don't worry, we're all about done with the changes. But I want to thank you sincerely for accepting them as you have. Now, for anyone new, and I think we've got two people who are new, if you wish to submit your experience to the show, head to the show notes and you can find a link to submit your paranormal experience directly to the Or go to thedogparanormal.com and you will find a link there to submit your experience. Also, in those show notes, you can find a link which will give you access to a 3-week trial at our Patreon at the highest tier. Now on our Patreon, there is the entire back catalogue of our Patreon-only podcast, Dark Files, now coming into around 180 hours of Patreon-only paranormal experiences that have not been heard by the general public. First, if you choose to stay a patron at that level, you will gain access to a new Dark Fight episode every week of the year, even on Christmas, 52 weeks in a year. During the season breaks, it really helps to keep that dark paranormal theme going during that silent paranormal season. Plus, for that Patreon tier, we've started a brand new episode series called After Dark, where I take a very informal look at what we've discussed over the last week. And it's a video segment, although you can also receive the audio. And I'm finding that a real entertaining thing to do. I basically just press record, there are no edit points, and I talk for 30 minutes, kind of a flow of consciousness about my opinions on what we've described and discussed in the previous week's episode. So that's all in the show notes. But right now, we have some questions that yet again have sprung from the back to the front and need discussing immediately. So, it's time. Please lower your light, make yourself comfortable, and most importantly of all, leave your disbelief at the door as we hear all about the bedroom. Hello, Kevin. I've been listening to your podcast for maybe 2 years now, but I never thought I'd be writing you with my own experience. My name's David, I'm 67, and my wife Janet is 65. They're not our real names, of course. We're originally from Cheshire, and like a lot of pensioners, we'd spent the last decade dreaming about retiring somewhere warm. Spain had always been the plan. We'd holidayed in Malaga 3 times before and fallen in love with the place, with the food, the weather, the pace of life. It just felt perfect. So after selling our house in the UK, we had a decent budget. Nothing extravagant. The nicer sides of Malaga were beyond our means, so our estate agent showed us a small villa, maybe 20 minutes outside the centre. It was in a quiet area, mostly Spanish locals, a few expats scattered around, but the villa itself was lovely. Whitewashed walls, a terracotta roof, a small courtyard garden with lemon trees that were already fruiting. It needed some work, mind you. The kitchen was very dated, some of the plaster was cracked, and the bathroom could do with modernisation. But it could be ours. 3 bedrooms, plenty of space, and crucially, well within our budget. The agent mentioned in passing the previous owner had passed away a few years back in the home, a widow in her 80s. The place had sat empty since, which had explained the slight musty smell and the air of neglect. There were still some of her things around, old photographs, utensils, the odd religious item. The agent said her family hadn't bothered collecting them at all, which struck me as sad really at the time. Janet, however, is very practical and isn't bothered by that sort of thing at all. Someone's got to die somewhere, haven't they? She said to me. I agreed. The price was right, the location was perfect, and we could see ourselves in that property. So we completed the purchase in March, and we were over there by the end of April 2024. That first month was brilliant, honestly brilliant. We were busy with renovations, new tiles in the bathroom, painting the bedrooms a cheerful yellow and blue. We met some neighbours, lovely people. There were a British couple, Maureen and Bill, only 2 doors down, who'd been there 15 years. They were more than helpful. They showed us where to shop, which restaurants were worth it, which local tradesmen were actually reliable. Bill helped me fix a leaking tap in the kitchen, and Maureen brought round a casserole on our very first week, which was kind of both of them. The villa felt welcoming during the day. Sunlight would stream through the windows, and we'd sit in the courtyard with our morning coffee, feeling like we'd won the lottery. This was the life we'd worked 40 years for. But I'll admit, even in those early days, for me at least, that place did feel different at night, colder somehow. Even though the temperature didn't really drop much, the room seemed bigger in the dark. The hallway seemed longer. I put it down at the time to unfamiliarity. We'd lived in the same house in Cheshire for 32 years. Obviously, any new place would take getting used to. Our niece, Sophie, came to visit in May. She's our only real family, Janet's sister's daughter, and she'd taken a week off work to come and see the place for herself. She'd always been very close to Janet. She stayed in the spare bedroom, the small room that stood at the back of the villa. It was a single bed, a wardrobe, and a window that looked out onto the neighbour's wall. Not the nicest room, but perfectly adequate for a week's stay. Everything seemed fine for the first few days. We'd done all the tourist bits, we walked along the beach at Malabata, we had some nice meals out at the restaurant, the ones Maureen had recommended. Sophie seemed to be enjoying herself, taking photos for Instagram, sending pictures back home, etc. On her fourth night, she came down to breakfast looking awful, pale, bags under her arms. Didn't sleep well, she said, pouring herself a coffee with what I could see to be shaking hands. Could be the heat, I said. Yeah, or maybe the bed's just different, I guess, she muttered. We didn't think much of it. A new place, different climate, possibly the wine from the night before. But the next morning she was the same, and we hadn't drank. And the morning after that, by her last night, she looked genuinely unwell. Dark circles under her eyes, jumping at any sudden noises, constantly yawning. She started drinking coffee like it was water, just to stay alert. The morning she was due to fly home, she finally told us. We were having breakfast in the courtyard, and she barely touched her toast. "You don't look too good, Mum," said Janet. "Oh, I haven't slept properly since we got here." Janet looked concerned. "You should have said something, Love. We could have gone down to the pharmacy and got some sleeping tablets." Sophie shook her head. "It's not that. It's," she paused, clearly uncomfortable. "Well, every single night, at exactly the same time, and I know because I was checking my phone, it's always 3:47. Something pulls at my bedpost." "Pulls at them?" I asked. "Yeah, not a yank, not aggressive. Like a slow, deliberate tug from the bottom left corner of the bed. Like someone's trying to slowly slide them off me without me knowing." She looked embarrassed as she finished her sentence, but then coughed and said, "The first time it happened, I thought I'd imagined it or picked them off myself in my sleep. But it kept happening, every night, the same time. I'd feel the covers slide slowly down towards my feet, and I'd sit up and turn on the light, and there's no one there. The door was always closed, the windows were always shut." Janet reached across and squeezed her hand. "You poor thing, why didn't you come and get us?" "Because of felt stupid after Jen. I'm 28 years old. I shouldn't be scared of the dark. And I didn't want to ruin your excitement about this house. You've been talking about this move for years. You should have said something, I said, though I felt uneasy. There was something about how specific she was. The same time, the same corner of the bed. That bothered me. The consistency. Probably more than I wanted to admit. I'm probably just overtired, she said, sipping from her coffee. But I could see she was clearly rattled. She moved the cup away from her mouth. It's a new environment, there are different sounds. Is my mind thinking? Janet slowly nodded and said it was likely just the instrument request. Maybe even a draft or the way the sheets were tucked in, creating some odd movement. Sophie nodded back, but she looked so relieved to be leaving. We hugged her goodbye at the airport that afternoon, and she texted when she landed in Manchester. Home safe, slept like a baby on the plane, must have been the bay after all, with 3 kisses. When Sophie left, things stayed quiet for a few weeks. We'd finished the major renovations, we'd started settling into a proper routine. I'd taken up golf at the local course. Janet had joined a book club with some expat ladies that met every Tuesday evening. Life was good, and we'd almost forgotten about Sophie's weird experience. Almost. It was mid-June when I first noticed there was something off. I'd wake in the night needing the toilet. That's getting old to you. And I'd have this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Not in our bedroom particularly, but in the hallway. Like most villas in the area, the villa had a long corridor that connected all 3 bedrooms to the main living area, and it was always dim, even with the small nightlight we plugged in. I stand there in the dark, hand on the bathroom door handle, and I just know something was looking at me from the other end of the hallway. The hairs on my arms would stand up, and I'd feel that cold trickle down my spine, like being a kid and you're convinced something's under the bed. I never mentioned it to Janet. I didn't want her to worry. Besides, what was I going to say? I'm a bit scared walking to the toilet at night. I'm a grown man. I spent 30 years working in construction. I've dealt with all sorts. I told myself it was just adjusting to a new house. Unfamiliar shadows. The way the moonlight came back through the windows differently than back home. But then Janet herself started to mention things.
You've got that idea, you've got that product, you've got that phone, you've got that app, you've got that podcast, you've got whatever. I've been there with the podcast. And you think to yourself, will this work? Is it innovation? Do I have time to take the choice? That's my personal advice. Because starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be so hard to take that leap of faith. Trust me, I know. For me, it was, what if no one listens? What if I make it through with myself? And nearly 8 years in, I'm now the director of the company because of podcasting, because of making that leap of faith. Now, whatever your business idea is, it always helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side of the house. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a suitable online store that matches your brand style. Get that word out like you've got a marketing team. Easy to create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. But what if I get stuck, you may say? Well, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/darkparanormal. Go to shopify.com/darkparanormal. That's shopify.com/darkparanormal.
Saving secrets? We hear you. Seeking energy savings? Always keep your energy prices under the price cap. With NextEdge, your energy prices are guaranteed to always stay below the price cap. Satisfy those savings cravings. Check out our full range of tailored energy solutions at eonnext.com/save. Eon Next, we make energy savings work. NextEdge is a 12-month contract tariff with variable rate terms and options contract with standard variable tariff. Direct debit required. Easy to apply.
They were little things at first. Did you move my reading glasses? I'd left them on the bedside table. Or I could have sworn I left my keys on the counter. But they were in the drawer. Even that's odd. I don't remember opening the kitchen cupboard, but it was wide open this morning. We both put it down to our age, forgetfulness, the stress of the move catching up with us. We even joked about it. We said, we're losing it in our old age, love. But there was an edge to the humour that hadn't been there before. Objects would be in different places, not drastically moved, just shifted slightly. A chair pulled out from the table, for example. A book on the coffee table when we'd never read that book before. The bathroom door standing open when we both distinctly remember it being shut when we went to bed. Small things, easy to dismiss individually, but when added together, they all pointed to something. Then one evening in early July, we were having dinner with Maureen and Bill. We'd invited them over and Janet had done an amazing paella. She'd been taking cooking classes and was quite proud of her progress. We were halfway through our second bottle of Rioja. The conversation was flowing easily, talking about the upcoming failure in town, when Maureen asked how we were finding the villa. It's heavy, Janet said, a bit tipsy and cheerful. Best decision we ever made. Can't believe we didn't do this 10 years ago. Maureen and Bill exchanged a look. It was brief, but I caught a flicker of something between them. What? I asked, putting my wine glass down. They both looked like they'd been pulled. Bill put his wine glass down and cleared his throat. He looked at Maureen, then back at me. But probably nothing. But did the agent tell you much about the previous owner? We told them what we knew. Elderly widow, a property that sat empty for a few years after her death because her family was in Madrid and they couldn't be bothered dealing with anything. Maureen topped up her wine glass slowly, like she was buying time to decide what to say. She was a lovely woman, Isabel. We knew her quite well. She used to bring us fruit from her tree, and Bill would sometimes help her with her heavy shopping, etc. But towards the end, the last year or so of her life, she became, well, different. Paranoid, I suppose you'd call it. She didn't leave the house much, even to go to the shops. She once told me that she wasn't alone in the house, that there were others with her. I got panicked and I said, do you want me to phone the police for these intruders? She just shook her head. When Maureen finished, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Janet went very still. What kind of others did she mean? I asked. She never went into detail, Bill said, but she was quite Catholic. She had crucifixes in every room. Towards the end, we saw a priest come round several times. We thought it was just dementia, in all honesty. She was in her 80s and she'd been a widow for 5 years, living alone. These things happen. Did she say what she saw? Janet asked, but I could hear the tension of fear creeping into her voice. Maureen looked uncomfortable. She told me once, maybe 2 months before she died, that she couldn't sleep in certain rooms anymore. The back bedroom, the small one, she said she'd sealed that up completely. She said she put a crucifix on the door and just wouldn't go in there. She paused and said, she mentioned that they wouldn't let her rest, that they came at night. They, I said. Yeah, said Maureen. She said they and them, never it, Maureen confirmed. Most of it, whatever she thought was there. We honestly thought she was losing her faculties. Her daughter came to visit from Madrid, and we mentioned our concerns. But she just said her mother had always been overly superstitious and overly religious. At the end of that sentence, the table went quiet. I wonder why the agent didn't mention any of this, I said to the room, but I knew the answer even as I said it. Maureen shrugged. Well, why would they? It's not like they're required to tell you someone went a bit strange before they died. And honestly, David, we thought it was just her old age. She was alone, still grieving her husband, probably not eating properly, and loneliness can do odd things to our mind. Bill nodded along. We didn't think it was worth mentioning it when we moved in. We didn't want to put ideas in your head about nothing. The conversation moved on after that, but the damage was done. That night, laying in bed with the windows open to let in the cooler night air, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Every noise seemed amplified, loaded with meaning. Unable to sleep, I'm staring at the alarm clock. It was 3:40, and I knew I wouldn't rest until it was gone 3:48 without any incident. And then, at 3:47 exactly, I felt a slow, deliberate pressure at the bottom of our bed, on Janet's side. The covers began pulling down, just slightly, maybe an inch or two, just enough to notice. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering in my chest so hard I thought I may have a heart attack myself. I turned on the bedside lamp. The sudden light was harsh and revealing, but revealed nothing. The room was empty, the door was closed, everything was as it had been. Janet stirred but didn't wake. She mumbled something and rolled over. But it was the exact time Sophie had experienced the same thing. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat with a lamp on, watching the room, watching every shadow. They suddenly became suspicious. Until daylight crept through the shutters of the window and the room looked normal again. The next night, no sleep. Fixated on that clock again, dreading 3:47. I'd been tense all day, snapping at Janet over nothing. She'd even asked if I was feeling okay, if I'd had any sort of ailment. But I told her I was fine and to stop bothering me. When bedtime came, I lay there rigid, watching the clock. 3:45, 3:46, and 3:40. Right on cue, the covers moved. This time on my side. A slow, firm pull from the bottom of the bed, deliberate and unmistakable. I grabbed the covers instinctively, holding tight, and I felt resistance. Something was pulling fast, not hard, not aggressive, but persistent. Janet! I shook her awake with my free hand, still gripping the covers with my other. Janet, wake up! She bolted upright, confused, frightened. What's wrong? Are you okay? The covers, I said, and I could hear my voice shaking like a child. Something's pulling my covers. But as soon as she'd fully woken, it had stopped. The resistance vanished. And we now sat there in the lamplight, both wide awake, and I told her everything. The fact we'd dismissed Sophie's experience, the feeling of being watched in the bathroom I'd had for weeks. Janet's face went pale. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to scare you. I thought I was imagining things. I thought I was being paranoid. Neither of us slept for the rest of the night, or the next. We started leaving lights on throughout the house, but it didn't help. Every night at 3:47 without fail, the covers were pulled. Sometimes on my side, sometimes Janet's, sometimes both at once. We both now acclimatized to staying awake until at least 3:47, almost anticipating it, laying there tense as the time approached. Then, unbelievably, it started getting worse. One night in late July, I was awoke about maybe 2:30, again needing the toilet. I got out of bed carefully, trying not to disturb Janet, and as I stepped into the hallway, I froze. There were three figures stood at the end of the corridor, near the doorway to the spare room where Sophie slept. They were completely black, like shadows but solid shadows, dense, three-dimensional, not like a shadow on a wall, like solid darkness shaped into human form. The tallest one was nearly 7 feet at a depth, but it seemed an unnatural height, very broad shoulders. The middle one was average height, maybe 5'10", and the smallest was around 4 feet tall, child size. They didn't move. They just stood there in complete silence. And even though I couldn't see any facial features, no eyes, no mouth, nothing, I could feel them watching me. The air felt heavy, thick, like trying to breathe through a wet cloth. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even think properly. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. And then the tallest figure spoke, and its voice was exactly, and I mean exactly, like Janet. Come here, love. It's all right. It's me. The voice was warm, familiar, Janet. The same terms used when comforting me after a bad day. But it was coming from a 7 foot tall shadow. I instinctively spun round so fast I nearly fell, grabbing the bedroom door frame for balance. Janet was still in bed, fast asleep, her back to me, breathing steadily. I looked back in the hallway and they were gone. Just an empty corridor, the nightlight casting its pathetic glow, shadows in all the normal places. I decided I didn't need the toilet anymore. I got back into bed, pulled the covers up to my chin despite the heat, and I lay there trembling until morning finally came. I told Janet over breakfast. My hands were officially shaking so badly I could barely hold my coffee cup. She didn't question. She didn't tell me I was being daft or suggest it was a dream. She just reached out and held my hand from across the table and said, "We need to do something about this." But what? We'd sunk everything into this place. Every penny from selling the house in Cheshire. Our savings. Everything. We couldn't just walk away. Where would we go? How would we afford things? The figures started appearing more frequently after that. I see them in doorways during the day now, not just at night. In my peripheral vision, but I catch their movement. And there they'd be, stood in the kitchen doorway, in the archway to the courtyard, at the end of the hallway. Always the same three. Always silent, one time they spoke in Janet's voice, of course. When I turned to look directly at them, they'd be gone, but there would be a definite cold in that area that they'd leave behind, like someone opening the freezer, and then Janet saw them too. Then she admitted she'd been seeing them for about a week, didn't want to say anything, the same way I'd kept quiet about feeling watched. We'd both been trying to protect each other, and in doing so, we'd allowed it to get worse. And almost like our discussion about both seeing these figures sort of created something, sometimes it wasn't just the colours that were being pulled, they would be accompanied by the figures watching, stood at the end of the bed. The tall one in the middle, the medium one on the left, the child on the right, just standing, watching, sometimes just for a moment before they vanish. And I do mean vanish, I don't mean disappear, they would vanish. Sometimes they'd stay for minutes, and we'd lie there frozen, too terrified to breathe, let alone move. We stopped going into the back bedroom entirely. There was a completely different feeling in there. It was as if that was their base. So the door stayed closed, and neither of us would go in it. We started sleeping with every light in the house on. Electricity bill be damned. And then came the night in mid-August that broke us completely. Watching the clock as we did, 3:45, 3:46, 3:47. This time the covers didn't pull slowly. They were ripped completely off the bed with such force that the bottom sheet came with them from under it. Janet screamed, a raw sound of pure terror. I reached after the lamp, but before my hand could touch it, I felt something on top of me. A weight, heavy, cold, pressing down on my chest, forcing me back into the mattress with enough force it knocked the air from my lungs. I tried to shout to call for Janet. I tried to scream for help, but no sound came out. Nothing. Like my voice had been completely stolen, my vocal cords paralyzed. I could hear myself trying to make noise in my throat, but nothing emerged. Next, I could feel hands, cold, impossibly strong, like iron wrapped in ice, holding my arms down against the bed. Something else pressing on my throat, not exactly choking me, but making it hard to breathe, like someone had their hand wrapped around my windpipe and was slowly increasing pressure. In the darkness, the lamp still not on, I could still see them. The three figures were around our bed. Two of them, the tall one and the medium one, were on my side of the bed, and I could feel them holding me down, their hands like ice on my skin. The third one, the small figure, was on Janet's side, and I could hear her trying to scream, making the strangled, voiceless sound I was making. She was thrashing, struggling, trying to fight it off, and I was completely helpless to help. And then I felt a sharp dragging across my shoulder, not cutting deep enough to be life-threatening, but definitely a deep scratch, deliberate and slow, like someone drawing lines on my skin with a very sharp pen. Once, twice, three times. The pain was bright and hot. I could hear Janet making muffled sobbing sounds, and I knew they were doing the same to her. This attack maybe lasted 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Time was restored. It felt endless. And then they all disappeared. The weight lifted off my chest. My arms and my voice came back in a rush. I heard myself gasping for air, making sounds like a wounded animal. I fumbled for the lamp with shaking hands and finally got it on. The harsh light flooded the room, and the three figures were gone. Janet was sitting up, sobbing, gasping for air, clutching at her throat with both hands. Her face was sheet white, tears streaming down her cheeks. I looked down at my shoulder and saw three long scratches, parallel and deliberate, already welling with bright red blood, like a big scratch. They ran from near my collarbone down to just under my armpit, maybe 6 inches long each. Janet, I managed to say, my voice hoarse. Are you hurt? She turned and I saw her shoulder. Four distinct scratch marks across her left shoulder, identical to mine in their deliberation, deep enough to bleed, but shallow enough they didn't need stitching, but unmistakable in their intention. We didn't stay another night. We didn't even pack. We threw some clothes in the bag, our toiletries, our passports, important documents, and we jumped in the car. This was 4:15 in the morning. I know that because when I turned the car on, the first thing you see was the clock. It was still dark. We drove straight to Maureen and Bill's. I leaned on their doorbell until the lights came on inside. Bill answered in his dressing gown, ready to be angry, but when he saw the state we were in, shaking, crying, he said nothing and just opened the door wider, letting us in. They took us in without question. I think the genuine distress we were in was obvious. Maureen made sweet tea, while Bill helped me clean and bandage both mine and Janet's scratches. They didn't ask many questions that first night. They simply gave us their sofa and some blankets and let us try to calm down. We stayed on that sofa for 3 days while we frantically searched for another property. We did not consider going back into that villa. Not to sleep, not to collect our things, not for anything. Bill was kind enough to go over during the day and pack up our essential belongings while we sat in the cafe, unable to be alone. The estate agent, the same one we bought through, thought we were mad when we called to put the villa back on the market. We'd only been there a few months. She tried to talk us out of it. You will lose money, the fees alone. But we didn't care about the money. We wanted out. We wanted to be free of that place. We ended up finding a small apartment closer to the centre. Yes, it was more expensive than we wanted to pay, and it was tighter on space with only one bedroom instead of three. But it was a modern building with other people around, families above and below, neighbours we could hear moving about. And that presence of other living people, which we thought we wanted to avoid, felt crucial, like a buffer against whatever had been in that villa. We moved into the apartment mid-August, and we haven't been back to that villa since, not once. The agent is handling everything, the viewing, the sale, all of it. We signed papers giving them full authority. I don't care if we take a loss. I just never want to see that place again. Our scratches healed within a week, but we both still have faint scars. Three parallel lines on my shoulder, four on Janet's. Sometimes I catch her in the bathroom looking at them in the mirror, and I know she's reliving that night the same way I do. We did get the dream of retiring to Malaga. Beautiful weather, good food, friendly people, everything we ever wanted. We just didn't expect it to come with three nightmares we'd never forget. Thanks for reading, and I know it sounds mental, and I wouldn't believe this myself if someone told me this, but I swear on my life, everything I've said in this tale is true. The scars on our shoulders are real, pictures attached. The terror was real. Whatever was in that villa was real. I don't know what they were. I don't know what they wanted. I just know we were lucky to get out when we did. Sincerely, David, Janet, Malik. Well, David and Janet, thank you so much for such a terrifying experience for episode 3. Now, the pictures mentioned by He asked me to not put them out publicly, and that was a request by a channel. So obviously we will not do that, as in we will follow their instructions to the letter. So thank you, David. The pictures are terrifying, but it did strike me with a thought. We often hear of people saying, I woke up, or I know someone who woke up with three scratches somewhere on their body. What Dave describes here is different, and this for me is what I call a validator. He describes these lines, these parallel lines, being done individually, not as you would imagine, as we probably all imagine, some claw mark from a beast. And if that's the case, if these things were drawn individually, it throws the whole thought process behind three scratches down the back, etc., into a whole new world of thinking, a whole new world of theory, and in all honesty, it's a completely separate podcast in its own right. But thank you, David, thank you, Janet, for such a terrifying tale for episode 3. Don't forget, guys, if you wish to hear more, we have our Patreon here, so you can sign up for a week free trial in our show notes. But until next time, stay safe, and remember, when you're discussing the paranormal, always leave some of your disbelief at the door. And I'll speak to you next time, right here on the Dark Paranormal.
Playing Dark Minisodes, haunted by disbelief.
Paranormal experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to the dark news. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our second mini-sode of this series. Thank you so much for all of the feedback regarding last week's mini-sode. It certainly seemed to, well, scare quite a few of you, and that's exactly why we're here. So, our next mini-sode we're going to go right into, but before I do so, I want to remind any new listeners that you can get a free week trial of our Patreon at the highest tier by clicking the link in the show notes or by going direct to patreon.com/, the dark paranormal. Members at our highest tier will not only get access to the full back catalogue of Dark Fight, our Patreon-only podcast, which currently has well over 180 hours of Patreon-only podcasts, but also you will get a new show each and every week this year, even on the downtime between seasons, and we've also added a new video show, After Dark, where I take a more informal look at what we've covered in the previous weeks. Also in the show notes you will find a link to submit your own experience for use in our show, and if it's relevant to the length of your experience, as if it's a shorter one, we will find a place for it either on a mini-sode like today or within Dark Fight. So just do make sure to check those show notes out. And while you're there, also everyone listening now, if you're listening on some sort of podcatcher, do the show a favor and hit subscribe. It really helps the show grow. But right now, settle down, make yourself a nice drink, and take some time out of your day to suspend your disbelief as we listen to Haunted by Disbelief. Firstly, hello and thank you for providing this platform for people like myself to put across our experience. Believe me, that's not the sentence I ever thought I'd write. I've listened to your show for the last year after trying to make sense of something that I've been through. My name is Andrew, and I'm 43, and I'm recently divorced. The reason for this email is the divorce, because the reason for the divorce, unbelievably, is down to the supernatural. Yes, I understand how ridiculous that sounds, and even writing it down makes me feel very uneasy. However, that's sadly the case. I guess the reason was both the supernatural and also my belligerence. You see, my partner, my ex-partner should I say, had mentioned ever since we moved into our new home in the southwest that she'd been encountering something she couldn't explain. She said it started by hearing what sounded like somebody whispering in the shoe cupboard, which is underneath the stairs. Her stories of the supernatural only grew. First it was whispers in the shoe cupboard, next it was moved items in our bedroom. Then I would arrive home after a long day at work, only to be told that not only is the TV changing channels by itself, but it was also sending her messages. So she claimed. With each channel she changed. I was obviously deeply concerned and sincerely suggested to her that she check with a doctor. Next, arriving home with a takeaway one day, she told me the TV had switched between channels by itself and told her she would be hearing of a death, only for the phone to go that afternoon, and she said she'd been informed of the death of a close friend. Now this close friend was also a friend of mine, so I was partially annoyed that she would, to me at least, make this ridiculous statement. And this was the time that our first real argument about this whole series of supernatural events took place. I am skeptical, you see, and to hear my partner, my wife, say such things, she was receiving messages via the TV from alleged spirits about the impending demise of a good friend of ours. Well, I lost. I accused her of attention seeking and suggested that she goes and get herself some friends or maybe some hobbies. She of course took great offense to this, and that same night she moved out to live with her sister for a week. When the week passed, I went to the sister's house and we had a long conversation. She seemed to have calmed down quite a bit and even said she had been stressed and she realized how ridiculous it sounded to say that the TV had been telling her messages by changing channels. So she went to the doctor, who said she was overly stressed. In truth, her job was very hectic. She works for the NHS herself, and he prescribed her some anti-anxiety medication. Now, for at least a month, things were perfect. And by perfect, I mean back to normal, back to our usual routine. Then, one afternoon, as I'm working in the garage, she comes running into the garage out of breath and begs me to follow her upstairs. As she states, and I quote, "The radio's just come on, and it keeps repeating your mother's name. It's still doing it. Come on, follow me." I think she could see the exasperation in my face. She literally shouts at me, "I'm not making this up, Andrew, for God's sake, believe me." I threw down the wrench I was using with anger, and with a big sigh I followed her begrudgingly upstairs. Much to nobody's surprise, the radio was off, unplugged, and indeed no one was saying my mother's name at all, except for my wife, who, of course, kept rambling on and on, checking the plug of the unplugged radio, and staring very confusedly at the plug socket and the back of the plug, while muttering under her breath, "That's not possible. How can this be possible?" Now I was genuinely starting to feel scared, but not in a paranormal sense. In a sense of I thought my wife was losing her mind. So I walked downstairs to make a call to our GP, and as my hand was ready to reach for the phone rang. On the other end was my father, who informed me that my mother had just suffered a massive stroke and passed away in the ambulance en route to the hospital. I sincerely could not remember how that conversation on the phone ended. It's as if that moment in time has been completely erased from my memory. I do recall placing the handset back down and looking up to see my wife nervously picking at her nails, her first question being, "Was that your mother?" I must have been white as a sheet and I just slowly shook my head. I said, "No, it was Dad. Mum's dead. Apparently it was a stroke." My wife immediately looked faint and staggered. I needed to get her sat down. What with the shock of my mother still nowhere near settled in at this point, and me still trying to rectify what my wife was allegedly hearing through the unplugged radio, something ran through me like a surge of anger as I realized I was comforting my wife, who, to me at least, had unbelievably heard my mother's name coming through an unplugged radio. Now I appreciate this makes me sound like an awful human being, but I think I rocked her into the chair when I realized I was being compassionate to someone who was, in my mind, having an auditory hallucination and seemed more preoccupied with that than the fact my mother had died. From my perspective as a complete skeptic, this was almost a final straw moment. My wife is meant to love me, to be there for me when I need her. So how is it that I'm offering her comfort and making sure she's okay when she's hallucinating? And I've literally only 5 minutes beforehand found out my mother is dead. After my wife landed in the chair, I blasted out a range of swear words before storming out of the house and getting into my car and driving to my father's. The following few weeks, as you would expect, were all dealing with the funeral, etc. And to be fair, my wife was a godsend picking up on the essential things that I'd forgotten to do or my father had forgotten to do. Without her, I doubt we would have got through that whole experience. And despite my bereavement, we were doing much better. Then just like the last time, we had an incident. My mother's birthday fell a month after her funeral, so me and my wife and my father had gone to her favourite restaurant as a sort of celebration of life. In the car on the way home, my wife kept looking in the rear passenger mirror to the back seat. It took a while for me to notice just how often she was doing it, as I was obviously trying to keep an eye on the road. But eventually I asked, "Why do you keep looking in the back of the car?" She didn't answer. In fact, she turned and looked out of the window, shaking her head, and then muttered, "I daren't tell you." I felt my gut pull inside. I knew where this was going, yet at the same time I caught myself glancing in the mirror at the back seat, still trying to act as if I had no idea where this was going. So I said, "Of course you can tell me." I felt her looking at me hard from my left side, as I kept glancing to my left to see her unblinking stare straight at my face. And then, very matter-of-factly and in no way panicky, or using any of the sort of mannerisms she previously used when telling me things like this, she calmly blurted out, "Your mother's in the back seat." I genuinely lost control of the steering wheel for a moment. I did not say one word until we arrived home. I couldn't. I was just driving, shaking my head. Words were trying to form, but they were not leaving my mouth. When we arrived home, I walked straight to the kitchen and I slammed my keys against the kitchen table. I turned to say I've had enough of this, but before I could get the words out, my wife was already halfway up the stairs. I once again, very uncouthly, shouted something up the stairs at her and returned to the kitchen where I poured myself a large whiskey. An hour later, I went upstairs to try and make peace, after calming myself down, helped, of course, by the whiskey. When I reached our bedroom, I noticed she was packing a cake. She informed me she was leaving. I was bewildered. She was leaving me, like I'd done something wrong, like I'd been the one who'd created ghosts of her dead relatives. It felt like someone had punched me in the face and then reported me to the police because I'd hit their fist with my face. Do what you want, I said, and I stormed downstairs and I slept in the living room. The next morning, slightly hungover, I drove to her sister's house where I assumed she'd be. However, my wife leaving me was news to her sister. I drove back home, hours passed, and I was close to phoning the police when my wife finally returned home to grab a few more things. She said she was staying in a nearby hotel and told me she wanted out of our marriage, saying that my complete lack of belief in what she claimed to be experiencing was at first understandable, but was now becoming an insult. And to her, I'd proved, apparently, that I didn't love her. You must remember this is as far from the perfect time to be mentally altered. Having just lost my mother, this felt like a further kick in the teeth from the universe. So, as I unfortunately do, I dealt with it in the completely wrong way and told her she needed to get her head sorted. Of course, I fully expected her to return, but days passed, then weeks, then my calls, which were unanswered, were now blocked. I went to her sister, who refused to give me her new number, and eventually her sister blocked me. So I went round to her house and I knocked on the door. I demanded to know where my wife was, saying how this had all blown out of proportion. Her husband came to the door and said, "Listen, Andy, it's best you just go home. All I know is she's done with you. You're just going to have to accept that and move on." I think I laughed when he said it, because it felt like one big joke. I kept waiting for some sort of candid camera host to jump out from behind a bush and reveal themselves. But no, this was happening. This was real. Unlike the messages from the TV and the radio. Then the divorce papers arrived through the post, and the reality of it all hit me like a brick in the face. I walked like a zombie into the kitchen, poured myself a whiskey, and then turned round and walked up to the bedroom that I'd only got out of about an hour before. And I lay there in bed sipping whiskey at 10 a.m. after phoning in work sick, still shaking my head in disbelief at this whole ridiculous scenario. And then the bedroom TV came on its own accord. As the TV sprung to life, the first channel that came on was a woman laughing. It changed by itself to a different channel. It was another woman laughing, then to a different channel, another woman laughing, and then it turned itself off. I think I stared at that TV for about 3 hours before pouring the whiskey down the sink and heading back to my partner's sister's house, begging my partner's sister to tell my partner I now believe her. I've witnessed it myself. Then it dawned on me my partner hadn't told her sister anything of what she's been experiencing. So to her, me rambling outside saying things like, "I've experienced it too, tell her," and smelling of whiskey, I 12 months ago, December. Within those 12 months, we are now divorced. I've not spoken a word to her since that night in this house when she left. However, in those 12 months, the radio has come on by itself, unplugged, on at least three occasions. I bought a new TV after the old one repeated the laughter incident about the month after the initial one. Thankfully, that hasn't happened again. I've never experienced an 18-month period like the one I've just been through. Genuinely, I feel robbed in many ways. I mean, who would believe their partner when they say such things, especially when they know I'm skeptical? I was obviously clearly more concerned for her mental health than I was about ghosts. That's until I became aware of them myself. Or should I say, I was purposefully mocked by them on numerous occasions. In hindsight, I wish I would have believed her from the start. At least I would still have my perfect person. And it's difficult to start again at this age, but it's even more difficult to accept given the factors at play that caused us to be in this situation. If you read this out, I just add for the listener, if you love someone and they say something akin to this, believe them, or that love may go. It's dawning on me as I type how belief isn't commonplace in wedding vows. I genuinely think it should be. With thanks, and well, Andrew, sincerely thank you for arguably one of the most honest, fair, and candid emails we've received from ministers in quite a while. I can only imagine that shock of realizing you're right is right all along. And genuinely, my heart broke slightly for you when you said you would still have your perfect person. This is not something which is common, obviously, in terms of breakup relationships, but it does prove one thing, that a shared belief in the spirit world or the supernatural can be a bond you wouldn't expect could keep a relationship together. But Andrew, thank you for your honesty, thank you for your email, and thank you for taking the time to submit your experience to this week's video. For everyone else, take care, and I'll speak to you soon.
Playing Beyond the Gate.
What if touching the wrong thing meant you were never alone again? What happens when fear doesn't come as a jump scare, but as a slow internal collapse? And arguably the hardest question of all, what if curiosity didn't just change you, but cost you everything? These questions and more we'll look for answers for in today's episode of The Dark Paranormal. Live from Liverpool, The Dark Paranormal. Hello everyone and welcome back to episode 2 of our new season of The Dark Paranormal. First and foremost, a huge thank you for all of the feedback that is ongoing regarding the changes around the show. 90% of it has been absolutely amazing, and 10% are people questioning the change. But I will just address, remember, the show has remained in its state for the last 6 years. No updates to music, no new logos, no new anything. And we were running the risk of going stale. So we had to bring everything back to day one. And that's the entire point of the rebrand and how we now frame the season. That being said, genuinely thank you for any piece of feedback we've received. It all goes to shape the show, and I can't do this without you. This is your show, and I think, again, this proves it beyond doubt. If you are new to the show, and I think there's a few of you, if you like what you hear, click in the show notes and you can gain a free week access to our Patreon at any level. Now, our Patreon features up to 180 hours of Patreon-only content. That's stories never heard by the general public, only heard by our Patreon. On top of that, you gain a new episode of Dark Fight each and every week, even on the downtime between seasons, and also access to a new show, a video show named After Dark, where I take a more informal look at the stories we've covered. In addition, you join, genuinely in my eyes, the best paranormal community out there. There are no hierarchies, and genuinely it's a place of paranormal respect made up of skeptics and believers, but more importantly, made up of genuine, respectful debate. So just click in the show notes if you want to take advantage of that opportunity. Also in the show notes is a link to submit your experience to the Dark Paranormal, and it's irrelevant of length. If your story is short, it will end up on one of our shorter story episodes. If it's of length, it will end up on the Dark Paranormal main show. And speaking of ending up on the main show, the following experience has been sat in our vault for around 2 years. Now the reason for that is it was 16 pages long. To put that in perspective, an average episode of the Dark Paranormal is between 5 and 6 pages. So you can see why we left it on the shelf. Therefore, we've had to work almost surgically to make sure this episode A fits our standard length, and B make sure that the narrative of the original experience remains. And so, it's time. Lower those lights, make yourself comfortable, and most importantly of all, leave your disbelief at the door, as we all listen to Beyond the Gate. Hi Kev, I'll start with a warranted and apt warning that you've used many times before. So please take this as a warning to anyone searching for the paranormal. Sometimes when you go looking, you may find what you're looking for, or worse, be prepared and take proper precautions, because looking into the darkness may cause it to look back. My name is Stuart, and I'm a fireman from Northwest Indiana. I need to tell you about Redder Road, because what followed me home from there destroyed my life. I've been intrigued by the paranormal since I was young. I love the adrenaline rush of the unexplained. I was born and raised in Northwest Indiana in 1992. I come from a family that had gypsies on my dad's side. My grandma was 100% Hungarian. And although we grew up Catholic, I've always been sensitive to feeling energies around me. I shared these interests with my friend, Jish. We became friends over our love for paranormal. This experience changed us both in ways only traumatic experiences can. The tale I'm writing about is from our second visit to Redder Road. Redder Road was infamous for having almost every kind of scary story attached. Murder, suicide, occult rituals, people going insane. The scary part is that the majority are documented and actually seriously happened. A young lady drowned in a car crash. Numerous suicides happened in the woods. A hitchhiker was killed and dumped there. Jish and I even saw an occult ritual the first time we ever visited. So you can imagine this road has very bad energy seeped into it. In September 2014 at Jish's house, we found a website about Fort in Indiana. It had info on Redder Road. After a few beers and convincing, I hesitantly agreed to go back. This is what I saw, heard, and felt. Jish's experience was different. He won't talk about it even to this day, but this was the most terrifying event in my life. Nothing has petrified me more. We were completely sober. I'd never done drugs, and I hadn't had a drink that day. We went on a Sunday early afternoon, a beautiful day, slight breeze, sun shining. I thought nothing would happen. As we passed, my stomach twisted, and my hands and neck started to sweat. The first few hundred feet had occupied houses and small businesses that were still in operation. Now this helped calm my anxiety, and Jish and I were talking like we usually did, and to my surprise, nothing felt off, even after making it past the houses. Where the houses ended, the road was particularly torn up with brush and foliage. We passed through on a small beaten path. About 50 foot later, we ended at an actual metal street gate. This alone looked like something straight from a horror movie. The gate was mostly rusted, partially broken off one of the hinges, and what was left of yellow paint. An old rusted chain vigorously wrapped around the gate and its latch, held together by a padlock that had seen one too many winters. The mixed mess of dead and growing weeds, bushes, trees, and leaves encompassed, acting almost like a forest, trying to hide its entrance to this horrible place. The road underneath the gate was jagged, broken, pushed up from the earth like it was trying to remove a scab from its healing surface. As soon as we passed through this gate, I was hit with a cold blast of air, one that stopped me in my tracks for a moment. That unsettling feeling in my gut instantly returned. I shook it off, thinking I was just paranoid. Looking back, it could have been someone or something trying to stop us from entering that damned place. We made our way about halfway down the road, and we didn't come across anything that we deemed as paranormal or unexplained. Just that uneasy feeling. So we took a moment to pull out the video camera and start recording, thinking it may spark something to happen. Since this was near the spot where we had our last experience, while Jish was getting the camera up and running, I vividly remember something telling me to look around at my surroundings. So I did. I moved my feet across the asphalt, feeling the loose rocks scrape between the underside of my shoes and the ground. Then I looked up, and I admired the beauty all around us. The wind rustled through the treetops, and I felt it caressing my face, seeing some leaves gracefully fall to the ground. How green and luscious the foliage was. Finally, looking up through the tree canopy, seeing the bright blue sky, white fluffy clouds scattering through the sky, the sound of shifting leaves and branches, and the sunlight warming my face. I closed my eyes and instantly felt calm, at peace, almost weightless, forgetting where I was at that moment. Hearing the piercing beat of the camera turning on sucked me back into the harsh reality of where we still were. After a few very peaceful minutes of strolling down that road, I paused in place. I hit Jish on the shoulder with the back of my hand and said, "Dude, look." Looking ahead, Turning to each other for a second or two and then back forward, we slowly crept forward and approached what looked like an archway made out of an almost solid wall of foliage, almost like an archway in a house. That is a doorway in the middle of the wall with a rounded top. It was almost like it had an actual door frame that was jagged, imperfect, and made of twisting vines, thin brown and green branches. You may be saying, is probably just someone cutting a way through, or the stuff is growing on a gate or something tangible. Well, that's what we thought as well. But the closer we got, coming within inches of it, we could tell it was all natural, or at least wasn't going on anything or around anything physically there. And for some reason, I reached out and I touched the frame of this entry. From here on out, things get extremely hard to explain how and what I felt, saw, and what happened, so please bear with me. A thing to note is the rest of the story happened on the road in about 15 to 20 minutes of reality. As soon as I touched the frame of this archway, everything seemed to freeze in time. Only for a second, but it felt like minutes. The touch felt like you put your finger on an ice cube or dipped it in a cup of ice water. I felt the chill rush through my veins, up my arm, through my entire body in an instant. My vision went completely white, like a flash on a camera went off inches from my eyes. Yet I was able to see silhouettes, two silhouettes, not of humans, but of deformed, contorted things. I would say things, but I don't think they were of this world. They were distorted. They had non-human characteristics, but were still somewhat humanoid. They had a fuzzy or static-like composition to their bodies as they stood in front of white that encompassed my entire view. It was as if I wasn't even on Earth, let alone in my physical body, like I was having a whole out-of-body experience and had entered a whole other plane of existence with these black static creatures. I seriously don't know how else to explain what happened or how I felt. I retracted my fingers. I brought them back to the middle of my chest and I clutched at them with my other hand. I stared through that arch for another couple of seconds. Damn, that's a killer shot, she said aloud, once again snapped me back to the realization of our reality. I played it off and gave a smirk. I gave him a thumbs up and nodded. I have to admit I was a little disoriented for a moment or two at least, confused on where I was and what I was doing. I didn't tell him about what I just saw or entered or whatever. I just went through. Regaining my composure, I followed Jish through this archway, and not once, for some idiotic reason, did I ever think, hmm, maybe we shouldn't go through this doorway where I just saw two unearthly creatures. As soon as I passed through that threshold, the energies I felt were overbearing. The air was filled with what felt like breathable static, almost like breathing in a packet of popcorn and having them pop all the way down to your lungs, just with a little less physical topping. A feeling of dread, then anxiety, then anger, then anguish, then sadness, one after the other, not in any particular order, but one came and would leave and another would take its place, and so it continued. Horrible thoughts filled my head, doing malicious things I won't mention, not only to me, but to myself and Jish. My heart instantly began to beat faster and physically and emotionally strength. I was a few steps behind Jish and was forcing myself to keep pushing forward. He looked back and just gave me a thumbs up. In my mind, I thought, what the hell? Is he not feeling any of this? Does he not see me physically distraught or freaking out? So I threw a thumbs up right back and continued on, as you do. Another handful of steps later, as soon as these feelings came on, they just stopped, causing me to stop dead in my tracks with confusion. It was the strangest feeling to have all of these emotions, thoughts, and labored breathing just vanish. I felt fine, normal even. I can't explain how or what caused it. I never heard or saw anything. No apparitions, no shadow figures, no feelings of being watched at this time, no ominous sound, nothing. Just like how we started our little walk down this God-forsaken road. A bit of relief came over me as the end of the stretch of road we were allowed to venture on was finally in view, and I still felt nothing. No weird feeling, nothing bad, not even an inkling of a creepy feeling. Nothing after those first 10 to 15 steps through the archway. Now we were a good quarter of a mile from the archway. Uneventful. We reached the end of the road that was blocked off with a high chain link fence, barbed wire, and warning signs of persecution and court trespassing. For some reason, a disappointment came into my mind. In a twisted kind of way, part of me still wanted something to pop out, like a cheap horror movie scene. We headed back, just keeping the camera rolling. Halfway to the archway, I hear a whisper off to the right side. It sounded like it moved past us. I didn't make out what it said, and I scanned the tree line and walked the patch of dirt off the asphalt. Floor marks. A set of three on each side, 6 to 10 inches long, each line jagged and distinct. The dirt pulled up was fresh, darker, and still moist. I stood, frozen. Jish was fumbling with the camera. It shut off and wouldn't turn back on. I pointed to the mark. He investigated, and I heard him nervously stutter, "What the actual fuck?" Then I noticed it. A deafening silence. No wind, no animals, not even a bird. Just our shaky breath. Sudden heaviness. Physical heaviness that made the air thick. Pressure from all sides, making it harder to breathe. A weight on my head and shoulders trying to crush me. Heaviness within my mind. Sadness, discomfort. Something was here. Something malicious. Something evil. Dread latched onto me. Pure fear like nothing before. My life truly felt in danger. Sweat broke out. Freezing cold sliced up my spine. Panicked breath quickened. All I could think was run, run, run. We need to leave now. We simultaneously began speed walking and then running. The physical weight was soul crushing. My shoes felt like lead pulling through wet cement. I felt myself running, but the artery didn't get any closer. If anything, it seemed further away, as if the road was stretching. I glanced at Jish, his mouth moving, but I couldn't hear a thing. Everything was muffled. All I felt was vibrations of my feet hitting asphalt, my quickening breath. We made eye contact, but it wasn't like looking at my friend. I felt alone, separate, separate from reality. The environment began to change. The tree shifted into two giant hands, slowly sinking in, death's hand catching them. The canopy that had been open and bright closed. A shroud of darkness falling. This wide open space converted into a constant shrinking coffin. A faint whisper in my right ear. It started soft, growing louder as if coming towards us. Not English or any known language. I squinted my eyes, hoping to push it away. Another whisper started in my left ear, a different pitch, strange mutterings, grunts, growls. Then another voice, and another, otherworldly sound. The fear became so oppressive, I felt myself going insane. I wanted to stop running and let whatever this was take me. With what little sanity I had left, I pushed on. But whatever this thing was kept getting closer. Then I heard a blood-curdling scream mixed with a guttural growl. Nothing I could describe or like I'd ever heard. What made it more terrifying wasn't just hearing it, but hearing it in my mind, not with my ears. My spine still freezes up every time I think of this sinister scream. After maybe 3 seconds, everything went silent again. Finally, within 50 feet of the archway, all I could hear was my heartbeat, faster than ever. My footsteps non-existent, my body numb. I felt nothing except the chilling feeling of whatever was with us, a radiating, freezing sensation on my spine just under my skull, with each and every step colder, spreading down each vertebrae. Then, a touch. So icy cold, like 3 shards of ice on my bare skin. The unmistakable touch of 3 fingertips pinching the back of my neck, pulling away, followed by nails, jagged, sharp, 1 or 2 inches long. I felt them drag and burn down my spine, and I knew without seeing that whatever touched me wasn't human. The spacing of those fingers was wrong, too wide, joints in places they shouldn't be. Time almost stopped, like I was paralyzed but still running, but not gaining any ground. Then something flashed before my eyes. Now this flash felt like it lasted hours. Everything I'd gone through in my life playing like a projector behind my eyes. The good, the bad, memorable times. My life literally played before my eyes. Then came a true feeling of death, like my soul was being taken from my body. This is it. I'm going to die. Jesus' hand on my shoulder was like a defibrillator, jolting life back into me, snapping me back into reality. He severed whatever tie I was in from this place. He didn't let go until we broke through that threshold. Those final steps were like trudging through mud up to your hips. Whatever was behind us tried its damnness to keep us from leaving. We broke through the threshold. Everything stopped. The feelings, dread, anguish, sadness, anger, death, that crushing heaviness. It all vanished. We were bent over, heavy breathing, and looked at each other. Looking into Jish's eyes gave me comfort, relief. After maybe 10 minutes, we caught our breath and walked away without saying a word. We reached that rusted gate and rushed out. Back home, we talked about what happened, but Jish's experience was different to mine. There were multiple things haunting us that day. The camera tape recorded blackened. No picture, some muffled few times a week. Normal dreams, but always with a black mask just out of focus. But the mask got bigger each time, until one night, 2 months after our experience, I was looking right at it. I walked closer, and the mask shifted and shaped into something horrifying. It was about 8 feet tall, long, slender, a cylindrical torso, wide shoulders, multi-jointed arms folded like an accordion, legs bent similarly. Its head was human-like, but with a wide, deformed circumference, and a mask that looked made of tree bark, jagged, gnarled, glued to its face with a cracked opening where one eye should be. It appeared in my dreams just watching me, standing or crouched in its unnatural position. I never saw it in person, which made sleeping something I dreaded, and it continued for months, and then suddenly stopped. I thought it was over, but this was only the start of something that still goes on today. Shortly after, my psyche changed. Normally outgoing, laid back, goofy and kind, I became depressed, short-tempered, irritable, anxious, introverted. I preferred to be alone. I was short with my parents for no reason, and I loved my parents. They were always loving and supportive. My dad and I were very close. He showed me how to play hockey when I was 5. He literally was my best friend. Now a bit of backstory. 2 years before all of this, my dad was diagnosed with melanoma. He went into remission within a year, and 6 months before our Red Road experience, he was cleared, the cancer completely gone. We were ecstatic. Few more months went by, and our house grew more oppressive. In November 2015, we got news that demolished my world. My dad's cancer had returned, and within weeks it spread severely, infecting most of his main organs. Worst news I could have received. Nothing could stop it. I felt completely hopeless. Day by day we watched him grow thinner. The man we knew as strong, always smiling, my best friend, withering away. Spiraling into deep depression, the creature returned to my dream, standing closer. The same dream almost every other day. I'd lay in bed, making eye contact with this thing. No mask this time, just giant something eye sockets, tiny glowing red pupils, cutting through in the darkness. Its mouth, a wide curved oval filled with a deep dark abyss. I couldn't move. My eyes were locked on its concave sockets. Gripped with fear, I watched as it pulled itself onto the ceiling. It crawled across in this contorted, slithering manner, its face never turning away. Its head twisted all the way around as it moved. Then it stopped directly above me, staring for what felt like hours. Eventually, it said, 0102, in the lowest guttural demonic voice. Then, it let go and fell on top of me. I'd wake up sitting upright, cold sweat, breathing quickly. I had the exact same dream for weeks. I had no idea what it meant. I was so distraught in my depression, I didn't know what to think of this cryptic message. That dream stopped a few days before Christmas 2015. We spent Christmas Day at my dad's hospice care facility. During Christmas, the familiar feeling of dread, heaviness, and depression crept back. After dinner, something told me to look down the hall. I did, and a shadow almost reached the ceiling. I froze. My vision flashed back to seeing the tall, static mass in my tree. It was wanting me to make sure I saw it. A nurse walked across the hall in front of it, and when she passed, it vanished. My heart dropped. My instinct told me I needed to protect my dad. But what could I do? The week after visiting my dad, I felt the energy from that day in his room. Those same feelings came with a cold breeze. It was lingering. I prayed on the side of my dad's bed. I continued praying even when I wasn't by his bedside, trying everything I could to protect my dad. On December the 31st, my dad was rushed to ICU in the early morning. When I got the news, the last glimmer of light I had went out, and I rushed to the hospital. Mum and I stayed by his side all day. Visitors came and went. By night time, I decided to shut my eyes since I felt calm for once. Then, I woke to a freezing draft. Just as I went to adjust the AC, I was stopped by a chill down my spine, an eerily familiar chill. I looked around. The room was heavy with dread and oppression. I was so tired of feeling this way because of some entity. I got angry. My eyes darted into the shadows until I saw it, the darker than dark mass bunched in the corner of the ceiling, and I faced this thing. My voice, jaw clenched, was angry. You are not welcome here, and you never were. Leave my dad the fuck alone. Go back to where you came from in God's name, I command you. Within my mind, I heard a demonic growl like chuckle, and the mass faded away, as did the feeling. The nurse asked if I was okay, and I said I was fine, just stressed. I collapsed in my chair. Now, whatever that cost me, it was worth it, because the room felt lighter, and I fell back asleep. The next morning, Dad was up before me, extremely surprising. He was cheery, acting like his normal self, which we hadn't seen since this all started. It was a welcome change. We smiled and laughed like a family again, and this time with my dad gave me hope, though I knew it was falter, and I had to leave the work. When my shift ended late that night, I was excited to see Dad. I had a pep in my step. I approached his room and noticed my mom crying. I frantically asked what was wrong. She told me my dad went into a coma about an hour after I left for work. My heart sank. I almost passed out there and then, and I threw myself in the chair next to him. I couldn't say a thing. I just looked at my dad, laying there like he was in a peaceful slumber. All we could do was pray. The following night, my dad lost his wife with cancer and passed away January the 2nd, 2016. A year later, I lost my grandfather. A year after, my grandmother. And since my grandparents passed, I haven't seen this thing. Only while writing this have I made the connection. The day he passed, January the 2nd, 2016, in numerical form 0102-2016. That damn creature gave me the message 0102. It was telling me the day my dad was passed. Depression took hold for years. I couldn't shake the feeling this might be because I went down that evil road and I brought something back with me. I tried to tell myself his passing wasn't my fault. Cancer comes back sometimes, but in most melanoma cases, patients have high recovery rates. It hardly ever comes back that severely, so I always wonder. I still feel its presence sometimes. Random bursts of depression, sadness, guilt, oppression. I know it's still trying to hold on, to get as much out of me as it can. I cleanse myself, my house, my mind with sage and protection, but I know it's still out there, still watching, and I just hope to God it's satisfied with what it's taken from me. Even typing this 11 years later, I know it sounds insane, which is why it's taken me so long to send it. I hope you believe me and I don't sound like a rambling idiot, but I know it's true. Best regards and stay safe, Stuart. Well, Stuart, firstly, thank you ever so much for sending in that experience. Secondly, apologies for the amount of time it took to read it, but we did have a job editing down your initial email to make sure we had the pieces that made sure your narrative made sense and keep it within the length and time scale that we needed to show. And thirdly, you do not have to worry about being believed on this show. No one is ever going to mock or disbelieve. They may have questions, but that's perfectly normal. What I will say is from what I call validators, from that point of view, your email screams validity and truthfulness. For example, when you describe the figure as having a wooden mask with a crack that shows one eye. For example, if you're making up a story which includes a deity or a demon, you don't include that, or at least I wouldn't think you would anyway. And in regards to this seeming portal or archway, interestingly, on YouTube not 2 weeks ago, I watched a jogger who had a GoPro on him and he was jogging a regular trail and he stopped dead. And there was just something about the way these two trees met in the middle. He, as a self-confessed skeptic, said he wasn't comfortable jogging through there because, to quote him, he wasn't sure he'd come back. Now it's interesting the idea of nature creating these portals, these doorways into not necessarily another world, but definitely a different perception of the world. And finally, I want to say condolences to passing through that. 18 months ago, I lost my father to cancer. It was sudden. We expected it to be a quick operation, as the doctor told us, but we later found that although it was small, it had gone undetected for so long, it had ravaged his body and he had to move. And it was a shock from black to all of us. So your parting comment describing your dad's illness, I completely empathize with. The way you describe it is exactly what it is. You only know it if you've been through it. So again, that's validity for me. But Stuart, I do hope that whatever was going on with you, whatever that entity was, whatever you think you brought back, which I will insist I don't think you did. I will say I think maybe something attached itself to you, but you didn't bring it back. And you most certainly had nothing to do with your father's passing. So please, don't think that or beat yourself up over that. That's nature. But you definitely dealt with supernature or supernatural. So Stuart, sincerely thank you for giving us episode 2 of our new season. Apologies again for the length of time it's taken, and I sincerely hope things are better for you right now. Don't forget, guys, if you have your own true paranormal experience, you can either click the link in the show notes or go direct to thedarkparanormal.com/submit my experience. Any length, it's regarded. And we don't work on length, and we don't work on the length of stories. Any length can be fitted within one of our many shows. And of course, you can always claim our freebies on Patreon in the show notes. But until next time, remember, when you're discussing the paranormal, always leave some of your disbelief at the door. And I'll speak to you all next week for episode 3 of The Dark Paranormal.
Attributes. Play dark minisodes. The Nun. Mm.
Paranormal
Mm.
experiences don't really work to a time scale, and therefore we invite you to listen to the dark minister.
Mm.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first dark minisode of this series. Now
Mm.
first and foremost, obviously, a huge thank you for all of the positive feedback regarding the changes we've made. The changes are still going to come, but I also get the plenty of the constructive criticism.
Mm.
Literally, our Patreon team, as I said before, are like our pages of the show. So much so that when they receive their early access to this week's debut, a comment from one of our monthly Patreons led me to change the ending of the show. So when I say this is your show, nothing could be more tangible than that. I, as I said before, am merely the conduit for your amazing story. And all I try to do with the background music and music in general is creatively ambiance for these horrific stories. So thank you very much for all of your help and all of your support. Don't forget to become one of our producers, basically. Head to the show notes and you'll find a link to a free week of our Patreon at any tier. And you'll gain access to nearly 108 plus hours of Patreon only content. That's experience tales only heard by our Patreon team. We're hopefully closing on the 200-hour mark by the end of this season, and that's something I'm really proud of, and that's all thanks to you. But we do have ourselves our very first Dark Minisode to be getting on. Now, the title for this minisode is something you may think is a bit cliche, but when you see the story, I'm sure you'll agree it was only one title. Because this experience that comes from one of our listeners, we're going to call the Nun. Hello, Kev. I'm a retired police officer living down south, but I need to share what's happened with me at the station in West, your neck of the woods, actually. I won't name the place because certain elements of what I'm about to tell you are well known to the staff there, and the place itself is still in operation. And I don't want to be responsible for a load of ghost hunters descending upon them. Believe me, they have enough to deal with without that. I started there in my mid-20s. I transferred in from a quiet rural posting. Now, the building itself was one of those Victorian jobs, all high ceilings, thick walls, and that particular smell old public buildings have. You know the type. Now, the custody suite had been modernized sometime in the 70s or 80s, all strip lighting and vinyl floors. But the bare bones of the building were old, really old. My first week was the usual, learning the layout, meeting the team, getting shown where everything was kept. Standard stuff, really. But I noticed something odd straight away. I noticed officers would take the long route to get to custody rather than use the main stairway. Now, I'm talking about walking an extra corridor and down a different set of stairs, even when they're in a hurry. So I asked about it, and I got vague answers in reply. Oh, those stairs are a bit dodgy, one man said. I just prefer the other route, said another. It was my second week when somebody finally told me straight. We were drinking a cup of tea in the restroom, me, a couple of PCs, and a sergeant who'd been there for 15 years. The sergeant, who I'll call Dave, looked over his cup at me anyone told you about the nun yet? Now, I thought he was winding me up. New lad gets the ghost story treatment. It's a tale as old as time. So I laughed it off. I said something about not believing in that sort of thing. I expected Dave to laugh and say it was a wind-up, but he just shrugged and said, "You will," and he walked up to the sink to wash his cup, and that was that. But I noticed even the other two people in the room were laughing. They just kind of went quiet and swilled their tea. Over the next few weeks, I've heard bits and pieces. Apparently, officers have been seeing this nun for decades. It was definitely a nun, apparently, or what looked like one. Always near the stairs or in the stairwell. The building did have a history I never got to the bottom of. There was rumors about it being connected to a convent or a hospital way back when. The details were fuzzy. The kind of thing that gets half remembered and half passed down as shift patterns go on, daily gossip continues. I remain skeptical. I'm the type of guy who needs to see something to believe in. And even then I look for the rational explanation first. But I will admit, there was an atmosphere around those stairs, even in broad daylight, even when it was full of people. It just felt wrong. It was colder than the rest of the building. Oppressive. I still use them though. I'm not one for superstition. And I wasn't about to waste time walking the long way round because of some story. The first time I saw her, and I'm certain now it was a her, was about 2 months in. I'd stayed late dealing with paperwork. It was a domestic incident that needed proper documentation, pages of statements and evidence logs, and by the time I'd finished it had gone 8 in the evening. The place was nearly empty. Only a skeleton crew downstairs and a night shift. Maybe one or two others somewhere in the building. I gathered up my files and headed out of the office on the first floor. My plan was simple. Down the main stairs to the custody suite, drop the files in the tray, and out to the car park. I approached the stairwell and pushed through the door. The landing was lit, everything normal, and I took my first step down, and every light went out. No flickering, no dimming, off, instantly off, as if the switch had been thrown. The only light was what filtered up from the custody area below, and the weak emergency exit lamp, and that temperature. Christ, that temperature. It was like stepping into a freezer. My breath was in front of me, and I'm not exaggerating. I felt it in my chest with every breath. I stopped on the very second step, put my hand on the rail, trying to let my eyes adjust. And that's the point I saw. Down at the bottom of the stairs, maybe 12 steps down, was a figure. In that poor light, I couldn't make out details, but the shape was clear enough. Tall, draped in something long and pale, and not standing on the floor, floating, hovering maybe 6 inches above the bottom step. My brain immediately went to explanation. It's someone messing about. A prank on the new guy. It's got to be. So I said, loud and clear, stop messing around and put the bloody lights on. The figure stayed. Not moved away. Stayed. Like smoke dispersed. And as it did, the lights blinked back on. But not all together, one by one. Starting from that bottom step and working up to me. The temperature came back to normal so quickly, I wondered if I'd imagined it. Oh, staring out my chest, looking at the empty stairwell. Then I walked down, quickly. I dropped my files on the steps, picking them up, and I ran out of them. I didn't tell anyone. What was I going to say? I'd seen something I couldn't explain. Admitting that felt like admitting the newborn lost the plot. After that, I worked mainly day shifts for a few months. I was rarely in the station itself, out on patrol, dealing with calls, covering other areas. When I was in the building, it was during busy times with people everywhere, and nothing else happened. I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress, tiredness, suggestions from the stories I'd heard. We all know the mind can play tricks. But then came my turn with the station night shift. Now, I actually prefer night shift. It's quieter. There's less politics. You have more time to think. The station was different at night. All of those little sounds you don't notice during the day become obvious. The building center, the heating kicking in and out, the hum of the strip lights and the empty corridors felt longer somehow. It was my third or fourth night shift when I saw her again. I was walking from the front of the building towards the back where the car park is, and to get there you pass the top main stairway, the one I had my bedroom cancelled. Then continue along the corridor to another set of stairs that lead up to the car park place. It's not a complicated route, but at night with minimal lighting it felt like a trap. I was halfway along the corridor when I glanced to my right. I had an urge towards the main stairs, and there she was. It was this, until now, myth. That once more was the north, floating. And there is no other word for it. Floating over the stairwell, moving down. I stopped walking, I just stood there watching. She was clearer this time. I could see the shape of the habit, the white of what may have been her face, though I couldn't make out any features. She moved smoothly, steadily downward, and as she descended, the lights above each stair went off as she passed me. I have no idea how long I stood there. It may have been seconds, it may have been longer. Then the lights blinked back on, and she was gone. I looked around, hoping someone else had seen me, but the corridor was empty, and I was completely alone. I was shaking. I went straight to the car park and sat in my car for 10 minutes, trying to process what I'd just seen. This was not time. This was not suggestion. I see something. The next shift, I found day. The sergeant who'd mentioned the nun on my second week. Quietly, I took him aside for a moment and told him what I'd seen. Now, I expected some skepticism, maybe some gentle ribbing, and Flame basically just nodded. Yeah, he said. That sounds about right. I've seen it too. 4 times over the years. Always near those stairs. Sometimes on them, sometimes at the bottom. And once at the top just stood there, well, floating there. When you mentioned it before, I thought you were taking the piss. Then he laughed. Everyone does until they see her, he said. And even when you tell people straight, they think you're mad, so I don't bother with new guys anymore. He then told me that the station had even called in a vicar back in the 50s to try to get rid of whatever it was. Blessings, prayers, the full work. But it made no difference. She was still there. Officers had been reporting sightings since at least the 40s, probably longer. She was just part of the building, like the dodgy plumbing or the heating that never quite worked properly. Does she ever do anything? I asked. I mean, apart from that here. Not really, Dave. She's just there. She doesn't seem to interact with anyone. She doesn't follow people. She just shows up. She floats around a bit and then vanishes. Scary as hell the first time you see her. But she's never done anything harmful. That's true.
Someone was detected at your front door.
Sure, it wasn't. A few weeks later, something happened that rattled even the more experienced. We had a colleague, I'll call him Mark. Early new like me, but on a different shift. One night when I was on duty downstairs in the custody suite, Mark asked if he could go upstairs to use a computer in one of the offices on the first floor. He needed to type in some records and the duty supervisor
Motion detected at front door.
that he were all in use. Of course, I said go ahead. Half an hour later, the custody area door slammed open so hard I thought it would cause its hinges. Mark practically fell through, white as a sheet, sweating, eyes wide. I've seen people in shock before. It comes with the job. But this was a world of difference. He looked terrible. What's wrong? I asked, already moving towards him. I just saw a fucking ghost, he said. His voice was shaking with disbelief. Upstairs in the office. I just saw a ghost. I sat him down, I got him some water. Took him a few minutes to calm down, though, because he was really hyped up. He said he'd been typing away at the computer, focused on the screen, and something caught his eye. Movement from further down the office. He said he just haphazardly glanced over and saw a figure in white walking across the room. Not floating this time, walking, or appearing to come with them. He said it was definitely a woman, definitely dressed in white or pale grey, and was moving steadily across the office towards the back corner. He said he didn't recognize the person, didn't recognize the shape or the clothing, so he got up to see who it was. Still not thinking it was a ghost. It might have been someone from another department working late people. When he got to where he'd seen them go, he realized this was it. Because that back corner is a dead end. No doors, no windows you can climb through, just walls and a filing cabinet. And the person wasn't there. He said he stood there for a few seconds, trying to work it out, refusing to allow himself to believe it was a ghost, until the inevitability struck him, either that human defied physics, or he'd seen a ghost. At which point, he legged it straight down to custody to the nearest living person he could find. Kevin, I arrived at that station a complete skeptic, and I left not only as a believer, but as a fully fledged experiencer of the supernatural. I've no idea what that nun is or why she's there. I don't even know if she was ever a real person or if it's some kind of residual quality. I just know that she's there, and that building is genuinely haunted. I've not been back since I retired, and I don't think I ever will. Many thanks, Anonymous. Well, thank you, Anonymous, for giving us such a straight, wonderful, complete ghost tale of your own experience that doesn't fit necessarily a start end resolution narrative, and that's wonderful. That's what I love about the paranormal. It's so rare that we receive a resolution on a narrative, and that's why for the hundreds of emails we receive, we sometimes try and choose the ones with a resolution to use as the main episode. But these wonderful short experiences, they have the rhyme, reason, they have the resolution. And for me, that is the mystery within can spend, and I do spend, quite a bit of time trying to find out why. I'm very black and white. I don't have time to regret. I'm very cold, if X then Y. But the paranormal is my one challenge because X does not always equal Y. Sometimes X just equals X. Sometimes X isn't even X, and there's still a Y. Sometimes X and Y don't exist. It's just a gray between. And that's the mystery I find truly fascinating. But I want to thank you all for joining me on our daily community. Until next time, stay safe and take care.
Plain Rose Hall, Great House, Jamaica.
Not all our mini-shows need to be from listeners. In fact, every small lesson of history will sometimes take us to dark ground. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to your first edition to season 23 of Dark Realm. Now, yes, you'll have noticed there is no difference to the music for Dark Realms, no changes whatsoever, because any changes are going to be incremental. We've got a new logo, we've got new music for the main show, but for now, the minisodes, etc. Dark Realms, they're going to remain just how you know them. Now, because we made the decision to not overwhelm your feed, as you know, we've made Dark Realms bi-weekly. Now, because of that, as our patrons already know, we decided that this season's Dark Realms, with the exception of today's episode, we'll be taking a look at some famous people in the dark realm of the paranormal. And I hope you enjoyed those episodes, because I certainly did while looking at them, finding out things about famous people I certainly didn't know. But right now, we are going to look at an infamous dark realm. And when I say infamous, one that literally sickens me, both in a terrifying paranormal and in a real life human way. I took returned, as you know, there was a few issues with my house when I returned from holiday. I was lucky enough to go on a little bit of a Caribbean adventure, and whilst there, decided our first dock realm would be based in that region. So please join me as we begin our first dock realm, which is a look at the infamous Rose Hall Great House in Jamaica, on a lush hill overlooking the Caribbean Sea. Rose Hall Great House stands as one of Jamaica's most beautiful and most feared historic mansions. By day, it's a restored Georgian estate with 365 windows, 52 doors, and 12 bedrooms. It's a symbol of 18th century wealth built in the 1770s. By night, it becomes something else entirely. Its walls, once soaked in cruelty, betrayal, and the suffering during the era of slavery, are said to hold echoes of unspeakable pain. Legend insists that the misery endured here has left an indelible stain, one that continues to manifest as the restless spirits go roaming the halls. When the original owners passed, Rose Hall fell under the control of Annie Palmer in the early 1800s. Legend claims she was raised in Haiti and allegedly tutored in the dark arts by a voodoo priestess. Annie married John Palmer, and once she
What are you
decided
doing?
he'd served his purpose, she
Winnie
poisoned him.
Pooh. No, please. What are you doing,
She then
Papa?
took two more
Hmm?
husbands in relatively quick succession, only to murder each one in turn.
What are you doing, Winnie Pooh?
In an era when
Hmm?
plantation life was already so brutal, Annie's sadism knew no bounds. Servants whispered that she practiced obeah, voodoo magic, and that she delighted in torture. In fact, Annie's reign of terror earned her the nickname the Witch of Rose Hall. Although Annie was trained indeed in black magic, she knew very little of karma, but she became a very short-lived expert in it when her life ended violently in 1831. Her abused and enslaved servants revolted. According to legend, the uprising was led by Taku, an obeah practitioner himself, and, as it happens, a former lover of Annie. Taku's granddaughter had apparently been cursed to death by the White Witch. One moonless night, Taku slipped into Rose Hall by way of a hidden underground passage and confronted Annie in her luxurious bedroom. In a struggle of magic and muscle, Taku strangled Annie Palmer on her silken bed, finally silencing the White Witch. Yet that victory came at a price, as one of Annie's overseers burst in and killed Taku moments after Annie's last breath. Shaken and fearful, even in triumph, the remaining slaves dragged Annie's body to a grave on the estate grounds. They buried her in what they swore was the deepest hole they could dig, and they burned all her personal belongings, dresses, dolls, even diaries, hoping to destroy any lingering evil that was tied to her. A voodoo ritual was performed to seal her spirit in the tomb forever. But, as whispers go, the ritual was either bungled or left incomplete, maybe as